Okay, okay. I think we're good. I think we're good now. I started the stream and then it died. So I don't know what's up with that. But I think we're okay now. I think everything should work. If it doesn't, please let me know if it breaks or something. Because that's no good. Anyway, we're back with Ever 17. We're continuing our run at you as the kid. Last time we ended on fixing the generator with you and talking about historical, paranormal, aliens, stuff like that. I don't know. Stuff like that was what we talked about. Anyway, let's continue back, because we're going back after fixing now. We retraced our path until we were in front of the neutral buoyancy elevator. The frozen tuna's empty eyes were waiting for us. The elevator we had used coming down had already floated up to Zwelterstock. But to the left, the floor display was lit up with the number 3. Like she groaned as he put the toolbox on the floor of the elevator. I mean, like, what? Sora's like, what, 15? 15, 16? High school? And Takshi, you're 20. That's not that bad. Not that old. Get the hell out of here. While they needed each other, I pushed the up button next to the door. Internal and external watertight doors had already sealed automatically. We could hear air being sent into the ballast tank under the floor. Finally, the egg-shaped elevator didn't start to float up. The sun beneath the floor had stopped, and silence had returned. Because that's life. Knowing it was useless, I pushed the up button repeatedly. Of course, Aya didn't budge at all. Alright, what do we do? Just I said that. Monitor to just the right of the round window flickered to life. Yeah, I don't know where she could have been. The image of Sora and the monitor bowed deeply. Yep. Yeah, it's not moving. Help. Uh-huh. Oh yeah, the air pressure. Yeah, probably. I mean, it isn't buoyant enough. In the end, we decided to split into pairs to ride the elevator. In line with the principle of Archimedes, if the buoyancy was insufficient, we'd lighten the load. First, Sora and I got in the air. Sora and Tsugumi were waiting at Zwelterstock. Hello, we're back. Sora beamed a welcoming smile at us. Tsugumi just stood there staring at Sora and me. Next came you. Then the tuna took the elevator to return to our floor. Noticed that when Tsugumi saw you cradling the frozen fish, she grinned for the first time. Sora, on the other hand... right up next to the fish in a panic.
先輩そのマグロ持ってきたんですか大切な食料なんだから当然でしょ食べ物を粗末にすると罰が当たるよ
True. We could eat that.
そんなことよりもクラナリさんが
Sora's still flustered and babbling next to the fish. Wonder if she really thought that Takashi had turned into a tuna.
私のせいでクラナリさんが一体どうしたらいいのでしょう
Sora, it's okay. He's not a fish.
お取り込み中申し訳ないんだが
He's fine.
俺の方こそどうしたらいいのでしょうって感じなんですがね
Nearly an hour had passed since the power had gone back online. We gather in the third floor conference room. Takashi, Tsugumi, Sora, Yu, Sarah, and I. All 6 of us are sitting in chairs, letting time pass. The rescue team still hadn't come. Resolution didn't show any sign of changing. That I didn't do that one. That one doesn't count. I didn't do that one either. That doesn't count either. That doesn't count. That one doesn't count. Takashi's yawn was contagious. I desperately tried to keep from yawning. Only Sora had her head down and looked as if she was thinking about something. We were bored silly. I didn't realize that doing nothing could be hard. Oh, I might as well get some exercise. Thinking that, I stood from the chair. Oh, good, Maji. Yeah, I can't yawn. I don't want to be on YouTube for yawns. I mean, honestly, I don't. It's fine. I'm gonna yawn like sooner or later playing this. I always do, so it's fine. Yeah, apparently the stream is working now. It died for a good minute when I started. I don't know why. It just died. So if you see anything odd, let me know. Thank you. Thinking that, I stood from the chair.
あれどうしたの
Sarah shot me the question, slumped in the chair next to mine. We've got all this time, so I thought I'd go for a little walk.
だったらさ何か飲み物持ってきてよ
Drink run. Huh? What was that in that case thing?
私喉乾いちゃってさ売店にジュースとか置いてあったよね
I mean, probably. I think so.
じゃあよろしくね
Do we... Listen, Sarah, you nice and all, but if you want your drink, go get it yourself, okay? I got no time to get you drinks. Go get your own drink. I don't think so. Get it yourself.
お願いされてくれないんだ
Nope.
なんだよ使えないやつだな
That's exactly why you shouldn't be asking favors of me.
いい少年は記憶喪失だから知らないだろうけどこういう時男の子はいいよって答えるものなの
Yes, submit. Do what the lady likes. I don't think so. No matter how much memory I've lost, I know that much.
じゃあたけしに聞いてみようか
I mean, you could.
ナッキョ先輩でもいいけどねえねえたけし
So I started calling the Takashi sitting on the other side of the table. Alright, I got it.
本当
I gave up. I'm sure the Takashi and you would slide with Sarah. Felt I had fallen into a trap. Yeah, a little bit. That's legitimately what I'm doing, though. You're not you. I'm not getting you nothing. Wait for the next round if you want those points. Exactly. You're not important to right. You're not important right now, Sarah. Listen. Anything that's gonna give me points with you is something I don't want to. Okay. No brownie points. I don't want them right now. Maybe later. Maybe in another timeline. I'll want them. and I will take your offer and just get you a drink like a nice boy, but not right now, okay? I mean, I fell into the trap anyway, so I'm gonna do it, but still. Like, I'm not gonna... I'm gonna fight a little, okay? You can't complain no matter what I bring back, okay?
Okay.
Ah, what a pain. Left the conference room and headed for the kiosk. I had a good idea where it was from my wanderings around the complex the day before. I went through the rest area on the way. Huh? Something had been left on the bench. It was wrapped tuna sandwiches. I figured they were probably sandwiches that Takashi had made and taken to Tsugumi and Sora. I assumed that they had been forgotten during the blackout. Alright, I might as well take these along. There it is. It happened. There's probably gonna be more too. So it's fine. Took the sandwiches and put them in my pockets. For the kiosk, I started looking for drinks. There's enough food and drinks for us to survive for days. There were only tuna sandwiches and ingredients to make them there, but... The council will not decide your fate. Okay, it's fine. At least we didn't have to worry about food, meaning it was a blessing in disguise. I took 6 cans of cola from the kiosk's freezer. Only Sarah had asked, but I thought I'd take back enough for everyone. Here we go. Carrying the cola in both arms, I started heading back. Here you go. When I came back, everyone was chatting loudly. Cards are randomly placed on the table, facing down. Might have been playing a game.
Okaeri.
Ever since I was there, I'd bring back enough for everyone.
大義でござった。
Sarah took 2 of the cans and handed one to you.
はい、先輩にもどうぞ。お、気が利くじゃん、少年。
Yep, thoughtful kid. You took the cola from Sarah and popped open the tab. She held down the carbonation to keep it from erupting. Like a pro, she kept her being showered with sticky liquid. So, what were you all up to with the cards? What are the remaining 4 cans on the table?
ピロピロピンポンドーンだよ。
It's okay, it's that same thing before, but you said that too fast. I could not. What's that?
あれ知らないの？ピロピロピンポンドーン。
Never heard of that. No,
そっか。
never heard
少
of
年
it.
は記憶喪失だから忘れちゃったんだね。超有名なゲームなんだよ。
Is it though? What is it? I couldn't remember even those kinds of things. I wonder if I should have been more uneasy about my lost memory than I was. First, I thought I'd have a cola. Oh, by the way, I also brought these. Remember the sandwiches and plunged my left hand into my pocket while holding the can in my right.
え、何？
These. Remove the wrapped sandwich.
お、どうしたんだこれ？お前が作ったのか？
It was on a bench in the rest area. Didn't you leave it there, Takashi?
ああ、そっか。空に渡し損ねたやつか。停電の騒ぎの時置いてきたんだった。
Oh, yeah, yeah. I thought that somebody might be hungry.
おー、素晴らしい。君って本当に気が利くな。
He rushed over and violently mussed up my hair. Oh, that's right. I have another one. Feeling good about myself, I put the can in my other hand and went to get the sandwich from my right pocket. What in...
どうしたの？
It's gone. There's nothing in my right pocket.
落としたんじゃないの？
How do you lose a sandwich if you put it in your pocket? No way. I didn't think I could have dropped it. Somehow I felt there was something odd going on.
よし、じゃあこれは空の分だ。
What happened to the sandwich, though? It just disappeared. Oh, are we doing this now? Takashi, are you gonna throw a cola and sandwich at Sora now? So we can be like, whoa, crazy, Susan AI, what, why did... We always do this.
朝食べてないだろ？
いえ、私はいいんです。
Like, why has it gotta be a secret in the first place? I don't
遠慮する
understand.
なよ。これ俺が作ったんだけど、味には自信があるんだ。
ええ、でも。
おいおい、嘘じゃないぞ。
そうそう、美味しいのは拙者も保証するでござるよ。
Me too. Sora and I both raised our hands in a show of agreement.
そら、俺の飯が食えないのか？
そんなことおっしゃられても。
I mean, yes, she can't eat your food.
じゃあなんだ？昨日食いすぎたか？それともダイエットか？
いいえ、でも。
ダメダメ、きちんと食わなきゃ体に毒なんだ。ほら、受け取れ。
He tossed the cola and a sandwich towards Sora. He traced a gentle arc through the air. Sora suddenly reached out her hands. Reached out, but... But Sora didn't catch them. No, she couldn't catch them. She didn't avoid them. It wasn't that she was too slow. Sora was there with her hands extended into the space. The sandwich had fallen at her feet. Cola had violently slammed into the wall behind her and exploded. The spilling cola didn't get Sora wet. The droplets looked like they flew throughout Sora's body. The sandwich wrapper covered the silhouette of Sora's sandal, as if the two had melded together. Takashi wasn't the only one surprised. I also was confused and without a clue. It could have been that it seemed odd because I didn't know from the start. Or maybe it seemed strange because I'd forgotten it. So all I could do was sit there with my mouth agape, eyes staring at the spectacle.
ですから、私はいらないと申し上げたのですが。
Sora made an embarrassed looking impression.
いや、あれだ、俺は。
Now she looked completely puzzled.
ちゃんと渡すつもりで投げたんだけど、おかしいな。手が滑っちゃったのかな。
すいません。でもちっともおかしくはないんですよ、倉成さん。
でも、コーラ吹いてる、かかってる。服は大丈夫か？
はい。
っていうか、サンド踏んでる足の先がないですよ、ソラさん。
ごめんなさい。
Just like that, Sora's vanished toes reappeared. The place where the sandwich was supposed to be wavered unsteadily. I didn't have any idea what it all meant.
もしかして倉成さんご存知なかったんですか？
Sora's shuffling embarrassedly. Like, how would you just guess this? Like, he's been, like, being like, hey, you need some food? Like, before this. Like, I don't know.
お前は一体。
For some reason, you gave a huge sigh right next to Takashi. And then... she burst out laughing.
倉成、面白いから黙って見てたけど、あんた本当に何も聞いてなかったのね。
何をだよ。
Like she was still
ゲー
confused.
トに入場する時の説明。
Oh yeah. We tried to listen to that, but never actually did.
だからそれはなんだよ。
Looking around, only Takashi and I were surprised. A strange expression floated onto Sarah's face, but it seemed like she knew what knew was going on. Tsumi's face was blank. Apart from Takashi, it seemed like nobody felt there was anything to be that surprised about. Tsugumi stood up as if irritated.
もう見ていられないわね。くだらない。
After spitting out those words, she left the conference room. Maybe we were used to it, but we just watched her go. No one tried to stop her.
まあつぐみのことは放っておくとして。
Yeah, that's what you gotta do, pretty much.
ソラ、悪いんだけどもう一回自己紹介してあげて。
はい、わかりました。
The punctured cane had stopped fizzing. Sora took a step towards us, carefully avoiding the sandwich, and straightened up. Through a slight bow, she spoke.
私は茜ヶ崎空。正式名称は LMRSDS4913A と申します。このレミューの案内係を仰せつかっている人工知能、いわゆる AI プログラムです。
Yep.
私はレミシステム内の機能の一部として組み込まれていますので、手近な端末で呼び出してくだされば、レミューの館内どこにでもすぐに参ります。また、全館に及ぶ本格的な RSD を採用することで、私の姿形は実現されています。おそらく世界でも珍しいのではないでしょうか。
やっぱり RSD だったんだ。でもここまですごいのは見たことないよ。レミューの自慢の出し物の一つだからね。だから空は停電の間いなくなっちゃってたんだ。
Yeah.
ええ、どうもご心配をおかけしましたね。
I finally lost any sense of what was going on. Tashi looked flustered as well. The conversation had taken off and left me and Takashi behind. What's RSD?
簡単に言うと、半導体レーザーを直接網膜照射する画像表示システム。
Those lasers are dangerous. They'll sear your eyes off. I see. I nodded. I had no clue what she was talking about. But I thought it might have been because I had no memory. It doesn't seem that any more questions would stall the conversation. So I decided to take a I don't get it, but that's okay approach.
それにしても随分高度な人格を持たされてるんだね。
I didn't think that Sora seemed to be following the conversation the
仮
best.
想空間を生み出す技術にレミューは相当なこだわりを持っていますから、私の存在もその一環です。
大きなシステムが必要なんじゃない？
そうですね。それでも数十年前に比べればかなり小型になったのではないでしょうか。
どのくらい？それってどこにあるの？見てみたいな。
すいません。私の口からは言えません。秘密なんです。
詳細なデータを持たされてないの？
ええ、そうです。
I guess Sarah is a tech person. Interesting.
じゃあちょっと質問を変えるけど、空自身の意思は記憶によって変容して。
The conversation was getting more and more technical. Sora kept badgering Sora with technical questions. Things about samplings and algorithms and structure this and encode that. Jargon was flying around. My head started to hurt. Hey, you? I approached you and tugged on her sleeve. This conversation is crazy complex. What's with Zara anyway?
忍びのもの。
A computer ninja. Stop with the stupid jokes. She puffed out her cheeks as if pouting. It didn't seem she was in the mood for a comeback.
マヨはね、ハッカーなのよ。
Oh, really? Hacker? That means... What's a hacker? Naturally, I know what a hacker means. I do know what a hacker means, but I'm curious what this this visual novel from 2002 has to say about hackers. Hacker.
なんて言ったらいいんだろう。コンピューターを扱うエキスパートとでも言うのかな。
Yeah, that's not.
とにかくパ パソコンにすっごく詳しいの。おまけにプログラミングの腕もプロ顔負けっていうレベルでね。
That's a proper response.
趣味でプログラムを組むことはもちろん、この間なんかクラッキングコンテストで優勝しちゃったぐらいだし。
Cracking contest?
暗号破りのコンテストのこと。言っておくけど犯罪じゃないよ。
It's not illegal. This is perfectly legal.
暗号技術の会社が開催する技術の安全性の確認を目的に行われる合法的なクラッキングで、そこでハッカーたちに自社のアルゴリズムをわざと攻撃させるの。
It's getting more and more lost.
まあ要するに暗号解読ゲームの大会だと考えて差し支えないと思う。
I don't know if that helps either. Oh, so it's a game.
ゲームだと言ってバカにしない方がいいよ。なんたって世界中の腕に覚えのある技術者が参加してたんだから。
It's more like if you have a bank and you're like, hey, thieves, try and get in. If you do it, we'll give you some money and not arrest you for breaking into the bank because we're trying to test if people can get into the bank. It's like that, but for computers. I think that's more accurate than being like, it's a game. I think that is not as accurate. I mean, I guess we're speaking like low terms, but still.
そこで優勝するってことは世界でも屈指のハッカーということになるの。世界一って言っても過言じゃないかもしれない。
The best? That's just way too incredible.
そうね。コンピューターにかけては彼女きっと天才よ。
I see. It seemed that you truly couldn't tell who a person was. It seemed that you truly couldn't tell who a person was by appearances. Apart from being a little mischievous, you just seemed like a normal girl. But Sarah just kept talking with Sora about things that I couldn't comprehend. There's a gap between who she appeared to be and who she actually was, as with everybody. I kept staring at Sarah from the side in a state of semi-awe. In the end, only Takashi was completely surprised that Sora was AI. He was an employee of Lemieux, so of course she knew. Before leaving the room, Tsugumi hadn't seemed all that surprised. Sarah, as it was clear by her questions, had a solid grip on the situation. And the situation we were in was so crazy, I didn't know what to be surprised about. That's all true. Several hours passed. Soon the sun was getting ready to set. In the dark depths of the ocean, my sense of time had eroded. I checked the time on my watch, finally making sure it was night. Nothing changed in Lemieux. No one new showed up to visit us, but things hadn't taken a turn for the worse, either. There didn't seem to be any impending danger of a floor collapse. We each spent the time as we pleased. We'd long forgotten that we were trapped. I was in the rest area. I sat on the bench and looked at the blooming flowers without really seeing them. There's no one else around. We're going to meet again at 7 p.m. Until then, we had free time. There's another one. I was thinking about Sora. The revealing of what she really was. Sora's real identity. AI. Artificial intelligence. A program. A virtual image. Sora didn't really exist. In other words, Sora wasn't a person. But Sora clearly had a will of her own. She could think and act for herself. I knew that much. But with my limited knowledge, everything other than that was beyond me. There are lots of things that I couldn't know. I looked down. The floor was covered with a layer of water. The lights in the ceiling were reflected in the water. It was was like the cold light of the moon. Poked my finger into the water. Plop. Water rippled and the surface shook. The light in the water fragmented into disarray, finally returning to its original shapes. Reach into the water, trying to grab the light, but could only grab a little seawater. I couldn't touch the light. Tried again and again, but no matter how I tried, I couldn't grab the moon.
それでどこからお話ししたらよろしいでしょうか?
I wish you'd start with the basic stuff. Sora's sitting next to me. At least, that's how it appeared to me. I decided to seek an explanation directly from Sora. What exactly was Sora? It might have been rude asking her outright like that, but I thought it would be ruder to continue along without really knowing.
わかりました。RSD についてでしたね。
Yeah. There's another one. There's like 3. Are we gonna start counting now? Maybe. Might be something you don't really want to talk about.
それはどうしてですか?
Oh, you're not a person, you're Sora. So asking about systems and stuff, it might be kind of personal. I don't really know how to say it. I just thought that it might be like someone peeking inside you and kind of unpleasant. A broken explanation brought a soft smile to Sora's face.
そんなことは気になさらなくていいんですよ。少年さんはさっきおっしゃいましたよね。私が何者であっても、私は私なんです。
Yep.
たとえ私の根源に関わるようなことをお話しするとしても、それは私自身を知ってもらうことに他ならないのです。
Oh no. The yawn counter is at 3. Oh no. Though I'd probably have to clip them myself if I actually wanted them to show up. But it's fine. Maybe I'll do it. Maybe I won't. I don't know. I squeezed my hand shut. Of course, I wasn't holding anything.
それから実は先ほど倉成さんにもご説明したばかりなんです。
Huh? Takashi.
はい。
Sora gently put her hand on her chest.
私は皆さんと同じではありませんが、皆さんと同じでありたいと思っています。
Yeah, I mean, true, but you pretty much have your
だからこ
place.
そ、私は皆さんに私を知ってもらいたいのです。
Saying that, Sora looked at me and slightly dropped her eyes. Felt like pieces of the puzzle scattered on the floor in my mind were about to fall into place. As if enticed by her grin, we became quiet.
では、RSD についてご説明を始めますね。
I concentrated on what she was saying so as not to miss anything. You placed both of her hands on her chest.
少年さん、ちゃんと私が見えますか?
Yes, I see you.
少年さんのすぐ隣に立っています。間違いありませんか?
I'm
で
positive.
すが、
Suddenly, Sora faced me and reached out towards me. Then... Whoa. Sora's hand slipped into my chest without resistance. Reflexively, I tried to grab her arms, but my hands met with nothing. My hands were in front of my chest, but there was nothing there.
そう。少年さんは今、私を見ています。しかし私は、実際に少年さんの隣にいるわけではありません。
Saying that, Sora pulled her hand back.
RSD レティナルスキャニングディスプレイ、網膜操作による表示装置です。この表示装置には表示部がありません。網膜に向けて出力の弱いレーザーが照射されているのです。
Retina, you mean my eye?
はい。各部屋や通路の天井には半導体レーザーの出力装置がついています。それで少年さんの網膜自体に 直接画像を映し出しているってことになりますね。
Image.
ええ、はい、私の画像です。
Directly on my retina.
一般的なホノグラフィックスクリーンは背後にある物体を透過してしまいますが、眼球そのものを仮想画面として扱い、また周囲背景と合成した画像を高速で送り続けることで、その問題はクリアされています。
Yeah, that's okay, Maji. It's real simple on Twitch. YouTube, that's... you can't really... They're supposed to be working on that, apparently, I heard, but that's not a thing yet. But yeah, Twitch is easy. You just hit the little, like, what is it called? Like the clapper board? Like that, like if you're filming a movie, the thing they clap to, like, start the thing, you just hit that. You can pick out, like, from the last, like, last minute or so? Something like that. I don't know. But it's okay, all the same. It's fine. But what about your voice? It sounds like your voice is coming from where your mouth appears.
少年さん、3D サウンドって聞いたことはないですか？
3D sound.
ヘッドホンをつけて音楽を聞いたことは？
Probably, but I can't remember, so I don't know for sure.
そうでしたね。失礼しました。では答えを言ってしまうと、大抵の人は音が後頭部の中心あたりで鳴っているように聞こえるはずです。
Inside their head, I try to visualize what she meant. Melody playing in my mind. I get a vague sense of what she said. Yeah, I think I kind of see what you mean. I probably have heard something like that before.
でも実際には音が頭の中で鳴っているわけではない。
I suppose not.
これを応用して左右の音量調節および反響音のシミュレートを的確に行うことができれば、前後左右上下どの方角からでも音が聞こえているように錯覚させることができます。
I see. Oh, you mean the voice converters? I still have both of them in my ears. I removed them. They're about the size of the tip of my little finger. In front of me, Sora's mouth moved soundlessly. It was like I couldn't hear her voice. But that wasn't all. Then her image started to get a little fuzzy. Huh? When I replaced the voice converters, Sora turned normal.
投影する映像の定位の修正を左右対になった変換器の位置で行っているんです。少年さんがどこにいてどちらの方向を向いているのか、レミはそれを常に館内のセンサーと変換器からのデータを用いてミリ単位で計測しています。ですから私が少年さんの背後20メートルの位置にいるときには、ちゃんと少年さんの背後20メートルの位置にいるかのように音声が聞こえるようになっているのです。右にいるときには右から、左にいるときには左から、下にいるときには下から。
Under? When you're under?
とにかくそういうことなんです。わかりました？
Yeah. Don't think about that one. Don't think about that.
少年さん、今度はちょっと左を向いてみてください。
Face left, she said. First, I didn't move around to my right.
さっき私はレミが少年さんの位置と向きを常に把握していると言いましたが、同時に少年さんの眼球の動きと位置も常に計測し入力しているのです。ですから少年さんが動いても私は同じ場所に立っているように見えます。そう見えるような画像をレミがスキャンしているということです。
So you can be made to suddenly disappear or reappear in another
見
place.
たいですか？
No, I think I'll pass. I suddenly imagine Sora disappearing and fleeting around here and there. It's kind of like you're a ghost.
ええ、よく言われます。同じ場所にいて同じものを見ているにもかかわらず、ある人には見えて ある人には見えない存在。私は見たことはありませんが、もし本当に幽霊みたいなものがいるとするなら、それはきっと私と同じような存在なのでしょう。
Now I get it. But there's something that bothers me.
何でしょう。
So you can't be in more than one place at a time. For example, you couldn't be in one room talking to me and in another talking with Sarah.
理論上は可能です。しかし私の場合、それはできない仕様になっています。
Why
お
not?
客様にリアリティを感じていただくためだと思われます。世界中に空という存在はたった一人しかいない。そういう設定にしておかないと、お客様の中には混乱なされる方もいらっしゃいますし。それと制作者のポリシーですね。私を独立した人格を持った一個のキャラクターとして扱おうとした制作者のポリシー。そういえばユナイテッドランドのキャラクターも同様だと聞いたことがありますね。
United Land,
単
I
なる着ぐるみ
love
のマ
that
スコットは
place.
1体ずつ。物語の中と同じように、同じ種類のキャラクターが2カ所に存在しないように配慮されているそうですよ。
The time for our gathering was getting near, so Sora and I headed to the conference room. It seemed strange that Sora, who could teleport anywhere instantly, was walking. Maybe she was doing it to humor me. I was wondering about the laser retina scan. So if I was in a place that laser couldn't reach, then I couldn't see you.
もちろんそうです。ですが、出力装置は館内のすべての部屋に設置されていますし、光線を反射させるためのミラーも壁、天井、床の構造材に埋め込まれています。ほとんどどこにいても私の姿を見せることは可能なはずです。
There are no blind spots.
そういう設定になっています。けれど、致命的な欠点が一つだけあります。 私は誰かに見られることによって初めて具現化することができるのです。
What?
誰も私のことを見ていなければ私は存在しないも同然ということです。例えばここにいる5人全員が一斉にまぶたを閉じたりしたら、その瞬間私の姿はどこにも存在しなくなってしまうのです。
I usually held my hand in front of my face, or in front of my eyes. I carried my view forward and looked down near my feet. There was no sign of Sora next to me, as if she had vanished or never been there in the first place. Surprised, I moved my hand and Sora reappeared in the corner. The outline of Sora's sandals blurred dimly in the water.
誰かが私を見る。その行為があって初めて私は姿を現すことができる。視線、誰かの視点が私を作るのです。少年さん、あなたが目を閉じたとき、私は消えてなくなるのです。
Eventually, we reached the conference room. Sora's face was one big smile. Somewhere in her smile seemed a hint of sadness. At least, it appeared that way to me. It was nighttime, but deep below the ocean's surface, it was only slightly darker than before. Fortunately, the damage to the Mew hadn't worsened. We had a late dinner, eating the tuna sandwiches that Takashi made. Incidentally, we had gotten rid of that frozen tuna because no one knew how to cut it out. After eating, there was really nothing to do. I'm not doing it. Listen. These things get clipped around these parts. I'm not faking one. Thank you. If you need a real one, go get the earlier ones. Takashi's yawn was contagious.
それにしても眠いね。
まあな、特にこれといってすることもないし。
No one slouched in chairs, just spacing out. True. There's no impending danger, no new developments. The situation we were in remained unchanged, and it somehow felt as though time had stopped.
クラナリだらしないぞ。
He said that in a tired sounding voice.
ダラダラするなよ。
でもな、今更館内をうろうろ歩き回ったって大した意味はないだろ。結局助けが来るまで待つしかないんじゃないか。
Let's wait for the help that's not ever going to show up.
あ、そう。ああ、さてさて、私はちょっくら出かけてきますかね。こいしょ。
Rubbing your shoulders, you stood up.
あれ？先輩どこ行くんですか？どこってわけじゃないけど、散歩にでも。体動かさないと余計に疲れるのよね、私。あ、拙者いいこと思いついたでござるよ。
So they raised their hand instead.
いいこと？みんなで体を動かすような遊びをするでござる。いいけど、例えばどんな遊び？
We're playing hide and seek?
忍者ごっこ。それはちょっとね。
鬼ごっこなんてどうですか？
Regular tag. Sora seemed up for the idea.
ああ、それならいいかな。よし、みんなでやろう。
We're not playing kick the can, we're playing tag.
おいおい、なんでそんな子供の遊びなんかを。
ところで、少年はどうする？もち参加するよね。
There's your real one. Am I in? What? Me too.
だってみんな参加するって言ってるんだよ。少年もやらなきゃ。私は参加しないわ。
ちなみに俺もだ。
もとい。つぐみ以外のみんなは参加するって言ってるんだよ。
俺も不参加だって。
You don't get to be out. It's not your choice, Takashi. For a yawn, stop. Don't count them, please. I don't want to know. Alright, I'm in. It's pretty much sick of the boredom.
よーし、決まりね。田中選手、松永選手、茜ヶ崎選手、倉成選手、少年選手。以上5名の方がエントリーされました。
Tag champion, let's go.
でも、ただの鬼ごっこっていうだけじゃつまらないと思いません？そうね。
Oh, we're not playing tag.
缶蹴りにしてみてはいかがでしょう？
Oh, we're playing kick the can again. Yeah, true. So are you sure we could grasp the simple games like this?
そういうんじゃなくて、何かこう変わった思考が欲しい。
Oh, we're not playing kick the can. What are we playing? Make up your minds. We all thought. And then...
仕方ないわね。
Tsugumi stood up from her chair sluggishly. She walked briskly towards the corner of the room. Flipped off the light switch.
なんだよいきなり。暗いじゃないか。
どう？これで気が済んだ？もううんざり。私までおかしくなりそうだわ。
Tsugumi shot a nasty look and left the room.
何？あれ。さあ。
Tsugumi's tired of our shit.
騒がしいのが気に障ったのでしょうか？
But still, why turn out the lights?
私までっておかしいのはあいつの方だろ。でもまあ時間が経てばちゃんとまた戻ってくるさ。
ねえ少年、
Hmm.
悪いんだけど電気つけてきてくれる？
Sure. Why don't you go switch on the lights?
ちょっと待って。
What is it?
せっかくだからこのままでやろうか。暗いところで鬼ごっこ。あ、じゃないや、缶蹴りをするの。
Tag in the dark. Sora took one of the empty cans from the table.
名付けて闇鬼。
Kick the can in the dark. Ooh.
面白そうじゃない。それで決定。
You change one thing and everybody's cool with it.
私も賛成です。
It's a bit more exciting than normal tag.
当然、倉成も OK だよね。
たくしょうがねえな。
So your name is... So on your name is... on your name is... we all agreed, besides Tsugumi, to play Kick the Can. We decided who was it using rock, paper, scissors.
せーの、チッケピッ。
が負けだ。
Takashi was out on the first try.
クラナニが最初の鬼ってことで決定。決定。
頑張ってくださいね。
Everybody was grinning at Takashi. Takashi looked about as sorry as was possible for him to look. Here you go, Takashi. I handed the empty can to Takashi.
でもって隠れられるエリアはこの3回全部。よーし、みんな隠れるぞー。よーい。
ちょっと待った。
Takashi held up a hand, hurriedly stopping you from sending one off.
いいお前、今なんて言った？
隠れるぞ
違う、その前。
隠れられるのは3回全部。
マジかよ。会議室の中とかじゃなくてか？
Where are you gonna hide in the conference
この
room?
部屋だけじゃ狭いし、隠れられるとこが少ないじゃない。
だからって3回全部かよ。
あ、もちろんここから歩いていけないエリア。
There's another one.
階段に隠れるのもなし。
それでも広すぎるわ。
I'm tired of playing Kick the Can, okay?
鬼が
I've played it like
一人探してる間に
twice.
絶対他のやつにやられるぞ。
I hope we find out who kicked the can.
いいじゃない、そのくらい。
よくない。ゲームが成り立たない。切実な問題だ。
もう文句が多いな。
Yeah, it loves to
まあまあ
complain about everything.
確かにハンデがありますね。それでは3階フロアの照明はすべて落としますが、代わりに音がよく聞こえるようにしましょうか。
Yes, balance the game, Sora, please.
水のある通路を誰かが移動していればわかります。それから私も移動中の場所がわかるようにします。足音を合成して音声変換器に発信しますから。
オッケー、そうしてくれ。
あ、でももし缶にたどり着いたら私どうしましょうか。
Huh? Oh.
あ、そうか。ソラは缶が蹴れないじゃねえか。
Well, I just noticed, if we played tag, we'd have to ban Sora from jumping about as an image.
じゃあ私がペアになってあげる。鬼の時も逃げて隠れる時も空と私は常に半径1メートル以内にいなくちゃいけないってことにするの。
Hmm.
そうすれば私が缶を蹴ればいいんだしね。そうしよう。
はい、お願いします。
On top of that, we made Sora promise not to use the bioscan or Lemieux to monitor the location of everyone. Yeah, that makes it fair then.
よーし、準備よーし。
Look, everyone was ready.
じゃあ数えるぞ。1、2、3。
Actually started counting. We dashed out of the conference room. Left the room in a group. The sound of our stepping through the water sounded deeper than before. I see, so this is what Sora meant by making the sound carry better. Thought I'd have to pay attention to which sounds are mine and which were the others. This will determine which footsteps belong to the person that was it. But for the person that was it was easier because everyone else was the enemy. That pretty much negated any advantage we might have had. At least, that was what I thought. I thought it would run a fair bit.
はい、ストップ。
Sort of running in front of the pack stopped us. What's up?
先輩、早く隠れないと見つかっちゃいますよ。まあまあ、いいから話を聞きなさいって。
何か作戦があるんですね。
Strategy.
そう、その通り。このまま普通に行けばバラバラになって隠れるだけなんだけど。
What is that, like 7 now? Fuck.
それだと負ける可能性も高いわけじゃない？
But that's the way the game works, isn't it?
甘い！甘いぞ少年！ゲームといえども男なら必ず勝ちを取りに行かねばならんのだ！
But aren't you supposed to be a girl, you? Listen, you got the spirit, and that's all that counts. stop myself from saying that in the nick of time.
でも先輩、必ず勝つ方法なんてないですよ。
Yeah, it's fine. We don't need to keep count. I don't remember.
本当にそう思うのかね、マヨくん。
You said that as you played with Sarah's braids. Well, hurry up and tell us already.
私たちにあって鬼にないもの、それを検証すればおのずと答えは見えてくるでしょ。私たちにあって
But Takashi doesn't.
人数ですね。鬼、倉成さんは一人だけです。
イエス、その通り。
You can't get all of us. Oh, I get it. We'll try to win by sheer numbers.
あ、私たちの一辺に押しかければ鬼は手も足も出ないはずなの。
誰かが見つかったとしても、すぐに別の誰かが缶を蹴ってしまうわけですね。
You can't get all of
その
us.
人が見つかっても、すぐにまた別の誰かが缶を蹴る。
そうやって一斉に集中砲火を浴びせれば鬼は攻撃を防ぎきれないでしょ。なるほど。ってことで総員一旦3回した後、会議室の缶めがけて突撃。缶を蹴ったらすぐに離脱。そのヒットアンドウェイの繰り返しで勝利はこっちのものよ。
But isn't that kind of cheating?
そんなことないって。物量作戦は傭兵の基本よ。デフォルトよ。
Yeah, military strategy. It's fine. It's kind of like violence by the
民
masses.
主主義作戦って言って。
Whatever.
民主主義、多数決、つまり勝者は弱者よ。
We separated and all aimed for the conference room via different routes. Our footsteps sure were loud. Still, if we didn't hurry, Takashi would find us. I just hoped that someone would get there and kick the can before he found me.
ほら、誰だ。
Oops. Suddenly Takashi's voice rang out behind me. Yeah, the plan is you assaults Takashi and then we win. That's the plan. I was so concerned with the sound of my own footsteps that I didn't hear him approach. At that distance, there was no way I could get away. I gave up. Oh no, you caught me. Am I the first one?
ああ、
Dang. That means if you catch everyone, then I'm it
多分
next.
そういうことになるな。
What if someone will show up to help me? Takashi, if you don't go step on the can, I'll go kick it.
お前って缶蹴りのルールはちゃんと知ってるんだな。
Assault! Yes! Suddenly you came flying from the side and really sideswiped Takashi with a jumping crush chop to the neck. Takashi's head had gone underwater. He was pointing at this submerged Takashi and crackling crazily. While in the water, Takashi stood up.
お前だ。
この勝負もらった。
Yes, physical assault!
ふざけんな、待ち
Goodbye!
待てと言われて待てますかっての。
おのれ、突き飛ばされた恨み、腹さで置くべきか。
She took off in a mad dash after you. Well, I guess I better go kick the can. I showed leisurely to the conference room. When I entered the room,
少年見っけ、カンフンだ。
she pointed at me, declaring that. Stepping on the can. She was near him and looked depressed. Looked like she had lost. Oh no.
甘いぞユウ、俺を出し抜くことはできん。
ずるい。倉成、缶の場所変えたでしょ。
どこに置けとは言ってなかったろうが、そっちもいきなりチョップかましたりしたんだ。お互い様だろ。
Yeah, that's even.
はいはい。それにしても何を、私が一番最初に缶踏んだされちゃったわけ？
おう、そうだぞ。
作戦失敗か。
作戦？
They were talking, the sound of splashing footsteps could be heard approaching the door.
ただいま参上。
空と空みっけ。
Oh, she stepped on the can.
あら、田中さん、先に着いてしまわれてたんですか？
ちょっと予定ずれちゃったね。
Yeah, it didn't work.
ナッキュ先輩が出ていくのちょっと早かったんじゃないですか？
You said we would all charge together.
作戦ってそれかよ。
みんなで同時に缶に飛びかかれば防げないかなと思って。
はあ、せこいこと考えるやつじゃな。
えへへへへ。
You laughed mischievously and with a hint of embarrassment. You gathered in the center of the room.
さてと、意外に簡単にみんな見つかったわけだが、まず今みたいに結託して缶蹴りに来るのはやっぱ禁止な。
なんでよ。
俺はともかく、お前は防げるのか？同時攻撃を。
無理っす。
だからだ、だいたい面白くない。鬼がタイミングを見計らって人を探しに行ったり、その隙をついて他のやつが缶に接近したり、その意味がなくなるだろ。
へい、了解です。
You reluctantly agreed to be it the next time.
みんなもそれでいいな。
Sora, Sarah, and everyone nodded.
よし。では次は優が鬼だ。空き缶はあっちにあるから自分で拾え。好きなとこに置いて数を数えて。
Not a can being kicked rang out in the darkness.
おい、誰だよ。蹴ったの？
私じゃないよ。
As she got that out of her mouth, you started to run away.
あ、こら、てめえ。
They all scattered like scared butterflies.
なんだか知らないけどラッキ
You said that as she ran.
ー。間一髪でしたね。
But who kicked the can? All four of us had been found by Takashi. It was that anyone caught couldn't kick the can.
私でもないし、先輩でもない。空は最初から蹴ることができない。
Oh, the mysterious can kicker strikes again. I didn't kick it.
小松さんではないでしょうか。
No.
つぐみがまさか。
It was a ghost.
でもそれしか考えられないよね。
I wonder if Tsugumi wanted to play the whole
きっ
time.
と照れていたのでしょう。
That could have put a whole new... That could have put a new, almost adorable twist on her personality.
あったらお礼言わないとね。
Sarah laughed happily as she said that.
さて、ここで解散しよっか。
You proposed that as we reached a T in the corridor.
そうでござるな。では、ご分を。
また後で会いましょうね。
You went left, and Sarah and Sora went to the right. I made a save. To go with you, because why would I not?
あれ
Hold up though. Okay. Yes, I did come this way. Hello. Yeah, but where do you plan to hide?
それを今考えてるところ。
We kept running.
さてと、どうしようかな。
As we scanned the area for trouble, we looked for a hiding place.
意外な場所に隠れないとすぐに見つかっちゃうしな。
Yeah. Well, let's go in a room for now. As I said that, I heard something. Somebody is coming?
マヨたちじゃないの？
Probably. We peered off in the dark to the direction of the sound. We could see someone's silhouette. The build could only be... No, it's Takashi.
本
Hurry, we've gotta hide. Why are we playing the shit is bad music for this? We dove in the nearest room. It was the elevator hall. What are we gonna do? There's nowhere to hide. She steadily approached.
そうだ、あの中に隠れるわよ。
Huh? Where? His fingers pointing at the elevator that was stuck on its way to Zolterstock. There's one that Sarah had been stuck in the day before. The door is still open. First, you lifted me on her shoulders, and I hurried into the elevator. And then I pulled her up. So we were able to hide in just an instant before Takashi came. I held her breath, watching silently. No emergency light lit the elevator. Just profound darkness and silence. I could hear you crouch to me, breathing. I could almost hear my heart. I hope he doesn't find us.
来たみたいよ。
Takashi appeared at the bottom of the stairs. Seeing that he hadn't pinned down our position, he was glancing around. My heart rate rocketed. Pounded in my ears. Put my hand on my chest just to hold it in check. Oh, please don't let him find us. Takashi just stood there, as if he was sure that we were around.
あれ、変だな。こっちの方で足音がしたはずなんだが。
We're not
気
here.
のせいだったのか。
It was your imagination. Leave. Looked like he had finally given up. Phew. As I thought the crisis had passed. A sneeze welling up inside me. Why now? I clamped my hand on my mouth as I desperately tried to hold it back. Somehow I managed to keep it in. You're not supposed to sneeze.
おい、そこにいるな。誰だ？
Run away! Yeah, but where could we run?
私に任せて。
Go punch him! I sensed it. You threw yourself out of the elevator. You made a spectacular dive, turning it into a stunning drop kick. Drop kicks? Fuck yeah!
おお、
You can throw drop kicks? Fuck yeah, let's go! Fucking throwing drop kicks. Fuck yeah. We fought well, but Takashi found us. Can't stop. A short while later, he found Sora and Sora too. We went in the conference room.
おし。あとはつぐみだけだな。
Takashi stepped on the can, looking satisfied.
にしても変なんだよな。
Weird. What
さっ
is?
き蹴られた缶なんだけど、缶はそのままだったんだよ。
はあ？言ってること意味不明だよ。
The can didn't move, but it was kicked.
蹴られたはずの缶がこうやって立ってたんだって。
How exactly that works, I don't know. Takashi said that as he squished the can some more.
まるで誰も蹴ってなかったみたいに。
蹴られた缶が転がってそのまま起き上がったのではないでしょうか。理論上はありえます。
最初に置いてあった位置か？
それは変ですね。
そんなことよりも早くつぐみを探しに行かなくていいの。
Oops.
そうそう。負け惜しみはそのくらいにしなさいよ。
Yeah, go find Tsugumi.
今負けてんのはお前らの方だろうが。
はいはい、そうでした。そうでございましたよ。
Yeah, go find Tsugumi, you, not complete winner.
もう探してきなさいって。
You and Sarah waved Takashi away.
なんて偉そうな。全然勝ってる気がしねえよ。
Because you're not living it up, that's why. Takashi left the room, grumbling. Soon after that... Sound of a can being kicked rang out in the darkness. What was that?
なんだかよくわかんないけど。チャンス。
いいのでしょうか。
I wonder if it's okay. In the confusion, we made our third escape.
おい、見つかったやつが蹴ったらルール違反だろうが。
Heard Takashi shouting soon after. Of course, neither I, you, Sarah nor Sora, none of us had kicked the can. Oh, that had to be Tsugumi again. True. Yeah, you're not living up to win. You got drop kicked, so maybe that doesn't help. But like, you gotta celebrate, even though you got drop kicked. Listen, Yu's gonna assault you at some point. Fucking Takashi. So let's deal with it. Always sneaked into the room without anybody noticing. Was what we thought. Ultimately, Takashi soon caught us again. He yelled that we had cheated and started out to find us right away, but we didn't get far. Since he checked to make sure everyone was there except on the can, even once for Tsugumi. The next time, nobody kicked the can.
今度は少年が鬼だからな。
Oh, I admit now. Alright, I count to 100, right? I took the can and set it in the chair with my face down. Alright, here I go. 1, 2, 3. Out of the conference room, fleeting around the floor. 100. Open my eyes. That empty can by my feet. It was as far as the entrance I could get it. Looked around the dim light. I still have to go look. Decided to head off to check some rooms. Let's go to the control room. Where to the central control room? We? What do you mean we? You mean I? What do you mean we? I don't think there was anywhere there for anyone to hide. Oh. It was set up with the center surrounded by a giant monitor and console. There was Tsugumi. She was slouching in her chair, staring blankly into the monitor. Tsugumi, I caught you. My declaration, Tsugumi looked at me like I was a fly in her soup.
あのね、
He glared at me.
私は参加なんてしていない。
Come on, you already kicked the can twice. She might have fallen for it, but not me. Stepped on the can just to be safe. Took it from the... let's go to the elevators. The elevator hall. There's no sign of anyone. Just in case, I also checked inside the elevator that you and I had hid inside. Of course, no one was there. That place was a waste of time. Decided to go elsewhere. Wonder where they hid. The rest area. I made for the rest area. At first, it looked like there was no one there either, but I noticed something. One of the stone pillar silhouettes in the open area had an odd shape. And on the top of the pillar there had something strange about it. I edged closer. There was definitely something there. Where I was, I couldn't tell exactly what that something was, but it was definitely a person. Maybe they thought they were acting like Kawala. What did they intend to do if they fell? I mean, can you really call that hiding? I called out to that clinging something. Isn't that tiring? Sure looks dangerous. But you sure got a lot of guts. You're tougher than I thought, Takashi.
なんで俺だと分かったんだ?
I don't think everybody else would climb on the statue just to hide. Takashi slid down the column. The only person stupid enough to hide there was Takashi. I gotcha. I stepped on the can. Took it from the... That was like 8? I worked through that last one, so it's fine. He asked. A tuna sandwich shop. There's no sign of anyone. Just in case, I peeked inside. course, there was no one there. The place was a waste of time. Letting go elsewhere. Go to the ruins. The Marian Ruins. The attraction was designed with the motif of a lost continent believed to have sunk to the ocean floor ages ago. Standing there in the darkness in that eerie setting, it almost made me imagine that I had sunk to the bottom of the sea, sunk to the bottom of the ocean. No, that was only half true. Huh? Sounded like a footstep. Is someone there? Where was my imagination? It wasn't. The darkness and in the building in front of me was the dim outline of a person. But that light and at that distance, I couldn't be sure who it was. It was like the person was holding their breath, waiting for me to not notice. But he or she looked like they were ready to dash off in an instant. Thought if I bumbled closer, the person would run away. I had to figure out who it was from afar. It had to be... You, I found you! As you give it up, the silhouette started toward me.
どうしてわかったの？
Bingo. Looked like my hunch was... Looked like my hunch paid off. Stepped on the can. Only Sarah and Sora remained. I walked around Witcherstock looking for the two of them. I heard footsteps in the direction of the conference room. There sure is Sarah. No way, is she trying to kick the can? Made a mad dash for the conference room. Entered to the room. Two of them were just at the door. Sarah and Sora. Sprinted into the room on their heels. I gotcha, Sora and Sora. But Sora just ignored me and kept running. Her eyes were on the can. As she knew where the can was. Damn, I thought I changed the location of the can. I also ran towards the can. Did she kick the can first? Or did I step on it first? Damn. Two of us stumbled to the floor. Ouch. Oh, sorry. We kinda, sorry, my bad. Oh, the next thing I knew, I was on top of Sarah. Sarah's eyes were open, staring at me. But I managed to support my body with my arms so that I didn't completely come into contact with her, but her face was close to me. It felt like I might be sucked into her eyes and was captivated by her cute nose, slightly open lips, and glimpse of her tongue. I felt her breath on my face. Been running until that time, and I felt the heat rising from her skin. It smelled of sweat. The sweat of our... The sweat of our sweat? No. The smell of our sweat mixed together. I felt the warmth of her body against me. It was hard to breathe. My mind started to go blank. My whole body stiffened, and I couldn't move. As if our bodies were paralyzed as we lay there staring at each other. Sarah slowly raised up her cheek. Oh, danger, she's mad. That's not what I should have been worrying about. The can? Where's the can? I turned my neck, searching for the can. There it was. I jumped off of Sarah, pointed to her, and declared loudly, Sora and Sora, I gotcha! And stepped on the can, triumphantly. That was the last stepping stone on the can.
それにしても瞬殺だったな。
Wait. Hold up. What was that last line, excuse me? Why did I stepping stone? What? Oh, not my settings. What's going on? Hello? Oops, turned me on. That's not what I meant to do. Fine now. There's a short bit of... Okay. Okay, good to know. I don't know. Everything's broken. I can't speak either, so it's fine.
倉成さんの半分以下の時間でしたね。
俺が鬼ん時は反則が多すぎたんだっつうの。
でもこんなに暗いのにドンピシャで名前当てまくるなんてすっごい勘だよね。
Yep. Everyone crowded around me and started making a fuss.
先輩どういうことですか？あ、マヨは知らないのか。この子ね。
As you placed her hand on my head, she explained about how I had caught her and Takashi.
おい、つぐみ、いい加減白状したらどうだ？お前もこっそり参加してたんだろ。
It's fine. Garden variety scuff. It's good. It's fine. At some point, Tsugumi returned to the conference room. Oi. Tsugumi sat in a chair, pretending to be asleep and ignored Takashi. I felt someone was watching me and turned around. Yeah, true. If it gets set on fire, then that's a problem. Sarah's looking at me strangely. Said she might be angry again. It was just an accident. I avoided her look uncomfortably. I was in to kick the can. In the end, it made a mystery who kicked the can those times. We passed the rest of the night uneventfully. Okay, so we traded a blatant mystery for a anime-esque fall on top of the other person, and then you sit there for like an hour, like, why? I'm on top of you now. I'll look at her face. Oh, we traded the big, like, who kicked that can? What the heck? For that. So that's fun. Anyway. It's a peaceful time. I decided to enjoy a satisfying rest. It is Wednesday. With a splish. Scooped up water with both hands and splashed it on my face. The incident made contact and sent a sharp shock to my brain. Snapped open my eyes, completely awake. I thought I had probably repeated that ritual several thousands of times. It was my way of refreshing myself in the morning. I lifted my face and wiped it with the towel. A smooth white counter, a sink, a finely correct mirror. I stared foggily at my reflection in the mirror. I fast Takashi was returning to the corridor. Hey. Hey, don't look so depressed, Takashi. Well, a lot's happened in the last couple of days. Are you worn out? Saying that, he headed off to the bathroom. Sora and you were waiting in the conference room. Two of them seemed wired. Morning. No, I'm awake. I don't know about that. Sarah sure didn't seem to have a problem with mornings. I was just glad that Sarah appeared to be in a good mood.
今まで目覚まし時計を何個叩き壊したことか。
You've destroyed alarm clocks?
マヨって寝起きがすこぶる悪いよね。今朝なんか早く締め殺されるかと思ったよ。でも先輩の反撃の方がすごかったですよ。一瞬で寝技に持ってかれて。
Are you wrestling in here? What wrestling hole? Tell me.
これよさないか、子供のいる前で。
Okay. Alright. That's fine. Let's not think about that anymore. I was getting a headache. Maybe it was low pressure, low blood. Maybe it was low blood. Can't speak. Hold up. Hello. I can speak words. I swear. Maybe it was low blood pressure that made me not a morning person. Finally, when Takashi came back, conversation turned to breakfast.
つぐみと空がいないみたいだけど、いいのか？
そうだね。でもきっとそのうち現れるよ。
I mean, Sora can't eat, so it's fine, but like, Tsugumi will eat whenever.
まあ、あの二人ならそうだな。
We all made our way to the kiosk.
みんなホットドッグでいいよな。
Hot
ホット
dogs?
ドッグ？
You got hot dogs in there.
ここにホットドッグなんかあったんだ。
冷蔵庫の奥に少しだけあったんだ。隠しメニューってやつだな。
With that, Takashi disappeared inside the kiosk. Appeared, like, what is wrong with me? I cannot talk anymore. I cannot talk accurately anymore. What's going on? I like Takashi would be chef for another day. But
あれ？
what? Takashi let out a sharp... A sharp? That's not what that word says. What the fuck? Get it in your head, me. Read the words. Takashi let out a surprised yelp from inside. Looking into the shop, there's Takashi, frozen in front of the freezer with the door open. What's wrong?
どうしたもこうしたもあるか？ないんだよ。
Someone stole the hot dogs!
何が？
Oh no!
材料だよ。ホットドッグの材料。ここに入ってたはずのソーセージがなくなってるんだ。
Not the hot dogs.
最初からなかったんじゃないの？
いや、夕べまでは確かにあったんだって。晩飯作ってた時に見つけたんだからな。
Who ate the hot dogs? It's true. The scuff is starting to reach the brain. The language center is under attack. Oh no! I mean, I've always not been able to talk words. It's fine. Don't worry about it. But who stole the fucking hot dog? That's what I want to know. You think they were stolen?
誰に？
I don't know. Listen, Windows, I'm busy. You gotta restart later, okay? I don't got time for you.
そう。一体誰だよ。
Interrupted me, gosh. She slammed the door violently shut.
まあまあ、別に食料が底をついたわけでもないし、いつものメニューでいいんじゃないの？
Well, let's go with the regular. That was loud.
そんなことより早くご飯にしようよ。私もうお腹ペコペコだよ。
Just start cooking.
私も。
Who cares if the hot dogs were stolen? Just start cooking. You and I are of the same opinion. Honestly, it probably could. It probably is why I'm getting issues. We weren't expecting hot dogs to begin with. I was hungry. Actually, still looked peeved. Maybe it was because he was hungry too. The first thing we had to do was fill our stomachs. In the end, we gave up on hot dogs and went with our standby menu, tuna sandwiches, for breakfast. When everyone had a Takashi-made sandwich in hand, we sat down for a lively and fun breakfast together. You and Sarah were especially boisterous. Takashi said that the two of them easily made as much noise as 3 or more people. But that was just Takashi being himself. The two of them never seemed to run out of things to talk about, and kept jabbering away cheerfully about the most meaningless things.
ねえ先輩、覚えてます？うちの学校に小西って先生いるじゃないですか。小西？ああ、コニーのことね。滑腹のいい無類の動物好きの音楽教師。そうそう、そのコニー。まだいるんだ。あの先生も長いね。そのコニーがね、ついにこの間電子犬を買ったんですよ。
You bought a robotic dog, like the what the hell was it called? Like the iRobot thing. Like it was a dog. You could play your music with it. Like that thing. Cause that thing, that's cool.
そうなの？あの大のメカ嫌いが？ええ、何度も可愛がってたペットに死なれちゃって、その度に学校休んで。私が学校にいた時はクローンで蘇らせたりとかしてたんだけどね。
Excuse me? What? What? Excuse me? Cloning your pets? I mean, that's gonna happen probably. But excuse me?
結局そのクローンも病気にかかって死んじゃうんですよね。あの先生、きっと呪われてるんですよ。そっか、あのコニーがね。今の電子犬って本物そっくりだから、機械ってことを意識しないで飼えるのかな。
Huh. Are we talking like Black Mirror dog? Or are we talking like it looks like a real dog, but it's just a not real inside? Like it looks like a actual dog. Like with like fake fur or whatever. Are we talking like that kind of robot dog? Or are we talking like it looks like a robot? I don't know.
そういえば先輩の家にもいましたよね、電子犬。
Oh really? Did you?
うん、いるよ。本当はお母さんが飼ってるんだけどね。
You have a robot dog at your house? That's cool.
ずいぶん古いタイプらしいんだけど、壊れることもなく元気にしてるよ。考えてみれば、マヨはうちに遊びに来たことなかったよね。今度おいでよ、見せてあげるから。はい、そうですね、機会があれば。こらこら、遠慮なんてしなくていいんだってば。私とマヨの仲じゃないの。ええ、もちろんですよ。
なあ、ところでよ、ちょっと聞いていいか？
That's kind of an off response. Just then, Takashi jumped into their conversation.
何？
二人とも仲いいみたいだけど、どういった関係なんだ？
あれ？言ってなかったっけ？
Oh, I guess not. Takashi shook his head as he gulped down cola. You and Sora are from the same school. You graduated already. I think she said she was at Kumenikan Girls High School until this last March. Entered for them, but you nodded. When you was a senior, Sarah entered the school as a scholarship student, and you added. A scholarship student? I'd never heard of that before.
ひょっとして裏口入学ってやつか？
何でもかんでも自分と一緒にしないの。
ちげえよ。俺はそんなせこい真似してないって。
私、もともと家庭の事情で高校に進学するつもりはなかったんだけど、でも父が懇意にしている旧メーカーの学長が相談に乗ってくれて、特待生として通えることになったの。
It's probably like a private girls' school, is why you need a scholarship for that. Okay.
要するに、その才能を埋没させてしまうのは惜しいってことだったみたいね。
It sounded like Sarah was a bit of a prodigy and sort of famous. Sarah's amazing. That and the information from the day before about Sarah's computer skills made me think that she might be on a different level than the rest of us.
別に大したことないよ、そんなの。
It's no big deal. Sarah looked bored as he said it. It was no big deal for her.
でもよ、学校は同じって言っても学年は違うわけだろ？ってことはクラブか何かで一緒だったとか？
そうだよ。私と先輩は新入生のクラブ会員をきっかけに知り合ったの。
Eating sandwiches, Sarah held the cola and the cola can in both hands and gazed at the ceiling with a distant look in her eyes.
あれは今から1年前、私が救命艦女子高等学校に入学して間もない頃の話。
Flashback time. It was a sunny spring afternoon after class. A light wind made the cherry blossoms dance in the schoolyard and dust gently tickled the nose. There were groups of new students walking in starched new school uniforms, full of nervousness and expectation. There were senior students eagerly calling out to them to join their clubs. It was probably a scene played out on most school campuses. To let my imagination run wild, I was looking around the campus and trying to get a feel for my new surroundings. All of a sudden, from among the din of voices and activities, someone called out to me. I stopped. Looking in the direction of the voice was a girl student, her face one big smile. On the ribbon on her uniform, it was clear that she was a senior. Her hair was cut short enough that it just hit her ears. It also made her look like a go-getter. When I pointed to myself to see if she meant me, she nodded, smiling. The fine girl approached me. What was it with her? I wondered if she was trying to pick me up, or... I had a bad feeling about the situation. Seeing my skeptical face, the girl with the bobbed haircut tried to explain herself. What's the club? So that was it. I wonder how many people had asked me the same question. I was pretty sick of the whole thing.
もうどこかに入部が決まってるとか？いいえ。だったら、いえ、私どこにも入部しないって決めてるんです。もうそんなこと言わずに、せめてちらっとだけでも部室を覗いていかない？遠慮しておきます。ほれほれ、そう思いつつもどんなことしてるか気になってきたっしょ？ちっとも興味ありません。いいからいいから。 取って食われるわけじゃあるまいし、ちょっと寄っていきなさいってば。
You doesn't take no for an answer.
ですから。ああ、つべこべ言わず、黙ってついてきやがれ。
That persistent senior dragged me to their club room, half by force. So you was that girl?
お前って今も昔もちっとも変わってねえな。っていうかまんまだ。
Pretty much.
はね、あの時は必死だったんだからしょうがないでしょ。
Come to our club. You got no choice. But why are you so eager to get Sarah to join?
それは部にとっては死活問題だったからよ。存亡の危機に瀕してたの。要するに部員不足で廃部寸前だったわけでござる。
Yeah.
ああ、なるほどね。
何しろナッキュ先輩を入れてたったの3人しか部員がいなかったでござるからな。
3 people aren't a club. 4 people, that's a club.
私はその年で卒業だったから新入部員が入らなきゃそのまま廃部になるところだったのよ。自分たちが苦労して築き上げてきたクラブがなくなっちゃうなんて耐えられないでしょ。
まあそれはわからないわけでもないや。
ということで部の存続のために背に腹は変えられない状態だったのよ。
So exactly what kind of club was it?
それはもう健全でかつ上層教育にも役立つ知的で人生にとっても有益なクラブよ。
おお。
Tiger took a swig of his cola.
具体的な活動内容は？
ハッキング。
Oh, a hacking club.
いきなり吹き出さないでよ。
アホか。ハッキングのどこが健全だっつうんじゃい。
なんでよ。
犯罪だろうがそれは。
アホはあんたの方でしょ。ハッキングは別に犯罪でもなんでもないの。
あ？そうなの？
It's like she looked at me. I said, what the heck is she talking about? Listen, I understand. I understand what she's going on about. I get it. Oh well, I figured that I had to explain it. Actually, listen. Originally, hacking as a word meant the rhythmic manipulation of a computer. People that could do this were called hackers. This evolved into the word hacker for technicians and computer research experts. What you're probably thinking about is the hacking they talk about in the news, meaning a crime committed using a computer. Like when somebody steals secret information or destroys data via computer. That's a mistake. That kind of thing is called cracking. It's completely different. That doesn't hold up anymore, but go off, kid. People who do that kind of thing are known as crackers. You know, you get a distinction between them. What's the matter, everybody?
ねえ少年って。
本当に記憶喪失か？
まあとにかく分かった。要するにハッキングと犯罪は正しい意味では何の関連性もないの。あれはコンピューター技術の向上を目的とした知的な集まりだったんだからね。
へいへい、俺が悪うございました。
It's a computer club. I'm surprised that you was involved in an indoor club.
ああ、私ね、掛け持ちしてたの。他にもいろいろやってて、全部で7つくらいかな。
7? That's a lot. Wow, I see.
それで結局、サラはそのまま入部したわけだ。
You didn't.
そこでおとなしく入部しないところがマヨのマヨたるゆえんなのよ。
With that ambiguous comment, you get a distant look in her eye and started to speak.
あの日、マヨを部室まで連れ込むところまでは良かったの。でもね。さあどうぞ。ここが我らがハッキング同好会の部室よ。どうしたの？遠慮しないで入ってよ。狭いところだけどさ。
本当に狭いですね。
まあね。
それにものすごく物が多い。
まあね。
要するに入れないって言ってるんです。
You'll fit.
まあね。
Like always, our little one-room club room was so cluttered there's nowhere to even walk. Several computers and a steel rack covered the 3 walls, and the floor was covered in a tangle of cables. In one open space, there was computers without covers, and bound-up printouts were piled high. A stuffed animal bumblebee, a button with a picture of a nuclear missile blasting off, an unidentified X. And other things were scattered around, almost completely covering the floor. If Matsuduka-san had been a clean freak, we would have lost her right there.
あれ、ナキュ先輩、その子ひょっとして新入部員？
A girl stood from in front of a computer, her chair nearly buried. She was the head of the club. She always wore glasses with black frames and clipped her hair in 2 braids. Her name was... I forgot.
そうだよ。これでなんとか廃部だけは免れたね。
They answered her, hopped from one floor tile to the next as if they were stepping stones and jumped into the room.
私まだ入部するとは。
と
Matsunuka-san was still contemplating how best to enter the
とこ
room.
ろで相方は？
今日は風邪で欠席っす。
あ、そう。流行ってるみたいだから気をつけないとね。
Oh no,
こ
colds!
んなところに長い時間いたら具合が悪くなって当然だと思いますけど。
Matsunuka-san gingerly entered the room as if searching for one foothold and then another. Every step she took, her footsteps were punctured with a crunching noise of something we're breaking. Of course, we ain't paying attention to it.
それじゃあ早速実地体験といきますか。どうぞ座って。
I earthed a chair from the pile of junk and gestured to Mazanuka-san to sit.
私部屋を見に来ただけですから。まあまあいいから騙されたと思って触ってみ。意外と面白いから。その前に一つ聞いてもいいですか？なんなりと。このクラブハッキング愛好会でしたよね。ハッキング同好会。でもその割に画面に映ってるのただのゲームみたいなんですけど。そこなんだな。
Pressed my arms and nodded seriously several times.
実はハッキングとは名ばかりで、現役の部員にはまともにプログラミングできる人がいないのだよ。
It's a hacking/gaming
で
club.
きる人はみんな卒業しちゃってね。まあゲームとはいえコンピューターのいろはを学ぶ意味においてはパソコンに慣れ親しんでおくのは悪いことではなく。
We gonna play some Age of Empires?
何？今のうちに言っておきますけど、私に関わるとろくなことないですよ。ですから。また何言っちゃってるんだろうね、この子は。負の存続の危機なんだから、メリットこそあれどデメリットなんてないない。これ触ってもいいんですか？
That seems like pointed at the keyboard.
あ、どうぞどうぞ。操作の仕方はね、結構です。わかりますから。
Sat in the chair, took the mouse, and stared at the monitor. She opened several files. Finding the one she was looking for, she opened it up and started editing it. She didn't even glance at the keyboard, she just tapped nonstop. The speed of her touch typing was incredible.
すごい。
She had finished typing. Matsunuga-san opened a different piece of software and started typing in commands. The hard disks whirred to life, and finally... Suddenly, the face of a bumblebee appeared on all the monitors in the room. The face stared out at us and winked, and all the faces stuck out their tongues at us.
何これ？このパソコン操作を受け付けない？
Next instant, all the computers suddenly shut down at once. Tua stood there, stunned. Finished, Matsunuka-san stood up and said
分かった
quietly,
でしょ？私に関わるとろくなことがないの。だからもう付きまとわないで。
and she left.
あれ？どうしたの？パソコンが立ち上がらないんですよ。電源のコードが抜けちゃったんじゃないの？そういうんじゃなくて、電源が入ってるのに起動しないんです。
She broke the computers. That's kind of fucked.
え？
She meant the software had been destroyed. The problem wasn't limited to just one machine. All the computers in that room that were connected to the network were in the same state.
あの子、あの短時間でここのシステムをクラッキングしたってこと？
Looking down, there was stuffed bumblebee glaring up nestily at me.
マジっすか？
マジよ。
たく、とんでもねえ女だな。
だってあの時の先輩とんでもなくしつこかったから。
だからってよ。
Pretty much. Sarah bricked a bunch of their computers to just make a point. Pretty much. What, then that would mean that...
逆よ、その逆。入部しなかったなんて言ってないでしょ？その後先輩ったら毎日のように私のところまで押しかけるようになったの。
Even though she did that to your computers?
されたからよ。
Basically, you had been taken by Sarah's genius. By her genius for programming. Day after day, her fixation drove her to call on Sarah. Finally, Sarah was overwhelmed by Yu's enthusiasm and joined the club.
こうして私とマヨの付き合いは始まったってわけ。ニンともカンとも ニンニン。
There you go. With that long story finally over, we all stretched.
さて、食事も済んだことだし、会議室にでも戻るとしますか。
Sure. So we hadn't eaten, but there's no point in waiting around for her. Well, we took our sandwiches back to the conference room.
私はちょっとの間失礼させてもらうよ。
え、どっか行くのか？
Yep, Sarah succumbed to you pressure. Yep.
ちょっとね。こらこら、女の子のプライベートに首を突っ込みすぎると嫌われちゃうぞ。
He shrugged and patted me on the head.
先輩、私は悪いんだけど、マヨも遠慮してくれるかな。はーい。ごめんね。すぐに戻るから。
He shot the dejected Sarah a smile as she headed quickly towards the
お
door.
い、どこ行っても構わねえけど、何かあったらすぐ戻ってこいよ。
He shot Takashi a thumbs up on the way out of the door. He was on the way to the conference room. Ah. I looked up at the ceiling. What's that? I thought I had seen something for a second. But when I had done a double take, I didn't see anything.
おい、どうしたんだ？
Even with Takashi calling out to me, I couldn't tear my eyes from the ceiling. I wonder. I don't know what it was, but I swear I saw something.
見た？何を見たんだ？
Well, I didn't really see it. I just have a bad feeling about the second floor somewhere.
何言ってるんだよ、お前。
I think we should check that floor one more time. Saying that, Takashi slapped me on the shoulder. Suddenly, I came back to
あ
myself.
んま気にすんなよ。何かあれば、空があらかじめ警告してるはずだろ。
Yeah, you're right, but
お前も
still.
疲れ溜まってるみたいだな。
Yeah. I wonder if that was really all it was. I tried to remember what I had seen while I was walking. It was like waking up after a dream and having the dream slip away. I couldn't remember it. When we returned to the conference room, Tsugumi was there. To our surprise, he was eating. Oh.
あ
The reason we were all so surprised was because Tsugumi was eating a hot dog.
何？
き貴様か。
何を怒っているの？
He was indifferent. That just served to fuel Takashi's fury.
さんとばかりじゃうんざりだろうっていう俺の思いやりよ。お前は
She stole the hot dogs! Just calm down. Try to calm him down. But Tsugumi just continued to munch on her hot dog without a care.
でもさ、さすがに独り占めはずるいと思うよ。
そうだそうだ、食い意地のあったやつめ。今にクジラみたいに太ってマリアナ海溝に沈んでいく羽目になるぞ。おい、
独り占め？
Tsugumi polished off the last bite and turned to face Takashi as she wiped her hands.
何を言っているのか意味不明ね。私が食べたのはこれだけよ。
なんだと？材料は確かに人数分あったはずだ。だけど今は一つ残らず消え失せてる。つまりはお前の胃袋の中ってことだろ。
さあね、数なんて覚えていない。ネズミにでもやられたんじゃないの？
The rats ate
じ
them.
ゃねえよ。そのネズミってのはお前のことだろ。
It was the rats. Takashi's fury only grew while Tsugumi stayed calm. She brushed away the hair from her forehead and stood up quietly.
もう一度聞くけど、何を怒っているの？
言ったろ。みんなの分まで食ったことに対してだ。
私も言ったはずよ。私が食べたのはこれだけ。それに
Tsugumi glared at
あな
Takashi.
たが怒っている本当の理由はそんなことなの？
あ？ どういう意味だよ。
あなたの予定が狂ったことに対してではないの？
Schedule.
そうだとも。本来ならばみんなにご馳走するはずだったホットドッグがなくなっちまったんだからな。
Tsugumi stared unflinchingly at Takashi. The two glared at each other. Sora and I were in no position to step in between the two. All we could do was watch to see what happened. It was then that suddenly a low metallic sound reverberated throughout the complex. It was a dull, muffled sound.
なんだ。
少し揺れたわね。
They turned their attention to the new situation, forgetting their fight.
なあ少年、今のは。
I don't know.
まさかさっきの嫌な予感とやらが関係してるのか？
I shook my head. I don't know. Maybe we should ask Sora.
呼びましたか？
Hello, Sora. I don't know where Sora appeared midair and floated down in front of us.
おお、ソラ、どこ行ってたんだ？
申し訳ありません。寝坊してしまいました。
Sora looked embarrassed.
寝坊？ってお前、いや、それはひとまず置いといて。
Yeah, no time for that. Hey, did something just happen? There was a awful noise just now.
フロアを支えるシャフトの一部に歪みが発生しました。
We didn't see any signs of it yesterday.
はい。事前の計算にはありません。海流の乱れに影響された模様です。
どのくらいやばいんだ？
誤差の範囲内だと思いますが。いえ、待ってください。ツバイトシュトックの倉庫、圧力制御用の配管に異常があります。
Oh, we're gonna go do this, huh? We're gonna go fix the pipe and somebody's gonna get injured.
圧力制御用の配管って？
レミューを覆っている多重隔壁、その内部の圧力調整を行っているパイプです。万一これが破損していた場合、私の力ではこれを修復することができません。異常は軽微ですから緊急は要しませんが、倉庫の状況を確認いただいた方がいいと思います。お願いできますか？
ああ、任せてくれ。
Yeah. I actually volunteered right
しょ
away.
うがないわね。
What? I couldn't quite make out what Tsugumi had said. Then
私も行くわ。
I instantly volunteered for the task.
つぐみ？
何？私がついていくの不服？
いや、そういうわけじゃねえけど。
誤解しないで。事態が事態だけに一時休戦ってことよ。修理するなら工具類が必要なんじゃないの？私ならいろいろ扱い方を知ってる。
そうだな。わかった。頼む。
私も手伝うよ。
オッケー。じゃあサラも一緒に行こうか。あれ、そういえばユウはどうしたんだ？あいつまだ戻ってこないのか？
Oh yeah, you isn't here, huh? I wonder if she didn't notice the shaking just now.
いえ、そんなはずはないと思うのですが。
Do you know where she is?
申し訳ありません。あいにくと現在、センサーの一部に支障が出ています。館内全域をチェックすることができません。
I wonder what happened. I wonder what happened to you.
ねえ少年、先輩を探しに行ってくれる？
Huh? Me?
ちょっと心配なの。
I was also worried about Sarah and everyone going off suddenly like that. An extra set of hands couldn't hurt. Actually, I'll go have a look around for you.
よし、それじゃあ少年、任せた。
何か分かったら、レミを通じて私を呼んでください。
Alright, see you later. I ran through the corridor, kicking up spray as I went. You! Hey, you! It was strange. I thought maybe she wasn't on that floor. Just then, Sora's voice came to me from the voice
少
converter.
年さん、私です。ソラです。田中さんの居場所が分かりました。もちろん、無事でいらっしゃいます。
Huh? Where is
ツバイ
she?
トシュトックの警備室です。
Security office. Why is she there again?
そこまでは分かりません。田中さんの方からこちらに連絡があったのです。
I got it. I'll go to the warehouse as well
いいえ、
then.
それには及びません。
Why not?
調べたところ、幸いにして被害は大したことなかったのです。
Sora added that there are enough people to do the required work.
それよりも田中さんのところへ向かっていただけますか？
To where you is.
はい。ちょっと様子が変なのです。
Huh.
断
Strange.
定はできないのですが、私にはそう感じられました。ですから、誰か様子を見に向かわれた方がいいと思うのです。
Wouldn't it be better if you went instead of me? Something was strange. I didn't know what I could do.
申し訳ありません。あいにくと、私はこれから制御室に行かなければならないのです。
Control room. Is something else wrong?
それは、いえ、ちょっとしたレミのメンテのためです。
I
大
see.
変お手数なのですが、お願いできますか？
Sure, I don't have anything better to do. I'll check on you. The security office, right?
はい。ではよろしくお願いします。
That conversation felt a little suspicious to me. A little bit like, Sora knows that you is probably trying to hack into the system to be like, hey, where's my dad? And Sora's trying to prevent that, but like is also being like, hey kid, go distract you for me. Thanks. Was pretty much that conversation. Interesting. I climbed the second store. I climbed to the second floor via the emergency stairs. I called to you via the intercom on the side of the security office door. You, it's me. Can I come in? After a bit, the door opened.
どうしたの？なんでここに？
He was unable to hide her surprise. Sora's right. Strange might have been the word for it. Sora told me to come.
空に？
Yeah, she said that something was strange and she wanted me to take a look. I couldn't think of a better way to put it and blurted out the truth. Is this a bad time? You slumped her shoulders as if defeated and heaved out a sigh.
もうしょうがないか。考えてみれば、空には筒抜けなんだもんね。ほら、そんなとこに突っ立ってないで入りなよ。
Alright.
君もコーヒー飲む？
Followed you into the room. It smelled like hot coffee. In a corner of the room was a ancient siphon coffee machine percolating up dark liquid. He offered me a chair and I sat down. I turned to the coffee maker to pour coffee. What are you up to in here? I asked you that bluntly as I leaned back in the
調べ
chair.
物だよ。
Looking into something. White steam curled into the air from where she was pouring the coffee. Is this something that you have to hide from everyone? I thought it came out a little too accusatory. Maybe I was a little peeved that she was hiding something from us.
さあ、どうぞ。
She turned back towards me with a white cup in each hand. She handed one
暑
to
いか
me.
ら気をつけてね。
Oh, thanks. White cup, white steam. Only the liquid inside was black. Mi's logo was printed on the cup.
さてどこから話したらいいのかな。
You sat down next to me and took a sip of her coffee. She gradually started to talk.
私、前に言ったことあったよね。私がレミューのバイトを始めたきっかけ、行方不明になったお父さんの手がかりを探してるって。
Yep. I nodded.
私は17年前にいなくなったお父さんの手がかりを求めてレミューにやってきたの。
You said that the last place he was seen was in the Mew, right? Oh, are you investigating that?
そう、
You nodded and shifted the cup to her other
お
hand.
父さんについての情報よ。今から17年前、ここで大きな事故が起きたらしいの。
Accident?
私もよくは知らないんだけどね。 何しろ当時のニュースを調べてもほとんど何もわからないの。
What do you mean?
事故の原因、具体的な被害状況、その後の経緯、どれも曖昧な報道のされ方で、要するにマスコミも詳しいことは知らなかったんじゃないのかな。何か大きな力で情報が封じられてたってことね。
That's interesting.
17年前の謎に包まれた事故。17年前に行方不明になったお父さん。そしてお父さんは事故の直前までここで働いていた。これらのことから推測できることは、
You think the accident had something to do with the disappearance of your
そう
father?
いうこと。ここにはレミにはお父さんの痕跡が残ってるはず。そう思って私はやってきた。でも実際に働き出してみると、そんなことを調べる余裕なんてなくて、それどころかレミのデータベースには近づくことすらできなかったの。まあ当たり前なんだけどね。私の考えが甘かったってこと。
Just squeaked as you slumped back in it. You stare at the ceiling.
でもね、ついにチャンスが訪れたの。
Opportunity? You don't mean this
そう
accident.
よ。
You placed the cup next to the console.
私はこうして今レミに触れている。事故が起きたおかげで私は晴れて目的に近づけるようになったの。まあそのおかげでこうして命の危険にさらされてるわけなんだけどね。
You joked, shrugging your shoulders. I'll ask you one more time, but did you have to keep it all a
そ
secret?
りゃね。だって関係者とはいえ私は何の権限もない1バイトに過ぎないわけで、そんな人間が事故のどさくさに紛れてレミューの機密事項に触れようとしてるんだよ。普通ならこういうのを、
A kind of looting, maybe.
そういうこと。これは情報窃盗罪っていう立派な犯罪なの。けど隠し通せるわけなかったんだよね。なんたって空にはレミの動きが手に取るようにわかるわけだから。
I think she would understand your situation if you explained it to her.
どうかな。
You growled as she put the cup to her lips. I took a sip of coffee too. It was super bitter and super thick. So, did you find anything out?
それがちょっと困ったことになってるのよ。
Saying that, you started tapping on the keyboard. One of the monitors in the wall shifted from footage of an observation camera to an image of a computer desktop. In the middle of it, one window was open. You explained as she started at the screen.
これはね、ネットワークに接続するための認証画面なの。
Authorization
接
screen.
続しようとしているユーザーがシステム側で許可された人間かどうかを判定する画面ってこと。
I see. I think I kind of got it, but not
私
really.
はこれからレミデータベースの C レベル、要するに機密情報にアクセスしようとしてるの。でもそんな重要なデータを誰それ構わず見ることができたら大変なことになるでしょ。 だか
Probably.
らこうしてここを覗こうとしてるあなたは誰ですかってコンピュータが聞いてきてるの。
She spoke, you used the mouse to click on the box for name. Inside the box were written the words Yukie
当
Tanaka.
然私の名前だとアクセスできるわけないから、こうやってアクセス可能な人間の名前を偽って入力するわけね。だけどそんなことは誰だって考えついちゃうよね。
I suppose so.
これを作った人だってバカじゃないから、それを防止するために本当に本人かどうか確認する方法が取られてるの。本当にあなたが田中幸恵ならパスワードを言いなさい。
You then used the mouse to zook around the box for password. It was still blank. And what about the password?
それを今考えて してるの。
What? You don't know it?
わからない。
So you haven't looked up anything yet?
調べてないっていうか、調べることができないっていうか。
So you're stuck.
これのこと。
You nodded and gave a big sigh. After a second's pause, he was back to typing on the keyboard. There's nothing for me to do. I just sat there, watching you do her thing. From her fingertips, a password was entered in the input field. The digits she types were blocked out by stars so that anyone watching wouldn't know what the word was. You finished your input and hit the enter key. Access denied. Invalid name or password. You immediately typed in another line of letters. Access denied. Hey, you. I was just wondering, who is Tanaka Yuki? Looking at the name, I was wondering, is she a relative or something?
私のお母さんよ。
Your mom worked here.
働いてるの。現在進行形。
Hey, your mom researches archaeology, right? You said something about it yesterday, I think.
で、
You answered, her eyes still glued to the computer. But archaeology has nothing to do with theme parks, right?
私もそう思う。でも、予算の下りない大学の研究室よりは、レミューの方がはるかに得るものが大きかったんじゃない？
Is Lemieux doing some kind of archaeological research?
少なくとも、やってるふりだけはしてるみたいね。レムリア大陸の遺跡を調査してるらしいから。20世紀の終わり頃、沖縄の方のどっかで海底遺跡が発見されたでしょ。ライプリヒ製薬はその遺跡こそレムリアが存在したことの証だみたいなことをまことしやかにそれとなくルフしてるの。海底遺跡の発掘調査プロジェクトにも多額の資金を投入してる。何を企んでんだか知らないけどさ。
Mom was involved in that project too.
詳しいことは知らないけど、そうみたいね。でも多分ふりをしてるだけだと思う。お金だけもらって実際には別のことを研究しちゃってるんだ。
Something
昨
else.
日も教えたでしょ。第三視点という昔の概念。
Mom sounds sneaky.
悪いお母さんよ。でも気持ちはわからないでもないかな。世界中の海底遺跡を掘り下げたってレムリア大陸の痕跡なんか見つかるわけないんだから。それが不毛だってことはみんな知ってるの。ライプリヒ製薬の偉い人もきっと知ってるの。なのに研究してるふりだけはしなくちゃいけないの。
I wonder why. It sounds like a waste
さ
to me.
あ、企業の考えることだからお金儲けにつながるんじゃないの？
True.
あ、そんなこと私たちに知ることはできないし、別に知りたくもないよ。
Oh, that's right. I've been meaning to ask you, but what do you mean that your mom is researching the third eye?
要点を簡単にまとめていっちゃうと、N 次元上の全体像は N プラス1次元内から俯瞰することによってのみ認識することができる。
Uh-huh. It didn't sound very basic to me. What did she mean?
要するに、私たちは4次元的な視覚を得ることで、初めてこの世界の全貌が知覚できるのだと。
I had no idea what she was talking about.
まるで第三の目が開眼したかのようにね。
Yusan stopped typing there for an instant, and she popped her neck loudly. Reached out for a cup and took a sip of coffee. I think yesterday you said something about evolution. About losing that organ thingy on the head. The,
違う違う、そっちじゃなくて、ここで言う第三の目っていうのは超能力のような力の方。例えるならヒンズー教のシバ神の額にある第三の目。 ヨガでいう眉間のチャクラ、アジナーチャクラ。仙道における炭鉱法。密教において弘法大師が室戸岬で治めたという虚空蔵菩薩九文字法。チベット密教などで言われる天元通。
I felt like I was being bombarded with exotic words. Conversation completely left me behind.
昨日も言ったと思うけど、第三の目が開眼すると真の知恵が湧き、万物を見通すことができるらしいの。そんなものが本当にあるとしたらの話だけどね。
So let's see. That means, in summary, it goes something like this. Your mom is researching an ancient concept called the third eye, or third perspective. And once someone has acquired the third eye, they can sense the fourth dimension and see the whole of the world. And that is in line with the legend of the third eye.
ああ、そういうことね。お母さんに言わせれば、第三の目という概念そのものが第三視点の一つだって言いかねないけど。
I don't quite get it. Why would a sense of the fourth dimension allow someone to understand the whole world? Or why is a sense of the fourth dimension necessary? We're seeing the world of where we are right now. I don't get the connection between the third eye or third perspective and fourth dimension. There are lots of things I didn't get. All concepts seem to be beyond my understanding.
さてと、休憩終了。
You started working again without answering my question. Hey,
悪い
you.
けど、今日の授業はここまで。ここから先を説明するのって結構難しいの。見ればわかるでしょ。今忙しいんだよ。知りたかったら今度わかりやすく教えてあげるから。
You didn't say anything more. Okay. Decided to give up for the time being. I remembered I was still holding the cup. I feared not drinking it would be a waste, so I drank it down. Ugh, this is so bitter. And it's so completely cold, too.
はあ、もうお手上げかな。
You muttered that and looked down dejectedly. Leaned back in the chair and it squeaked. In the end, she hadn't found any new clues. Actually, she hadn't even gotten past the authorization screen. Access denied, invalid name or password. The message had been displayed again and again, and it still sat in the middle of the screen.
ああ。
He was really down. So you couldn't get it, the password. Don't you have any ideas? I mean, when somebody sets a password, it's usually a word that has to do with them. A birthday or a phone number for something short. Even somebody that wanted to think of something nobody would know would probably come up with a phrase related to their past. I mean, there's almost nobody that uses a meaningless combination of numbers and letters. If they did, they would probably forget it. If they forget it, then a password is
も
meaningless.
ちろん思いつくフレーズは一通り試してみたよ。逆から読んだり、アナグラムにしたり、可能性のあるパターンを組み合わせてみたり。でも無理でした。私はただのパソコンが使える人なの。ハッカーやクラッカーじゃないんだから、イリーガルなプログラムを持ってたり、ましてやこの場で作ったり、そんなことはできないの。
You stuck her hands up in the air, signaling your surrender. I know, Sarah could probably do it, right? Remember that Sarah was a top-level hacker. Said that Sarah took first 5 in some code-breaking contest, right? I'll bet she'd make a password-breaking program for you.
かもね。
You didn't seem keen on the idea. Why don't you ask her?
頼みたいところだけど、できれば頼みたくはないな。マヨをね、こんなことに巻き込みたくないの。
I thought maybe she was still concerned about the criminal element of the idea. But you don't mind getting me involved.
君の場合は勝手に巻き込まれに来たんでしょうに。
I suppose. At that rate, you probably wouldn't find a clue during your lifetime. I wanted to help her out. As a way of thanking her for helping me.
一つだけ手がかりはあるんだけど。
He took a piece of paper from atop the console. What's that?
お母さんのマシンの中に入ってたの。私はここに来る前、お母さんの研究室に忍び込んだことがあるの。もちろん失踪した父親の手がかりを探すためよ。部屋に入るとパソコンの電源が入れっぱなしだったの。中を覗くとご丁寧にパスワードとタイトルの付けられたテキストファイルがあってね。開いてみるとたった1行、何やら日本語のセンテンスが書き込まれていたの。
And then you saw the password.
確かに見た。でも見ただけであって覚えてはいないの。
What?
急いでたのよ。誰かに見つかる前に私は慌ててメモを取ろうとした。けれど筆記用具が周辺には見当たらなかったの。記憶媒体となるようなディスクも転がってなかった。今考えてみれば自分宛てにメールでも送ればよかったかなとか思うけど、その時は焦っていたので考えつかなかった。とっさにプリントアウトしようと思ったんだけど、印刷が完了した直後お母さんが戻ってきてしまったの。私はトレイにあった用紙を素早く掴むとポケットにねじ込んだ。
Oh, what do you mean? The paper you have now is the one with the password on it. You held out the paper without saying anything. Huh? What's this? A barcode.
見えるけど普通のバーコードの規格とは違うみたいだし。
It's got 10 lines. What does this have to do with anything?
さあ
About how many characters were in that password? You said it was in Japanese, right? About how many characters was it?
よく覚えてないけど10文字プラマイ1文字くらいじゃないかな。
It was all written in Japanese. Any
確
numbers?
か漢字とひらがなの組み合わせだったと思う。数字やカタカナやアルファベットはなかったはず。
Wonder which end of this is the top.
さあ
Regularly written vertically. No way. You printed out a text file. Why would it come out as a
さ
barcode?
あ
No hints?
ヒント？答えがわからないのにヒントなんか与えられるはずないでしょ。
But you have to remember something, right? Like, that have to do with food or a person's name. You shook her head and spoke.
見たって言ってもほんの数秒のことなのよ。
How can you forget something so important?
でも私は少なくとも自分の住所が言える。電話番号も生年月日も社会保障番号も、それから自分の名前だってわかるんだから。大事なことを忘れてるのはどっちなのかしら。
Let's get into the paper we thought contained the password. I was obsessed with solving the puzzle we had found. It was frustrating. Now it's just forgetting the important things. What did I say to that? It's not like I wanted to lose my memory. Watch this, I'll remember everything, just to show you. But first, I had to figure it out. I had my mind set on it. I almost felt like solving it was a rite of passage that would help restore my memory. I get it. Could it be? I thought for a second. What if I tilt it? What if I tilted it a little? I might be able to see something. What if I tilt it almost completely vertically? I got it. Listen, if you take the paper and set it like this. What? Let's see. An empty fall sky. A single cuckoo calls out. Brings a chill to me. What is this?
ちょっと貸して。
You grabbed the slip of paper from my hand. Then copied me and set the paper sideways in the same way.
本当だー。すごいよ少年。
You grabbed my hand and shook it happily. But she didn't stop there. She pulled me close into a big bear hug. Squeeze. My face was pressed hard against her bust. It was a nice fit. A little too nice. I struggled for air. I give up. Have mercy. I must felt dangerously excited by her softness. That's a fucking sentence right there. Oh my. Must be how fucking limp feels. Finally, you let me go. She didn't run gleefully like a rabbit. I was glad she was happy, even if she did almost crush me. Almost got crushed! You crush! Watching you all happy like that seemed to wash away all my frustration, my irritation and fatigue. Just as feelings simply faded away. It was like the winter frost melting away under the spring sun.
そうか。真上から見てたからいけなかったんだ。横から見れば。なるほど。
But why do you suppose it came out in a barcode like
プリン
this?
ターの調子が悪かったんじゃない？
I think so. It's hard to believe that would make it print like
い
this.
いのよ、そんなことはもうどうでも。とにかくパスワードが分かればそれでいいんだから。
The empty fall sky, a single cuckoo calls out, brings a chill
多
to
分
me.
これは正岡式の俳句。水無月の国雨に涼しホトトギスをもじったものだと思う。だから正しい読み方はおそらく海月の国雨に涼しホトトギス。
Wow.
よし、それじゃあこのフレーズを試してみるよ。
Reach as you face the screen triumphantly. But
海月の国雨に涼しホトトギスだ。
access denied, invalid name or password. But she still couldn't get into the sea level information. Then, suddenly,
あれ？
the screen went black. What just happened?
わからないけど、認証画面から強制排出されちゃったみたい。
Uh-huh. At the moment, the screen returned to normal. You pecked away at the keyboard and called up the authorization screen again. Access denied. Cannot log in with the given name at this time.
何それ？
Result was the same. What does this mean?
何度もパスワードを間違えたからプロテクトが作動しちゃったんじゃないかな。
Oh yeah,
つま
probably.
りレミの方からお母さんの名前でのアクセスを完全に遮断されてるってこと。
So,
そう。しばらくの間は諦めるしかないってことね。
you shrugged exaggeratedly.
せっかく苦労して解読してくれた少年には悪いんだけど、そもそもこの句がそのままパスワードであるという保証はどこにもないんだよね。
Hmm.
むしろこの句自体はただのヒントで、お母さんはこの句から連想する何かをパスワードにしていたと考えるのが妥当だと思う。そうじゃなきゃマシンの中にパスワードと銘打って保存しておくのはあまりにも危険すぎるよ。
Wondered why Yu's mom would choose that poem. Wonder if it was hidden in the 17 syllables of it. There's no answer into my questions. Well, after that, we heard from Takashi that the repairs on the warehouse had been completed with no problems. Oh, no problems, huh? Huh. Maybe Tsugumi doesn't get injured in this timeline. Interesting. We were killing time. We still couldn't think of any way to escape. We didn't want to feel like we were completely wasting our time. So I decided to wander around the Mew one more time. As he made the rounds, Takashi said, "What do you think the record is for running from one end of the Mew to the other? I think we should try to give the tuna sandwiches a completely new flavor." Made a number of stupid comments. We all, with the exception of Tsugumi, of course, listened half exasperatedly and half interested. We all knew, as long as we were doing something, it kept our minds off things we couldn't change. Like about how there was no way out, or remembering where we were. We decided to meet up at 8 PM for dinner. Everyone was left to wander around freely until then. I decided to help you try to repair the infirmary scanning machine. Of course, it was kind of an indirect thank you to her for looking after me when I was feeling down 2 days before.
さてと、それじゃ始めますか。
Plopped out on the floor with the tools and parts, was spreading out the repair manual. Of course, the repairs were a used job. I was just there to help. I was getting used to handing her the tools, and was getting better at predicting which tool would be used next. I thought there was an exam for expertise in handing pliers or screws out plastered with flying colors. But the repairs were tougher than I imagined. You grunted as he stared at the diagram. You still haven't figured it out.
うるさいよ。ちょっと黙っててくれる？ここでもないし。
She searched all over, but couldn't find the cause of the problem. Did everything look normal? In other words, there was no sign of anything broken.
ああ、もうこんちきしょ。ちっともわからへん。
All of a sudden, you lost her cool, pounded on the diagram, and kicked the toolbox. Hey, that's not very grown-up of you. You know, you could ask Sora about how to fix it later. You wanna clean up for now?
すまんです。
あれ、二人ともこんなとこにいたのか。
Oh, hey, Takashi.
ラナにこそこんなところになんのよ。
俺は単なる野暮用だよ。目の覚める薬でももらおうかと思ってね。そういうユウは少年と何やってるんだ？
見てわかんないの？
わかんねえから聞いてんの。
Takashi, do you think you could lend us a hand?
ああ、別に構わないぜ。落ちてるものを拾えばいいのか？
Yeah. I split up and started picking up the tools strewn about the room. 2 drivers and screws had flown all the way to the walls.
これで全部かな。
No, there's still one more right there. There's something in the corner.
よっと。なんだこれ。
Takashi picked up something that looked like an electric plug. No, it was an electric plug. People continued disappearing under the floor. It was embedded there.
どれの電源だろうな、これ。
And the wall is an outlet, same as in the home. Takashi shut the plug and stuck the plug into the wall. Hey, something's moving.
あの機械の電源だったのか。
Which means...
そういうことみたいよ。
なあ、ところでよ。
Takashi shot a question at me and you were
何やって
speechless.
たんだっけ、お前ら。 Hmm?
Just then, somebody else appeared. It was Tsugumi. When she saw us, she... She clicked her tongue in an irritated way and turned to leave the room. The door opened again immediately. At the time, it was Sora. Good by imagination, but she looked kind of angry about something. Sora stood her ground, blocking the exit so that Tsugumi couldn't leave.
どいて。逃げてばかりいないで答えてよ。どきなさい。答えてってば。
It seemed like the two of them were fighting. But I wonder why. I couldn't think of any reason the two of them would want to fight.
そんなに大声出したらあの3人に聞こえるわよ。別に構わないでしょ。
おい、二人ともどうしたんだよ。
What's wrong with you two? What's up? Like she asked that as he approached them.
それはこっちが聞きたいわね。
Tsugumi said that, mixed with a sigh. Then she gave Tashi the evil eye.
あなたたち一体何を企んでいるの？
何をって。それこそなんだよ。意味わかんねえこと言うなよ。
どうしたの？マヨ。
He said it as if to calm Sarah's nerves. He still looked pretty riled up. He was staring at Tsugumi bitterly. Tsugumi... Huh? For instance, I thought that Tsugumi's face twisted suddenly.
さあ、どきなさい。
He turned around, Tsugumi tried to push Sarah out of the way. Sarah resisted.
そうやってあの人からも逃げたんだ。
Sarah said that as the two of them wrestled. Tsugumi stopped
や
moving.
っぱりそうなんだ。
Sarah crossed her arms tightly.
最低。最低だこの人でなし。
Tsugumi lifted up her right hand as if to hit Sarah. But Takashi grabbed her hand.
おい、落ち着けって。
Sarah didn't miss her chance. Sarah's open palm echoed on Tsugumi's cheek. The raging Tsugumi threw off Takashi and stole from Sarah whatever she was holding. She knew to throw whatever it was she had against the wall. Stopped an instant before.
やめろ。
Takashi went to grab her arm. His arm went slack and something slipped to the floor. It clattered loudly. Something glittered as it bounced. It looked like a pendant. Sarah scooped up the pendant as if she were picking up a fragile piece of ice. Sarah's back quivered intensely. Sarah looked down, dropping her head. She raised her fist around the pendant. He said it softly, but Sarah didn't appear to hear. Sarah lifted her face. Biting her lips, she glared at Tsugumi. Both of her eyes were welling up with tears. Tsugumi stared coldly at Sarah as if looking down at her from far above. Sarah stood to glare and stared back at Tsugumi, enraged. She needed to resist silently, trying not to shed tears, not to sob. Tsugumi was just like... how to put it? It was like the emotion that was about to explode to the surface had sunk away to nothingness. Next thing I knew, Tsugumi had turned to leave the room. Sarah still focused her glare on Tsugumi. Looked back and forth between the two of them. Finally, I let my eyes trail off after Tsugumi. He was there to help Sarah. First, I wanted to find out what the fight was all about. I ran out of the infirmary and called out to Tsugumi. Hey, Tsugumi! But she ignored me and headed for the corridor. Why does it always turn out like this? If I was tired of everything, I had no choice but to chase after her. Hey, wait! She stopped me a glance, but didn't slow her step. I said wait! I caught up to her and grabbed her arm, trying to stop her. She shook off my hand.
触らないでって言ったでしょ。
Sorry. And Tsugumi started walking again, as if nothing had happened. Still, I continued after her without giving up. Started talking to her as I walked next to her, peering at her face. Why are you fighting with
あ
Sora?
なたには関係のないことよ。
Tsugumi answered without looking at me, letting me know my questions were
他
unwanted.
人のことにいちいち首を突っ込まないで。
How can this not concern me? Thought I had said enough. It really probably doesn't have anything to do with me. I don't have any right to go involving myself in people's private affairs. But
い
still,
え、やっぱり関係あるかもしれない。
what? Tsugumi strode away. I stood stunned for a moment. I soon pulled myself together and started after her again. No matter how much I called out to her, Tsugumi didn't respond. Last, I caught up with her again. We're at the gate for boarding the jellyfish gondola. Finally, Tsugumi stopped there. And it didn't look as though she had stopped there with any intention of riding the gondola. But it didn't look like she was going to move anywhere else, or even sit down for that matter. Her eyes were just trained on the half-transparent gondola, which was partially visible beyond the gate. Hey. Looked like she was completely ignoring me. You don't have to respond, just listen to what I'm going to say. I won't ask you to trust us anymore. But it doesn't mean that you have to fight with everyone. We're all in the same situation here. You have to help each other. He turned and faced me.
略式なことね。
Don't joke around.
率直な感想を言ったまでよ。
Figure that I should take the fact that she responded to me as a slight change in attitude. Showed her another question. Why do you think we're your enemies? What reason could you possibly
言っ
have?
たでしょ。信用できないからよ。明らかにあなたたちの行動は尋常じゃない。自分の意思でそうやっているのかどうかは別としてね。
I don't get you. What exactly is suspicious?
あの時と同じことをしようとしてるじゃないの。
Tsugumi? Is that an admission that you, Is that an admission that you're aware of what the fuck's going on here? Is that an admission of being like, you're all acting the same, I don't understand, what's wrong with you? Is that an admission of like, you know, like you know that this shit happened before? Or the same as what
あな
before?
たが本当に記憶喪失なら知らないかもしれないけど、今回の事故だってきっとまた何か裏があるに決まってるわ。
You mean to tell me you've experienced the same things this before? So it sounds like you're telling me, Tsugumi. Tsugumi stared at me intensely. I took her look as an affirmation. In that case, I wonder if the same held true for me. That means you can foresee what's going to happen, right?
え？
I'm right, aren't I? So it's not just me then. But how come I can see into the future all of a sudden? See the future. No, the feeling I had was less one of seeing it and more like knowing the future, or possibly having experienced it before. Did I know it? Had I experienced it? Why? That was because the same thing was happening again. That's it. You and I must have traveled to the past, Tsugumi.
タイムスリップ？
Yeah. The theory I had I'd hit upon excited me. For sure, it almost had to be. I have the same sense. I know the future. Back at the generator room, I knew that the room built up heat. And take this morning, I had a feeling that there would be trouble in the warehouse. And when I first met Sarah, I felt like I had experienced something like it before. I think I probably experienced the same thing in my past. Tsugumi just stared at me. I could clearly see that she was flustered. Hey, tell me your story. I asked Tsugumi that it was as she snapped back to reality. Her expression and look in her eyes back to normal. Yeah, time travel is a legit option currently.
あなたが奴らの仲間かもしれない以上、あなたに手の内を明かすようなことなんてできないわね。
I felt dejected, like I'd finally found someone that could share my feelings, but wouldn't.
いいこと？前にも言ったけど、これ以上奴らには関わらない方が身のためよ。もちろん、私にも。
Why?
あなた、やけに理由にこだわるのね。理由なんてどうでもいいの。
Pressed for him and said that forcefully.
でも、あえて理由があるとしたら、それがあなた自身にとって最もいい結果をもたらすからよ。例えば、あなたの記憶喪失だって奴らの仕業かもしれないのよ。
Huh? It was a shocking idea. Words just about stopped my heart for a moment. What? There's no way. I never even entertained that idea. Tsugumi turned to walk away from me, ignoring me in my state of dismayed confusion. I didn't have any power left to chase after.
ああ、そうだ。それともう一つ。おしゃべりついでに、私もその未来予知とやらをしてあげましょうか。
Oh yeah? I slowly lifted my face and looked at Tsugumi. Took serious all of a sudden. True. That's true. I would hang out with you, but we don't have any roots, so I gotta go hang out with you instead. Sorry. Tsugumi predicted
こ
that.
のまま奴らに利用され続ければ、7日にあなたは死ぬの。
Interesting. I mean, that would explain. Huh. I mean, knowing that explains Tsugumi's behavior and well, not exactly, but her general distrust and like, I don't want to deal with anybody. That makes sense. The kid, though. I mean, I suppose that would make sense. Maybe that's why he has his had his outbursts in Takashi's timelines. Because he knew he was gonna die? Or something? Or it was gonna get bad, at least? True. I mean, yeah, true. Unless that's accounting for like bad ends, which I've intentionally not gotten. Huh. I don't know. Interesting. I mean, really both in Tsugumi's and Sora's route, we died. Takashi died on both of them, but that was of his own accord on both times. And everyone else was rescued. Interesting. Okay, enough theorizing, let's continue. I trusted along, looking down. The light reflected cold and hard off the walls and floor. Tsugumi's words echoed in my mind. Tsugumi said not to trust Takashi, you, or the others. That my last memory was their fault as well. That their behavior was suspect. But I wonder if that could really be true. I didn't see how it could be. They all seem trustworthy to me. They're people that you could really depend on. I only spent a few days with them, but I was sure. Besides, even if she were right, there were lots of things that were inexplicable. If Takashi and the others were scheming something, if they were trying to deceive Tsugumi and me, then it should have been visible in their words and actions. There's no way that normal people could put on an act as elaborate as that. If one or two were trying to lie, it might be possible, but even with my memory impaired, I would still be able to tell if they were all trying to do it. It seemed that you, Sarah, and everyone else were reacting naturally, as one might expect in such a situation. It didn't seem possible. It wasn't possible. The most impossible thing to explain was why the accident was caused. Why lie to Tsugumi and me? There's no reason, and it would have been impossible anyway. I wonder if I was going to die. That was stupid. If that was the case, it was smarter to help each other more than ever. The problem is probably with Tsugumi. That's what I thought. Maybe she had some grudge against Takashi and the others from before, or maybe she was imagining everything and just paranoid. Maybe she was trying to make me paranoid about the others and draw us into conflict or something else. No, I had to stop it. It was too crazy. That was all just my imagination working overtime. Nothing but paranoia. It had to be that the severity of the situation was putting incredible mental strain on everyone. I want to trust everyone and be trusted. So I would continue to treat everyone as I had up until then. That was what I decided. Rather than worrying about who to trust, we need to worry about how the situation could have happened. If we knew the cause, we might be able to think of a way out. Remember that Tsugumi had said something else.
あの時と同じことをしようとしてるじゃないの。
I wonder about my ability to foresee events. Was I repeating the past? I wonder if I really did travel in time. Finally arrived back at the infirmary, but there was no longer anyone there. Huh? Where did everybody go? Maybe they're in the conference room. Hey, Sora, I called out to her through the microphones in the room, but there was no reply. Sora had said that the complex's sensors were not yet functioning everywhere. I feared that I'd just have to go searching myself. I sighed and headed out into the corridor. Oh, that's right. I had an idea. Security officers nearby. I could use the observation monitors there. I'd be able to see what was going on, and maybe find out where everyone was. I waited for the security office. When you were in the office, I saw you. You're slouching loosely in a chair. You, what are you doing here?
なんだ少年か。やっほー。
You swiveled her neck round and greeted me. She didn't bother to shift her body. Where's everybody else? What happened to
彼
Sarah?
は救護室の下にある加減圧室で休ませたよ。
You straightened up. Good that Sarah said she wanted to be alone, so I'd best not bother her. I see.
空は制御室でお仕事。館内の設備の点検と調整。
What about Takashi?
占いのことなんて知らないよ。去り際にお酒が飲みたいとかなんとか言ってたから、どこかで一杯やってるかもね。
Huh? A beer in the Mew. He shrugged as if to say, who knows?
そういうそっちはどうだったの？つぐみは？
Not good. She wouldn't listen. She just took off somewhere. Decided not to say anything about Tsugumi's silly suspicions. Is that all they are, though? I mean, I do think that Tsugumi is just being silly, suspecting everyone for doing the same thing when... I mean, at this point, it's pretty clear that Tsugumi and the kids have experienced this before. So it's just meaning that the rest of them didn't. I don't think that means they're necessarily suspicious. I don't know. No idea.
まあそんなとこだろうと思った。
So what are you doing here? You can't access the database for a while, right?
もちろんそっちはしばらくお預けだよ。今は館内をモニターで見て回りながら脱出方法を考えてるの。まだ何も思いつかないんだけどね。
You go back to typing on the keyboard. Images on the monitors changed again and again. Takashi appeared in one of them. Hey, that's Takashi.
そうみたいね。
Is that the rest
そうみ
area?
たいね。
I wonder what he's doing.
さあね。
Takashi was sitting on a bench. He had a can of beer in his hand. As you said, it looked like he was having a drink. So there really is beer here. Thinking about it, I realize that Takashi knew the kiosk's freezers by heart now. Maybe it was something that an employee or someone had sneaked in. What I didn't understand was why there was one more beer. Rather, why the can was opened and sitting next to Takashi. We'll get flat if he leaves it like that. Of course, there was no one there. He looked at his can in the direction of the can next to him and muttered something. But we couldn't hear what. I wonder if he was drunk. He looked dangerous.
まったく何やってんだかあのアホは。
I mean, is he sharing a beer with Sora or something? You just can't see that through the monitor? You punched some keys and pushed to a less unsightly scene.
さて、ちょっと休憩しよっと。
She jumped out of her chair and headed for the coffee machine. I want one too.
はいよ。
Where's the sugar and milk?
そんなもの入れるんだ。お子様ね。
I drink how I like. I can drink it however I want, can I?
まあいいけどね。この引き出しに入ってたと思うけど。
You know, speaking of coffee, I've never asked the captain how she takes her coffee. I should do that sometime. I took the sugar pot and milk bottle out from the
コ
drawer.
ーヒーは苦いからコーヒーなのよ。
You said that as she poured coffee into her
純
cups.
物を入れたコーヒーなんて福神漬けのついたインドカレーみたいなものね。
That sounds good though. A hamburger made out of chicken? A chicken burger? That sounds good. I'd eat that.
まあ君もいずれわかる時が来るよ。はいどうぞ。熱いですよ。
Oh, shut up. I dribbled a little milk into the cup that she gave me. I went to add sugar, but there was no spoon, so I decided to pour from the sugar pot. You know that wet coffee is bad for your stomach, right?
そんなのは100も承知よ。体に悪いからってこの世界から喫煙者はいなくならないでしょ。
True. Listen, you gotta pick the bad thing you're gonna do. And in some people's case, it's smoke. In other people's case, it's caffeine and even other things that are bad. But like, you gotta pick. Like, you gotta have fun sometime, you know? Like, you can't just live off of all of the things that are good for you. You gotta have some good shit sometimes, you know? You gotta pick your poison, is what I'm saying. Besides, when you're tired, sweet things give you surge of energy. I was in an argumentative mood. But then my hand slipped and sugar went cascading into my cup. Oh no.
これで明日の疲れまで吹き飛ぶってものね。
Just throw the whole thing in there, why not? Hey, I was thinking. I didn't tell you.
だってあまりにもくだらないんだもん。
You said that and sipped your coffee indifferently. What I said is that I can sense the future. Decided to tell you about my theory. I really wanted to hear what you thought. I mean, yesterday in the generator room, the trouble this morning with Takashi, and I first met Sora.
そんなのただのデジャブでしょ。
Deja vu.
既視感とも言ってね。一度も経験したことのないことがいつかどこかですでに経験したことであるかのように感じられること。でもね、それは深層心理の中の似たような記憶がそう感じさせるだけで、要するにただの錯覚なの。
It's not. This wasn't like that. I think I've experienced the same kind of thing in the past.
結局のところ何が言いたいわけ？
I think that maybe I traveled through time. And that I came back here to the past from the future. I think it helps to explain my lost memory somehow.
で、その説明っていうのは？
That's hard to explain, but
君の思考回路は一体どうなってるわけ？どこをどうひねくり回すとタイムスリップなんて考え方が出てくるのよ。それとも君、未だに天動説を信じてる派？
but right now, this.
OK。
You held her palm out at me like a traffic
100
cop.
歩譲って、万歩譲ってタイムスリップしたとしてもよ。それと記憶を失ったことにどんなつながりがあるっていうの、全くもって意味不明だよ。いい？この世にはタイムスリップなんて存在、論理的にも科学的にも不可能なの。
I decided to drink my coffee. It was so sweet that it made me almost want to vomit.
水が高いところから低いところに向かって流れるように、時間は過去から未来へ向かって流れるのよ。川の流れと同じ。絶対不可逆なの。
But I groaned, but I wasn't giving in without a fight. Are you sure? Water doesn't always flow down, does it?
今度は反重力物質がなんたらかんたらとか言い出すつもり？もしくは宇宙空間は真空ではなくエーテルの満ちた空間でとか？
That's not what I mean. It's not like that. What I mean is... I looked around the room. There'd be something to convince you, like... I stopped on the coffee machine. The water in the lower container was boiling, warmed by the flame of the alcohol lamp. The water was siphoned up with simple pipe into the upper chamber by the pressure of the sea. That's like 10 at this point, fuck. This is it. Look, water doesn't always flow down, see? You didn't say anything. She simply looked at the gurgling water. Hey, are you listening? You suddenly stood up shouting, "Ow! Ouch!" You bumped my arm and spilled my coffee everywhere. You got on my arm and on her coat, but you ignored it, handed her cup to me, and went bursting out of the room. You shot out of there like a rocket. I quickly put the cups down and went after her. He was heading to the west. He climbed the emergency corridor and ran down the spiral staircase. I finally caught up with her. I found myself in the digital control room. You and I dashed into the room. There was Sora. She was in front of the console with both hands together. She was quiet, her eyes closed. It was like she was meditating. The LED in the computer, the LED of the computer in the room was responding by flickering repeatedly. When Sora noticed our presence, she opened her eyes and
どう
smiled.
しました、田中さん。少年さんも。
脱出方法が見つかったのよ。
You shouted in between
脱
breaths.
出方法？
Really? You did?
ね。
Are you alright?
大丈夫。少し休めば治るから。
Deep breath, deep. You put her hand on her chest as she breathed, deeply trying to catch her breath. Then,
ねえソラ、私たちがここから脱出できないのはなぜ？
stupid because the room was flooded with water.
いいから君は黙ってて。ソラ、答えて。
少年さんのおっしゃったように、例の大浸水が原因です。それによって地上エンゼルヌルまで登ることのできる非常階段およびエレベーターは完全に浸水してしまいました。イコール脱出路が閉ざされたということです。
オッケー。つまりレミューを満たしている水さえ何とかすれば私たちは脱出できるわけね。
はい。しかし館内に無事残されているわずかな排水ポンプだけでは排水が間に合わず。
大丈夫よ。
You stopped Sora at that point.
確か地上の浮島には高圧送風機があったはずよね。
A high pressure
館内
fan.
の気圧を高めるために地上から高圧混合ガスを送り込む装置のこと。
はい。おっしゃる通りです。
だったらその高圧送風機を動かして内部に高圧ガスを送り込むことができれば圧力によって水が排水されるんじゃないの？水の中に沈めたストローに息を吹き込めば中の水はストローから出てくるでしょ。
Oh, I get it.
理論上は可能です。
でしょ？だったら。
そして私も最初に検討した手段。つまり残念ながらそれは不可能なのです。
Did I? No. Okay.
どうして？
送風機はここからでは動かすことができません。エレベーターが動かなくなったのと同じ理由で原因は不明です。
Hmm.
誠に残念なことです。
You shoulders slumped dejectedly. You. I put my hand on Yu's back. She turned and smiled an empty smile.
関所、いいアイデアだと思ったんだけどな。もう一度最初から考え直すとしますか。
Her words sounded devoid of the spark she'd sown earlier. And then did you finally notice the coffee stains?
何よこれ、シミになっちゃう。
更衣室の隣にランドリーがありますからそこで洗濯をなさってはいかがでしょう。幸い服の着替えはあることですし。
そうだね。
She took an area of her coat that was stained black and held it to her nose.
砂糖臭い。
You mean it smells like coffee? That was what I wanted to say, but I barely held my tongue. It was a new day. She said she was going to change clothes, and I got up to the second floor. So I went back to work. Sarah was probably sleeping in the compression chamber. Like she was supposedly filthy drunk in the park rest area. Tsugumi hadn't come back. I had no idea where she'd gone. Me, I was in the conference room. In the middle of the table was a three-dimensional image of the Mew. I was staring at it and trying to come up with escape plans. At one point, I had even at that point, I hadn't even hit upon a single one. Any plan would fall apart before I even got it fully developed because of my limited knowledge. But I intend to give up. I could just find a starting point. I wanted to get back at you somehow. Door opened and somebody came in. Looking back, I saw that it was you. It changed into a work uniform.
なんだ、こんなところにいたのか。探したよ。
The wind on her outfit shook rhythmically as she walked towards me. Are your clothes dry?
乾燥機が壊れていたの。どうせだからしばらくこっちの服でいようかなって。
Hmm.
ねえ、レミューのホログラムなんて表示して何やってたの？
Just
ひょっ
looking.
として脱出方法を考えていたとか？
All I've got is time on my hands. I lied to her. Embarrassed, I couldn't tell her the truth. Enough about that. Are you going to sleep?
コーヒー飲みすぎちゃってね。眠れないの。それにいろいろ考えたいこともあるし。
How about that?
コ
Same
ー
here.
ヒーが？考え事が？
Both.
なんだ。そっか。奇遇だね。
You laughed dryly as you said
じ
that.
ゃあさ、ちょっと付き合ってくれないかな。
I'm going somewhere.
考え事するのにちょうどいいところだと思う。
A place in
第
mind.
三視点、ゆかりの地。
Third eye. The third eye opens, the true wisdom is apparent, and all becomes visible. The power of ancients. Ultimate knowledge. Proof of a transcendent state beyond that of normal people. The place that you led me was...
じゃあ入ろっか。
You walked towards a stone gate which rose out of a dimly lit dome. Can I ask you a question before we go in?
どうぞ。
Why do the Lemurian ruins have something to do with the third eye?
ああ、そのことね。あれね、嘘なの。
What?
本当は関係なんてないの。意味なんかない。ただ、そういえば少年はついてくるかなって。一人でぐじぐじ考えるのって性に合わないから、誰かそばにいてほしくて。怒った？
No, not really. I'm just thinking that you don't seem the type to be governed by random illogical thoughts.
そうかな。
Yeah.
でも本当はちょっぴり関係あるのかも。
You turned your gaze to the
お
ruins.
母さんがレムリア大陸を調査するふりして自分の研究の方をやってるって話したよね。そのお母さんにとって第三視点とレムリアとの関連性はなくてはならない存在だったの。なんでかわかる？
Because she was conducting research in the name of Lemuria.
そう。だからお母さんは話をでっち上げることにしたの。
One theory has it that the people of Lemuria were giant apes that were 4 meters tall. They had walnut-colored skin. There were no difference between males and females. They laid eggs, and they communicated via telepathy. And they had a third eye in the back of their heads. Telepathy and the third eye. This has something to do with third perspective. Drawing on the idea that our vertebrate predecessors had 3 eyes. So, the ancients, especially the Lemurians, may have had braces that measure the use of this power. And based on the facts discovered, I
第
conclude...
三視点のルーツはレムリアにあるともっともらしい論文まで書いてね。本当は何にも関係なんてないのに。
I wish you'd tell me more about the third eye.
ごめん。それはまた今度。今そういう話をする気分じゃないから。
Oh, we're actually going in for once. You and I crossed through the gate and into the ruins. was darker inside, and the pathways were interwoven like a maze. The lighting was surreal, with dim lights in some areas and bluish-white lights elsewhere. Occasionally, a hologram of some deep-water fish would sign into view. The ruins were also slightly flooded with water, which had the effect of making them appear more like ruins at the bottom of the ocean. I wondered how far we had walked. Finally, we came to an open space and kind of an auditorium. The room had a high ceiling. There were rock pillars called obelisks scattered all around the area. A few of them were broken, collapsed, or crumbling. Looking closely, I saw that a mock relief was carved into the wall. As I merely stared at the wall, you walked over to one of the collapsed obelisks and sat down, hugging your knees.
この辺のエリアはね、太陽の神殿って場所なの。
Sun. It reminded me that I had seen an image of a sun disk and the relief on the wall.
レムリア大陸の正確な所在地については諸説あり、はっきりとしたことは分かっていません。ですが、赤道直下の熱帯雨林地帯に存在したのではないかという大体のところでは共通しています。
You reverted to speaking like an employee, which she was, and started giving an explanation of the place.
そんなところから私どもレミューの研究スタッフはレムリアの民は太陽を崇めていたのではないだろうかという仮説を立てるに至り、
You paused and shrugged.
隠してこんな神殿を作ってみたと、そういうことみたい。
I see. As I sat down next to you, I nodded.
海の底に沈んでるってのに太陽なんて皮肉にしか聞こえないよね。
When she was talking about the continent that had sunk to the bottom of the ocean. Or maybe she meant
それ
us.
は何か思いついたの？
What do you mean?
脱出方法。
Oh. Shook my
そう
head.
やっぱりね。はあ、もう他の方法なんて思い浮かばないよ。高圧力送風機さえ動けば。ねえ、私ちょっと考えてみたんだけどね。私たち誰かに騙されてるんじゃないかな。
Huh? What are you talking about?
あなたはきっと利用されてるのよ、奴らに。
Tsugumi's words flashed through my mind.
つまり今回の出来事はただの事故じゃなかったってこと。誰かが意図的に私たちのことを閉じ込めたの。
Huh. We're coming back to this language, huh? Well, since we're thinking about it, might as well think about it out loud. Okay, so, without the whole virus nonsense, our working theory is that, I mean, it's related to the virus nonsense. Our working theory right now is that, somebody in the below lab thing, fucked up, and now the virus is spreading down there. The people in there realized and went up to the Himmel and like, I need to get the heck out of here, and then they bolted out of the Mew, which left the door open, which let out all the gas, which in turn caused alarms and stuff to go off and dropped the air pressure so that it all got sealed up. And it was an accident. But Tsugumi, in general, and you currently, thinks that it was on purpose. I mean, considering what we know about the virus nonsense, it's possible? It's possible that... It's possible that this place was, you know, locked down because of the virus got out. And it was meant to do that. I don't think Sora is in on it, but I don't think Sora has the information, all the information either. Yeah, that sounds plausible to me. But what do you think, you?
だってそうとしか考えられないじゃない。不自然なことがあまりにも多すぎるのよ。マヨの友達やクラナリの友達や私の同僚は私たちがここに閉じ込められてることを知ってるはずでしょ。
True. That's true.
なのにどうして誰も来ないの？何らかの理由で中に入ってこれないとしても、ダイバーが窓ガラスを叩くぐらいのことはあってもいいはずじゃない。それに電力は生きてるのに通信回線だけ遮断されてたり、事故の前の警報も停電も原因不明だし、高圧力送風機が動かない理由だって分かってない。まるで私たちを閉じ込めるために全てが用意されてたみたいだよ。
Yeah, it sounds right. What I don't understand, though, unless the, 7 days? 6 days? The seven or 6 days we spend here are enough for Lemieux and LeBlanc to fend off any outside interference, but on the last day, the government steps in and is like, listen, there's people in there, we gotta get those people out. I don't care what else is going on, but we gotta get those people. So, and that's why they show up and have rescued everybody else that was still there at the time, and the underground thing. I don't think it's implausible that... Well... Yeah, I still don't think it's implausible that the virus got out, and at that point it was... Well... No... The fact that people escaped at all, I don't... Why would you just trap these... 6 people? 5 people? 5, 7, 6, whatever number you wanna say. Why would you trap these people here particularly? Anyway. I didn't know what to say to her. It all made sense to me. Actually, I'd been feeling the same thing. The reason I hadn't been able to realize it was maybe I didn't want to face the reality. I think I looked at Yu's face. She touched her knees and turned her helpless gaze to the water's surface. Lips were a bluish color, but it wasn't all the fault of the light. Yu was always more upbeat than everyone around her. She was a powerful presence for me. But right then, she seemed very small and fragile. No matter how tough she acted, Yu was still just a girl at heart. It had been a quick 3 days since the accident. It only made sense that she would be feeling the strain. Swallowed in the deep, dark ocean, we had lost the warm spring sun. I can't let her go on like this. I have to cheer her up somehow. That was what I felt deep in my heart.
ねえ、私たち助かるのかな。少年は未来が見えるんでしょ。この先どうなるのか占ってよ。
I think we'll be saved.
それは余地？それともただの希望的観測？
Of course, it's... I wanted to say a premonition, but I couldn't. Saying it was wouldn't work. You could see through a lie. I thought about it. The third perspective. Third eye. True wisdom. Omnipresent, all-seeing vision. Power to make light shine once again. I thought that if I only had that, but it didn't exist. It couldn't possibly. It's not a premonition, or a guess. At the very least, it's a promise.
約束
Yeah, I promise. At least, I hoped it was. There was a promise that would materialize. That would be able to get you out of there. I held up my hand as if taking an oath. I approached you, but then she spoke.
もし約束破ったら
I won't. I'll see that you're safe.
絶対に 1% たりともないの
There's not even a 0.000000000000000000000.1 possibility. Pointed my finger at my heart and promised you.
こんな自信過剰な約束聞いたこともないけど
I crossed my heart and hoped to die.
仕方ない付き合ってあげるとしますか
You know, kid, that's probably not a great idea considering Tsugumi just fucking said to you, hey, if you mingle with these people too much, you're gonna die. And you just like, oh, we're gonna get rescued for sure. And it's like, I'll cross my heart, hope to die. I mean, and the available evidence says you're gonna die. Stick a needle in my eye, I wouldn't break my word to you. Anyway, it's Thursday. Welcome to Thursday. Next day after breakfast, you and I went to the security office. Tried to access the computer network again. I planned to stay and see her through it, but access denied. Cannot log in with given name at this time. Seemed like she still couldn't get past the security.
まさに万事休すね
His shoulders slumped dejectedly. Is there anything else you could do?
あとはシステムをクラックして無理やり侵入するかレミの側からプロテクトを解除してもらうか
When you asked Sarah, you stopped talking and looked down. Don't you want to find out what happened to your father?
それは
You have a right to know. There could be information being kept from you. So you're going to try and get the truth, or are you just gonna let these doubts nag you forever? So what do you want to do? In the end, it's up to you, so you should do what you want to do. You stared at her fingers, and then she looked at the display. Finally, her eyes drifted to the ceiling. Gave a nod after a while.
そうねマヨには悪いけど力を貸してもらおっか
Good. She wasn't wrong. She didn't need to feel intimidated. Alright, I'll go ask her for you. Those interject words, I bounded out of the security office. They were sprinting down the corridor. Wait a second. Where is Sora anyway? Finally I realized something. I should have checked on the monitor in the security office. But I thought I'd look stupid going all the way back again. I thought I might ask Sora, but then I saw Sarah cutting across the far corridor. Immediately went after her. Sarah went into the infirmary. I went in after her. Sarah!
びっくりした
Boo! Sarah jumped, startled. Oh, sorry. I didn't mean to surprise you.
もう眠いんだから勘弁してよ身も心もクタクタなんだから
Sarah's haggard expression told the same story. Remember the fight the day before with Tsugumi. You'd probably had a sleepless night. Are you thinking of going to sleep now?
うん
Oh,
何か不都合でもあるの言ってみ
actually, I explained the details to Sarah. About Yu's father gone missing, and about her working at the Mew to find clues about his fate. That her search was being blocked by some protective mechanism in the myth.
へえ、そんな事情があったんだ。知らなかったよ。
Yeah, well, you and I can't figure it out alone.
私に何をしてほしいと？
Well, we're hoping you could try taking out limited security so we can get into the network.
プロテクト破りね。
I feel bad asking when you're so tired, but can you do it for her?
いいよ。
If you don't mind, she'd really...
いいよって言ったんだけど。
Really?
なんせナッケ先輩のためだからね。協力しないわけにはいかないっしょ。
Thanks. I grabbed Sarah's hand and showed happily. I'm so happy I could have jumped for joy. Actually, I did jump. I was sure that things would go fine.
ちょっと。なんで少年がそんなに喜ぶの？
Huh?
私は先輩に協力するって言ったけど、それって少年にはあまり関係ないことでしょ？なのに、どうしてそんなに一生懸命なのよ。
Well, of course I'm happy. You're a good friend of mine. Sarah stared at me suspiciously.
はは
What? Sarah patted me on the back.
そういうことでござったか。
Sarah slapped me a sly grin. I had a bad feeling about the whole thing. Don't go imagining anything stupid. I'm just...
あいや、またれい。言われずとも分かってるでござるよ。安心召されい。後のことはすべて拙者にお任せあれ。
What the heck is Sarah talking about? Listen, kid, get it in your mind. You're actively being shipped right now. Well, he was waiting, so we best get going. I started heading for the security office while pulling Sarah's hand. But it ended up being my arm that got yanked. Whoa. Lost my balance and stumbled forward, leaning on Sarah. Not missing a beat, she grabbed my left thumb and squeezed it tight. Drew close to me and whispered in my ear.
本当はちょっと悔しいんだよ。
Jealous?
悔しいんだけど、
Jealous of who?
相手が少年だから許してあげる。
Oh, Interesting. She spoke, she pushed me away and slapped me on the back. I was getting more and more confused. It went over your head, kid. It's okay.
それでは始めるとしますか。
These are kind of adult matters that don't really... It's fine. Don't worry about it. Sarah sat in the chair, popped her knuckles, and faced the keyboard.
本当にごめんね。そんなに気にしないでくださいよ。水臭いな。大船に乗ったつもりで安心しててください。
Hopefully you can help, Sarah.
任せて。
There were windows opened up on the screen.
まずはパスワードのダッシュから試してみようかな。
Typing was fast and rhythmical. Finally, a list of files came up. She opened one of the files. She opened a search window and started pouring through files.
あれないな。この系統の OS ならこのファイルの中に保存されてるはずなんだけど。
What are you looking for?
パスワードのハッシュ値。
Oh, what's
ユーザ
that?
ーがパスワードを設定する際に不可逆性を持った関数により生成されるアルファベットおよび数値により構成される文字列のこと。
What?
ハッシュさえ見つかってしまえば簡単にパスワードを特定できるんだけどね。例えば単語をハッシュした結果を大量に保存しておいて、それとパスワードファイルに保存されたハッシュ値を比較することにより、
Can't you make it easier to understand?
簡単に言っちゃえばパスワードの指紋みたいなものかな。ほら、指紋から元の人物を再現できないけど人物を特定することは可能でしょ。指紋と同じようにハッシュはオリジナルの特徴を確実に反映するの。だから その変換パターンからオリジナルの文字列を割り出していき、
I still don't get it. I think it's just beyond me. Sorry to bug you. I'd always sweat and walk the short distance from Sarah. You watched Sarah as she leaned against the wall. I head over to
もし
her.
かしたらルート権限でしかアクセスできないファイルに格納されているのかな。仮に見つかったとしてもランダムで組み替えられる方式かもしれないし、となると別の方法を。
Sarah mumbled to herself as she worked. Occasionally, Sarah would fiddle with a ribbon or tap her fingers on the desk. It didn't seem that she was having much luck. I wonder if this will work.
多分ね。
But no matter how good Sarah is, this isn't like a
マヨが
contest.
優勝したコンテストだって波のゲーム大会じゃないの。その時彼女が解読した暗号は68ビットもの暗号強度だったのよ。
I'm not really sure how incredible that is.
暗号強度っていうのはパスワードを暗号化する時の鍵の長さ。これが長ければ長いほどその暗号は解析が困難だってことになるの。まだちょっとピンとこないかな。じゃあ実例を挙げてみるけど、あるパスワードを1ビットの鍵で暗号化すると、その暗号は全部で2通りの変換が考えられるの。例えるなら E という文字は1ビットの鍵では0と1のどちらかに暗号化されちゃうってことね。これが2ビットの鍵になると暗号の可能性は2倍の4通りになる。さっきの例なら E の文字は00、01、10、11のどれかに変換されるってこと。これが3ビットの鍵になるとどうなると思う？
Let's see. There are 2 ways for a 1 bit, 4 ways for a 2 bit, so. Uh, 8 ways? Now, there are 8 ways.
ピンポーン、正解。3ビット鍵では E の暗号パターンは000、001、010、011、100、101、110、111の計8通りとなる。このように暗号の鍵が1ビット長くなることに暗号パターンの数は倍になっていくの。4ビット鍵なら16通り、5ビット鍵なら32通り。さてこれがもし一気に68ビット鍵まで長くなったとしたら、
A 6-bit would be 64, a 7-bit would be 126, an 8-bit would be 256. Let's see.
正解は2の68乗通り。
He was doing the calculations on the security office calculator.
およそ 2.9514905×10 の20乗通りもの暗号パターンが考えられるの。2外9514系、7905兆、1793億5282万5856通り。これは海を含めた地球上のどこかに落ちてる髪の毛を探してるようなものよ。マヨが解読したのはそんな暗号なの。でもね、マヨの本当にすごいのはそんなことじゃなくて、それを解読した時の方法。
The method.
パスワードを探し出す方法としては、数学的に何やら難しい計算をしながら解いていく方法と、全ての鍵をしらみつぶしに組み合わせて解いていく方法の2種類があるの。前者の方法はまだ有効なアルゴリズムが見つかってないらしくて、だから普通の人は後者の方法を取らざるを得ないの。それも 大会に参加する世界中のコンピューターを一度に使ってね。じゃないと計算に何十万年もかかってしまうと言われてるの。
True. It's a lot of big numbers for me to just. Yep. Just keep nodding. Keep nodding.
だけどね、
Whoops.
マヨは違った。
She didn't.
そのまさかよ。マヨは独自のアルゴリズムを組んで前者数学的に何やら難しい計算をしながら解いていく方法を取ったの。そして大会参加後わずか7日でパスワードを探し出した。
It's too incredible. It didn't seem real. I just smile and nod. Yeah, that's how I feel for. I mean, in general, use a Koji game sometimes. Where the writing likes to go into like something that, you know, it's interesting in its own right, but like I don't care. Like, I mean, I'm sure you're making a point with this, but like all this computer nonsense in this case is just like, yeah, that's cool. Yep, that's great, cool. I'm glad to hear it. And it's just like, okay, yes, give me story bits now, please, thank you. Like with the third eye shit and just this computer stuff, I'm like, yeah, it's cool, great, awesome, but like, I'm not retaining any of that. Like, you know. I should have been surprised, but I wasn't. It was just too hard to imagine that the girl in front of me could do that. Sarah, what in the world are you?
ああ、もうこれも違う。
Sarah pounded her fist on the console. It's not working? Wait. Get out of my face. Okay.
見ればわかるでしょ。いちいち聞かないで。ごめん、ちょっとイラついてて。
Don't worry about it. I'm sorry for asking you to do this. Coffee break time. You made coffee for the three of us. You made Sarah coffee. Sarah's coffee came with the milk and the sugar ball. Hey, didn't you say that you weren't supposed to put anything in coffee? She gets an exception. Hey, that's not fair. Leave it to you to change the rules. Not when to start an argument, I'd suddenly put milk and sugar in my coffee. After a bit, you asked Sarah. Sarah turned her palms out, letting them face the ceiling. Since she had such...
マヨの腕をもってしても手強いのね。はっきり言って尋常じゃないですよ、ここのセキュリティ。ただファイアウォールが張られてるだけじゃなくて、稼働してるほとんどのデーモンに手が加えられてます。
Firewall? Then what? Huh?
ファイアウォールはネットワーク内に知らない人が侵入してこないようにするための仕組みのこと。デーモンっていうのは OS 上でメモリに常駐してサーバーの
Okay, I get it. Thanks. That's it. I'm not asking any more questions.
そんなに健康なの？ここって。
Don't want to ask about no computer nonsense. Kid doesn't know nothing about that. It's 2017. He's computer illiterate. It's fine. We still got PDAs. Listen, don't ask questions. It's better if you don't. Sarah nodded. None of this kind of OS software is put together using C. So I tried to attack it using DOS, but it's been reinforced. having trouble finding a hole in the security. Conversation, mostly Sora talking. Might as well have been in some alien language.
そこまで来ると私にもよくわかんないんだけど。
We're still working with DOS in fucking 2017? That's crazy.
ますますうさんくさくなってきたわね、ここのデータベース。一体ライプリヒはそこまでして何を守ってるのかしら。そうですね、異常です。たかが一企業のセキュリティとは思えない。
I still remembered that on the first day, Sora told me the reason why the Black built the Mew was the corporate secret. I wonder if it could be related.
あ、そうだ。マヨがコンテストで暗号を解読したプログラム使えないかな。
Huh. Hold on a minute. Something just occurred to me as we were talking about this. So Coco isn't here. So we're not getting infected with Triffblau. Or at least we're not showing symptoms yet. I don't think we've been infected with Triffblau because we haven't been around Coco. Well, that's not true. We have been around Coco. Everybody was around Coco at some point. Never mind. But like, it would be worse if she was actively around, though. I don't know how it's spread. I assume just through general contact, but I wonder if we're gonna get any mention of that then. Or everything's just gonna, you know, crush and... I don't know. Interesting. We'll see. Oh, that's an
それで
idea.
ルート権限のパスワードがわかれば。それは無理ですよ。なんで？一応ここの暗号強度の当たりをつけてみたんです。いくつだったと思います？
What?
136ビットです。
What?
何よそれ。
The number of possible patterns was 2 to the 126th power.
仮に同程度の暗号強度
Or 36, whatever.
パスワードが分かった頃
It's big, you get the point. Sora held out her fist and opened it up. Oh, she was right. Oh, yeah, you're right. Maybe it does. I don't know. She was right. Lee was going to go in 3 days. He was depressed. Isn't there anything else you can try?
一つだけ。まだ一つだけ手段は残ってる。それは
Ray of Hope returned to use eyes.
私が今まで試したのは成功法的なクラッキングなんです。
There's no such thing as orthodox cracking, is there? Sarah ignored me and went on
残
talking.
された手はある意味技術を必要としないクラッキング。ソーシャルエンジニアリングってやつです。
What's
簡
that?
単に言えば社会的な行為を利用した情報入手方法なんだけど、例えば
How are you going to use that, though? Are you going to use it on Sora? Sora stopped. It was hard to
例
say.
えば攻撃対象のサーバーを運営している会社の人間を騙してパスワードの情報を入手するとか。
You get it by tricking someone.
空を騙すってこと？
Sarah nodded. There's no way we could do it. And if we could trick
も
Sora,
ちろん私だってできればそんなことしたくないよ。空の立場からすれば社外費を漏らすわけにはいかないわけだし、私は強制なんかしない。でも不法に情報を入手するってのはそういうことなんだよ。もし先輩がその情報をどうしても手に入れる必要があるなら手段を選んでなんかいられないの。 それだけは分かってほしい。
Anything else to say? We're using a computer to do it, but it didn't seem real, but we were actually trying to deceive someone to get information. Exactly what we were trying to do.
最大のバグは人間であるか。
Yeah. This is even happening in the real life. Fucking... That's how fucking big celebrities got hacked like last year. Because they went after the people in the system, not after the system itself.
これよくお母さんが言ってたの。そういう意味では私たちこそがレミの中に紛れ込んだバグなのかもしれないね。
He stares straight at
マヨ
Sora.
の言う通りだと思う。けどそれだけはできない。空を騙すなんて方法は私には取れない。たとえそれでお父さんの手がかりが途絶えてしまうとしてもね。マヨだけに辛い思いさせて申し訳ないんだけど、もう少しだけ別の方法を探してみましょう。
Sora looked down, but then lifted her face, grinning
わか
broadly.
りました。先輩がそういうのなら。
Sora faced the keyboard again. Sora,
大丈夫。いくら強固なセキュリティだって所詮は人間が作ったものなんだから、同じ人間の私に解けないはずないよ。どこかにきっと弱点があるはず。
Sora began typing away. Just then, the room was bathed in a bright light. We covered our eyes. After a bit, our eyes got used to it. I squinted against the light. And there was... Sora! Sora's floating in the air and is surrounded by a bright ring of light. She's looking down at us from above. She's wearing a white-looking cape that fanned out like a pair of wings. It looked like an angel descending from heaven. What is it? Sora's showing up all of a sudden. Sora? Something wasn't
レ
right.
ミの一部に異常なトラフィックが出ていたので、皆さん何をやっておられるのですか？
Sora spoke politely, but her eyes were like ice. Should have expected her to see through us. But why did she seem completely different than the Sora we were used to?
答えてください。
見てわからない？レミをクラックしてるの。
Sora answered coldly.
皆さんはそれが何を意味するのか分かってやっているのですか？
Sora, please listen to what I have to say first. Yu's father was a member of the team that made Lemon. In other words, he's your father too, Sora. Yeah, this is Yandere Sora again. I feel like well, no, I was gonna say that was a you know a thing to trick Takashi, but it partially was and partially was not. Because we learned from you, I think, later, that, well, I don't know. I don't like this. But he disappeared 17 years ago. There's an accident here at the same time, the cause of which was unclear. Something about the whole thing is shady. Both the accident and the disappearance of Yu's father, we think there's probably something behind the scenes connecting them. So Yu is trying to get to the facts about her dad. He's looking for the
お
truth.
願いソラ。あなたに協力してなんて言わない。でもせめて見逃してほしいの。
Yeah, true.
そう
Sora,
ですか。そのようなことが田中さんのお父様が。
ソラ、
私もできることなら力をお貸ししたい。できることなら。
Sora closed her eyes for a while. Then opened them.
皆さんのご意向は分かりました。ですが私にはレミを部外者から守るという使命があります。むしろ皆さんを止めなければならない。そのように作られているのです。私一人ではどうすることもできない。命令に従うしかない。
But that's not...
私は一体どうしたら。
Sora's shoulders shook, and she had a pained look on her face.
大丈夫だよ。
Huh?
大丈夫。なんとかなると思う。
Work out somehow. Sora, what are you trying to do?
空は今のプログラムに従う限り私たちの邪魔をしなければならない。でも空自身はそれを望んでない。だったら空が望む行動が取れるようにプログラムを書き換えてやればいいってわけよ。
そのようなことができるのですか？
多分ね。もちろん空がそれを願うならだけど。
Sora quivered slightly. Sora, are you scared?
少し、いえ、とてもです。
やっぱりやめようよ。私のわがままでこれ以上みんなに迷惑かけられないよ。先輩は黙ってて。もうこれはナッキュ先輩だけの問題じゃないんです。さあ空、判断して。
Hey, Sora. I'd like you to listen to me and then decide after you hear what I've got to say. So you said it yourself.
私は皆さんと同じではありませんが、皆さんと同じでありたいと思っています。
You want to exist in the same way that we do. And we want the same thing. That's all I wanted to say. Finally, Sora lifted her face and focused her eyes on Sarah.
わかりました。松永さん、よろしくお願いします。
御意でござる。マヨ、くれぐれも気をつけてね。
うん。
お願いだから空を傷つけないで。平気でござるよ。拙者を信頼してくだされ。
Sora touched her on the
じゃあ
keyboard.
悪いけど空の内部を見せてもらうわね。心配しないで。レントゲンを取るみたいなものだから。
Sora continued working as we watched. We watched her deft hand, Sora's tense expression began to relax. It was then that Sora began to suffer. What's the matter?
やめて、やめてください。やめて、やめて、やめて。
Sora?
システムスキャニングエラー、自律神経回路内に不正な侵入を確認。
Yeah, I think this is what I was thinking it was. So, okay. The Sora we interact with is one, but there's a higher level of like, okay, there's security shit going on. So we gotta flip that and be like, alright, Sora, stop being so nice and figure out what the hell's going on. And stop it if you have to. I think that's what's going on here. I don't think this is... I think this is still our Sora, but like, there's a switch that's been flipped that's like, hey, what the hell is going on? This needs to stop. Or something like that. What happened?
そんなの私だってわからないよ。まずったな。スキャンに引っかかったっぽい。
What's that mean?
空を管理してる検査プログラムにクラッキングが発見されたってこと。
いけない。皆さん、今すぐ逃げてください。このままでは私は皆さんに危害を加えてしまうかもしれない。逃げて、早く。侵入経路判明。もう間に合わない。
Sure held out her
これよ
hand.
り侵入者の排除を実行します。
Suddenly changed. We're no longer in the security office. We're in the middle of a rolling ocean. Water swirled loudly. What is this? Yeah, that's what this is. I think Sora went a little nuts when when she went a little nuts and started accessing these things that are meant to be like security things. She went a little nuts and like started messing with shit and got access to it normally. And now this is the proper like use of it, I think, is what we're seeing. It appears as if we were about to be sucked in and have our bodies torn to pieces. I tried to shout, but water continued to rush into my lungs, and I couldn't breathe. What is happening?
RSD!
You shouted that. I closed my eyes. The surrounding apocalyptic scenery seemed like a lie. The ocean current continued to amplify in my ears. It was all the work of a generated hologram. It was no longer scary.
無駄です。
これ以上はやめて
The next instant, a high-frequency scream rang out in my mind. My head hurt so much that I thought it might split open. Ah! Unable to withstand it, I took out the voice converters that I thought were causing the pain. The sound went on.
ですから無駄だと申し上げたのです。部屋のスピーカーからも音は発せられているのです。レミューの中にいる限り逃れることはできません。
Stop. The pain was so intense that we were rolling around on the floor.
私は
警告します。おとなしくレミから手を引きなさい。直ちに中止するのです。
嫌よお願いです松永さんもう結構ですから中止してください嫌だって言ってるでしょ空のためにも先輩のためにも私自身のためにも私はやらなきゃいけないのライプリヒなんかに負けてらんないのよ
Secretary pecking at the keyboard.
最終警告。直ちに中止しなさい。これ以上続けるというのなら命の保証はできません。
どこかにきっと責務松永さん何よ私は絶対に手を引かないからね
そうではありません。私はこれから自分のセキュリティの一部を解放します。そこを狙って大量のデータを送り込んでください。
つまりオーバーフローを起こせってこと？
はい。それで私のシステムは暴走するはずです。結果どうなるか分かりませんが、うまくいけばシステムを書き換える隙ができるかもしれません。
分かった。お願い。
私の力では解放できるのはほんのわずかな時間だけです。タイミングを見逃さないでください。チャンスは一度。17分の1秒ほどの一瞬。
了解。
では行きます。エラー発生。タイプ 14F。今です。
いやごめん。
セキュリティの一部に障害が発見されエラー発生。扱える数値の限界を超え。
やった成功。
Frequency attack stopped. Zora struggled in pain. Finally, her body again trembling. Sora.
様子が
エラー発生。タイプ9エラー。アプリケーションによってゼロによる助産が行われました。
暴走が始まる。
わからなくなっていく。私は茜ヶ崎空レミュー開発部 SE 主任代理。レミューの運行を補佐する者。
Oh. Where are the consoles for it?
私はレミューを訪れる皆様をご案内する者。私はレミューとそこに依存する人々の安全を保障する者。レミューにいる全てを守る者。レミューの全てを守護する者。私は一体誰なの？
見失わないで。あなたは空よ。私たちと一緒の時間を過ごしてきた茜ヶ崎空なの。
私は皆さんと。エラー ラー発生。タイプ30予期しない命令が実行されようとしています。
Sora started suffering even more. Then something surprising happened. Sora split into two. Sora's two.
したってこと？
It wasn't an illusion. Of course, given that it was all RST generated, there was no guarantee that it all wasn't an illusion. But at least I wasn't the only one that saw it. Even Sora seemed to be seeing it too. The new Sora attacked, grabbing the old Sora by the throat. The two of them struggled equally. The two Soras, like an apple split in two pieces. No, it was like an apple reproduced in whole. Non-reductional division. I feared that it was the result of overloading the myth.
ルート権限が奪えた。
さあ、今です。今ならそちらでシステムを書き換えることができます。システムに致命的なエラーが発生。データ破損の恐れあり。直ちに30秒の待機の後、エマージェンシーリセット。早く！レミがシステムを復旧するためにリセットをかけようとしています。その前に早く！
オッケー。もう少しの辛抱だからね、ソラ。
Sora typed the keys at a furious speed. All we could do was stand helplessly and
リ
watch.
セットまであと17秒。松永さん、まだですか？
もうちょい。
Sora continued pounding on the code as she wiped the sweat from her
リセ
brow.
ットまであと7秒。
松永さん、できた。
Sora stood as she were ejected from her
リセ
chair.
ットまであと3秒。
いざ、科学日報。童貞開始。
Sora shook the keyboard with her palm. The room was flooded with bright light. Two Sora images began to overlap. Two fused into one. At the same time, the system underwent an emergency reset. That instant, we were all swallowed in pitch blackness. Darkness and silence. Colors and sound lost. Myth ultimately ceased functioning. And then, exactly 170 seconds later, the myth rebooted. Lights and other machinery restarted. Finally, the computer gave off a quiet whirring sound. The display in the wall came online all at once. There was a surge of letters rushing across the monitor. System starting up screen. It finally switched to automatic operating mode. Then Sora appeared again before us. Seemed to suddenly appear floating in the air, but she still had a solid presence. She closed her eyes and it looked as if she was embracing herself as she descended. Sora? Sora slowly opened her eyes.
おはようございます。皆さん。
Saying that, she smiled broadly. Do you know who we are? Do you remember us? I pointed at
は
myself.
い、少年さん、それに田中さんと松永さんですよね。今ここにはいませんが、倉成さんと小町さんのことももちろん存じていますよ。
よかった。私たちの知ってるソラだよ。
はい。
ねえソラ、これからレミの C レベルデータを調べたいんだけど、手伝ってくれる？
もちろんです。微力ながらご協力させていただきます。
Sora nodded slightly as she spoke. Hey, there's something I'd like to know. Sarah, what in the world did you do to rewrite the system?
実際には何も変えてないの。私は命令の優先順位を入れ替えるパッチを当てただけ。
そうです。私の処理ルーチンそのものは全く変化していません。ですが、レミを守るという義務よりも、皆さんのお役に立つという項目の方が優先されるようになったのです。
I totally understand, but you mean that you no longer have to stop
そういう
us?
ことです。それが皆さんのためになることであれば、私はレミの内部ですらお見せします。
それじゃあ早速調査開始といきますか。
そうですね。
Good. Hey, you, what's wrong? She was hunched over and quiet. She didn't look well.
ありがとね。ソラ、マヨ、私のために こんなに苦労してくれて。
And Sora
らしく
said,
ないですよ先輩。目的のためなら手段を選ばない、いつものナッキュ先輩でいてくださいってば。
Sora waved her words away casually with the palm of her hand. I agree with her completely. She's right. Don't lose sight of yourself.
はい、私もそう思います。
それに少年もサンキューね。
Huh? Me? I didn't do anything.
何言ってんの。マヨを説得してくれたのは少年でしょ。
それに私が決断できたのも少年さんの言葉のおかげなんですよ。
We want the same thing.
少年さんの一言で私は決意することができたのです。
I see. So that's what happened. I felt a bit embarrassed.
よーし、そんじゃ締めっぽいのはここまでにしてシーラベールぞー。
And so we restarted the investigation into Yu's father. The only clue that we had to start off of our investigation was the name of Yu's father, Tanaka Yuichi. Actually, the work going on beneath the surface of Lunet's exterior was all done by Sora. I feel like the system still couldn't be accessed by normal means. Sora was worn out, but she kept on typing. Nearly half an hour had passed since Sora disappeared inside the myth. Sora suddenly appeared from inside the console. Are you finished?
はい、私のわかる範囲内でしか調べられませんでしたが、
大義でござった。で、何かつかめた？
It didn't work.
いえ、いろいろな事実が判明しました。
なんだ、だったら教えてよ、もったいぶらずにさ。空？
Sora stared straight at you. Her serious expression made you wrinkle her brow. Didn't look like the kind of situation suitable for light talk or jokes. Wonder what Sora could have
田
found.
中さん、落ち着いて聞いてくださいね。あなたのお父様、田中陽一様はすでにお亡くなりになっている可能性があります。
お父さんが死んだ？
はい、今から34年前に。
Wait, hold on. 34 years ago? Hold up? What?
ちょっと待って。34年前ってどういうこと？私まだ18歳なんだよ。今から18年前に生まれたんだよ。なのにお父さんが34年前に死んだなんて、そんなバカなこと。
Yeah, Sora, what are you saying? Does it match the facts?
とにかく落ち着いて聞いてください。私はまだ断定したわけではありません。可能性があると申し上げただけです。私はまず田中さんのお父様に関するデータを検索しようと試みました。しかし田中陽一なる人物が存在した記録はこのレミュー内のデータベースには一切保存されておりませんでした。つまり同姓同名の人物さえ存在しないということです。
So are you saying that Yu's father wasn't here?
そんなはず。でもそれは限られた範囲内のことでしょ。空でさえアクセスすることのできない領域があるって前に聞いたことがあるけど。
ええ、もちろんそうです。私はレミの末端に位置するプログラムに過ぎません。セキュリティレベルの高いデータには一切触れることができないのです。
だったらそこに田中陽一という人の記録も。
Sora continued, responding to Sora's question.
その可能性はもちろん否定できません。しかし社内名簿にも経理関係の書類にもローカルエリアネットワーク上において取り交わされたあらゆるメッセージのログにも田中陽一なる記述は発見されなかったのです。
そんなはずないって。私のお父さんは確かにここレミューで働いてたんだから。それによ、もしも仮にお父さんがここに行ったことがなかったとしても、だからってお父さんが死んだことにはならないでしょ。はい
はい
じゃないでしょうが。どっからそんな仮説が導 導き出されたのかちゃんと説明してよ。落ち着いてください先輩。
Sora grabbed you as she went to grab Sora. He was on the verge of losing reason and getting carried away by your emotions.
では順を追ってご説明申し上げます。ですがその前に一つお尋ねしてもよろしいでしょうか。失礼ですが田中さん、お父様がレミューで働いていたという話はどこからお聞きになったのでしょうか。
それは
お父様は田中さんが1歳の時に失踪なされた。その話が事実だとすれば、田中さんにはお父様の記憶は残っていないはず。そうではないのですか。
ええ、そうよ。私にはお父さんの記憶がない。一緒に遊んだ記憶も抱き上げてもらった記憶も。でも1歳の時までお父さんは絶対に私のそばにいたの。その時の写真やムービーは残ってるし、絶対にいたの。お母さんだってそう言ってたんだもん。間違いないのよ。
やはりそうでしたか。
え？
そのお母様に関することなのですが。
どうしたの？なんで黙るの？
それが
何？
とても申し上げがたいことで。
Are you gonna tell me that Sora's mom isn't her mom? Is that you gonna tell me?
今まで散々申し上げがたいことをつらつらと言ってきたじゃない。ねえ、教えて。お母さんがどうしたの？
よろしいのですね。
うん。
ではお伝えいたします。田中さんのお母様、田中幸恵様も今から15年前にやはりお亡くなりになられています。
何言ってるのよ、ソラ。いい加減にしてよ。そんなバカなことあるわけないじゃない。
私の方からはこれ以上申し上げることはできません。ディスプレイに詳細な資料を表示しておきました。そちらをご覧になってください。
You stumbled towards the display, sitting down in front of it. Sora and I read the display from over her shoulder. On the screen was a record from the company LAN. There's a notice of death. There's a file about the official procedures related to Tanaka Yuki's death. There's a message log of messages exchanged among employees about the notice of her death, and a funeral notice. The screen kept changing from one image to the next. The next thing that was uploaded to the server read, "2/10/19." So this was on July 19th, 2002, 15 years ago. At the end of the files, what appeared was a record of an online conversation between employee Man A in the personnel section of the General Affairs Division and Woman B in the second section of the Research Division. But it really was a shock. What was? I mean, about Yukie-san, Tanaka Yukie-san. Yeah. Yukie-san was always so nice to me. That's right, she was your boss, right? Do you know the cause of death? TB. TB. Truffblau. That again. Same as our husband died. Her husband? What? Oh, you mean you didn't know? Is that so? We really shouldn't talk about this at the company. Why? I'll tell you about it later. But Yoichi-san died 19 years ago, right? That's why we can't talk about it. I'm serious. She had a child, the poor thing. She had a daughter, right? I feel so sorry for her. I checked to see when the log had been saved. The date read 02/07/19. Yeah, the year, month, day is real fucked. I'm used to like day, month, year? Not this way. Oh, fuck. What the hell?
そんな私は信じない。そんなの信じられない。絶対私は信じないからね。
She shouted that you've fled from the security office. Sora followed after her. Sora and I remained behind.
お分かりになりましたでしょうか。すでにお伝えしたように、田中陽一という方のお名前は私の知り得る範囲内でのデータベースには全く存在しかし今から15年前に交わされたと思われるこの A 氏 B 氏のチャットのログには田中幸恵様の旦那様とおぼしき陽一さんなる人物の名が確かに記載されております。文脈から判断するに陽一さんは当時から遡ること19年前、すなわち今から34年前に亡くなられたものと推測されます。
But the name Tanaka Yuichi doesn't appear in any of the other data. Why is it only
これ
here?
も推測の範囲内を出ませんが、おそらく何らかの理由により田中陽一さんに関するすべての記録は抹消されたものと思われます。このログの14行目と15行目を今一度ご確認ください。
What? You didn't know? Is that so? Conversation seems unnatural.
はい。本来ならば14行目と15行目の間には何らかの会話文が挿入されていたはずなのです。
You mean that someone erased part of
A
it?
氏の発言からもそのことが伺えます。
But Yoji-san's name was left in B's comments. Oh, I see. It had an umlaut on it. What probably happened was when the computer was searching, it automatically looked for Yuichi in Japanese and English, erasing everything that it
と
found.
ころがこの B さんの発言だけはなぜか見逃されることになった。
And your comments had his name spelled as Yuichi with the umlaut.
私もそう考えたので B さんのその他の発言についても調べてみました。彼女はチャットやメールなど親しい間でやり取りするようなアルファベットの A、U、O をウムラウトにして記述する癖があったようです。
Seems to be a style particular to
だ
her.
よねをだよねと書いたり、なのさをなのさと書いたりする方をしばしばお見受けしますが、これもその類と考える差し支えないでしょう。
We get, let's spell the dead person's name with an umlaut, and then we get see you later and before. Like, okay, never mind. She spoke, Sora pulled up examples of
そ
correspondences.
れはそうと、田中さん大丈夫でしょうか。
Well, Sora went after her, but I'm still kind of worried about her.
やはりお教えしない方が良かったのでしょうか。
No, you did the right thing. No matter what the facts are, that's what you wanted to know, and you told her. You knows that. She's tough. She can take it.
よくご存知なのですね。
No, not really. My face started to flush. I started to fidget uncomfortably.
様子を見てこられた方がいいのではないですか。
Yeah, I will.
では私はまだ仕事が途中でしたので、これで失礼します。
Oh, Sora, wait, there's one more thing.
はい、何か。
I just wanted to say thanks for everything. Sora's cheeks seemed to redden just a bit, and she smiled shyly.
私としては当然のことをしたまでです。それに皆さんが喜んでくれるのなら、それは私自身にとっても至上の喜びとなるのですよ。
The ultimate smile plastered on her face. Sora disappeared into the display. I left the security office and went in search of you and the others. Tried to organize my thoughts as I looked for you. Realized that there were 6 things I knew for sure. Number 1, Yu's father, Tanaka Yuichi, had apparently died 34 years previously. And Yu's mother, Tanaka Yukire, had died 15 years previously. Number 3, you had heard from her mother that Yuichi had disappeared 17 years ago. Number 4, Yu's mother was still researching archaeology at Lemieux. Number 5, from the written records of A and B, I knew that Yuichi and Yuki had a daughter. 6, finally, both of her parents' deaths had something to do with the Blau virus. I wonder what we could possibly find out about those facts. Huh. Maybe this slipping through my memory, but should the kid know what Tref Blau is right now? Because if we learned about it during this playthrough, I don't remember it. He shouldn't know. I mean, I guess you could infer that if you died from Tref Blau, it was some kind of infection or virus, but that didn't seem like that you called that out like that. Maybe I'm reading too much into that. I don't know. I was walking around the corner as Sora suddenly appeared from around a corner.
Shonen.
Where's you? Sora shook her head.
今は一人にしてほしいって。
I see. I wonder what I should do.
ねえ少年、先輩を助けてあげてよ。
Of course I will. But I wonder what I should
先
do.
輩のところに行って慰めてあげるの。
Huh? I thought you said that she wanted to be alone.
そういう時こそ男の子が優しく包み込んであげなきゃいけないの。
But you went and it didn't help, right?
私は女の子、君は男の子。ほら、全然違うっしょ？
It shouldn't matter. Exactly.
あのね、いくら強がってたって女の子はいつも待ってるんだよ。
For what?
決まってるでしょ？自分を救ってくれるヒーローに。
Say what? I was
ずっ
astounded.
とずっと待ってるの。白馬の王子様を待ってるの。女の子ってのはそういう生き物なの。
None by the conversation, I tried to argue. I'm no hero, and I'm sure not a
あ
prince.
れ？名前は王子様がいいって言ってたのはどこのどなたさんでしたっけね？
Forget about that already.
ひょっとして少年は先輩のこと嫌いなの？
That's a stupid thing to say.
じゃあ行ってきなさい。
Sarah pointed down the corridor. Oh, alright. Worn down by the powers of Sarah's persuasion, I gave in. But just let me ask you one more thing. Why me? If just a guy was needed, Takashi would do. Because... Listen, kid, you're close to you. Takashi is, adversaries at best with you. She's not gonna want to talk to you about this shit. Or talk to Takashi about this shit. Whatever. She's gonna want to talk to you, is my point.
決めたから。
Huh?
そう決めたの。少年をエコひいきするって。言っとくけど、私のひいきは半端じゃないからね。
Seal of approval from Sarah. Sarah let out a defiant
振
laugh.
り落とされないようについてきてよ。
Sarah told me where you was. Wow, holy... Damn, fucking scathing review of Takashi as a dude. Takashi is a dude, but he's that kind of friend that nobody likes. It's like, fuck. I mean, I can't completely disagree with you either. Sarah told me where you was, and I went to find her. I spotted Yu's back from behind the merry-go-round. She's looking down. She's sitting with her hands clutching the ride. You. Calling out to her, I went closer. She turned her face toward me, gave me an agonized look, and spoke.
お願いだから今話しかけないで。私のそばに来ないで。きっと今の私どうかしてるから。ひどいこと言っちゃうから。
I can't leave you alone. It's the honest truth. I sat down near you. So exactly what came into my mind. Remember what you said when we first met? You said, I am you. I am you. You are me. We are the same. You're not alone. There's no prince on a white horse, and there wasn't much I could do by myself. So don't struggle with this alone. Let's think through it together. But I thought that we could get through it together.
そうね。
I nodded firmly. So what do we know so
お
far?
父さんが死んでるかもしれないって情報よ。でもそんなはずないよ。だってお母さんから聞いていた年よりも17年も前なんだよ。私が生まれる16年も前なんだよ。
That's not all, is it?
そうよ。急にこと書いてそのお母さんまですでに死んでるかもしれないってさ。ふざけないでよ。なんでそんなことになるのよ。矛盾だらけじゃないの。15年前よ。15年前。私が3歳の時よ。私がここにやってくる直前までお母さんは私の目の前でピンピン飛び跳ねてたんだからね。
That's what you
そう
said.
らしいじゃなくてそうなの。一体どういうことよ。何が間違ってて何が正しいの。私を育ててくれたあの人は誰だったの。私のお父さんは誰なの。どこ行っちゃったの。もうわけがわからない。
Like a dam bursting, you'd spewed out all of the bad feelings that had been building inside of her. Wait, just calm down.
十分落ち着いてるわよ。
You're losing your composure and ability to judge.
私はいつだって冷静よ。いい？答えはもう出てるの。お父さんは17年前に失踪したまま行方がわからない。そして今もどこかで生きてる。お母さんも生きてる。今も家で私の帰りを待ってる。これがたった一つの真実よ。永久不変の定理よ。よって証明不要。
Look, you're jumping to conclusions.
黙らっしゃい。あんたもあのポンコツレミと一緒でバグってんのよ。
Idiot, you're the one who's messed up.
なんですって。
You're pretty smart, right?
こっちなのよ。
I thought you were strong. You're the one who said that your knowledge wasn't for defense, but for offense. It was the first time I'd ever met a girl who said anything like that. Never thought you'd be weak like this. So why are you acting like this now? Come on, let's just be logical and think this through, one point at a time. The way you always do. The reason you're confused is the information is conflicting, right? Because you think that part of it can't be right. Let's start by sorting fact from fiction, beginning with what you know. You know a lot about a lot of things. You have the materials in your head to sort this thing out. You, out of anyone, should be able to tell what is a lie. Right? You turned her eyes away from me and bit down hard on her lip. Finally looked down and closed her eyes as she was thinking. I could tell she was trying hard to accept the possibility that the facts might be true.
そうだね。私どうかしてた。
Finally, you lifted her face.
本当にどうかしてたよ。ごめんなさい。
You gave a little nod. Alright. Alas, it was time to start deducing things. I decided to start breaking things down with the points that were clear. Like, what was Trefblau or TB? Okay, I was overthinking the thing earlier. Okay, never mind. You've explained that it was a malignant virus that had an extremely high death rate and that it ravaged the world in the past. Okay, this is alright. This is a known thing. It's just kid wouldn't know about it. Okay, very well. They thought that it was first discovered more than 30 years previously. But time-wise, there was nothing strange if her father had died of TB 34 years before then, and her mother 15 years before. Furthermore, the world was entirely free of TB. A decade earlier, the World Health Organization had officially declared that the disease was eradicated. What you didn't know was that when your parents were supposed to have died, you didn't know that what she was supposed to make of the information since it was 16 years before she was born. And the mother that raised her said she had just seen her face just the other day, but she was supposed to have died 15 years ago. We figured that there were 4 possibilities. Number 1, Yoshi had not actually died, but only disappeared 17 years ago. And Yuki was still alive. Number 2, Yuki had not actually died, but only disappeared 17 years ago. However, Yuki had passed away 15 years ago. Number 3, Yoshi had died 34 years ago, but Yuki was still alive and well. 4, Yuichi had died 34 years ago and Yuki 15 years ago. We didn't know which was the truth and which were fiction. It was incredibly confusing. We decided to consider the possibilities one by one. Those theories were based on information from the 4 sources. A file compiled by Sora concerning the death of Tanaka Yuki. B, the chat log from A and B, the only source of information of Yoichi's death. C, what Yu's mom had told her, the only source of information about Yuichi's disappearance. D, the existence of Yu's mom. Moved to the security office and checked the file concerning the death of Tanaka Yuki again. As much evidence as there was in the file, it looked like Yuki's death was indeed a fact. We set aside the questioning of whether she was actually Yu's real mother for the time being. So we were able to narrow it down to the possibilities 2 and 4. 2. Yuichi had not actually died, but only disappeared 17 years ago. However, Yuki had passed away 15 years ago. 4. They both passed away, basically. Reduced to Yuki was dead, then meant that Yu's mother had been lying to her all these years. We didn't bother ourselves about the possibility of 2 women having the same name. We could determine that Yuki was lying, then the reliability of information about Yuichi's disappearance would drop dramatically. It would strongly boost the possibility that the 4th theory was right. Yuichi had died 34 years ago and Yuki 15 years ago.
ってことはやっぱり2人とも
No, I said wait. Quit jumping to conclusions.
だって
You're so impatient. We're still trying to sort this out, right? Just then, the lights started flickering on and off. See, the lights agree with me.
本当だ
The lights went out.
そうだとも言ってるよ
Finally, they flashed back on. Seems like the lights are in bad shape.
そうだね
What if it's another blackout?
また直すの
Well, I don't want to either.
今度は倉成一人に直させよっか
That'd be pretty low. The light conversation seemed to lift Yu's spirits. Okay then. Huh? I heard a voice in the distance.
リュウヤーいどこにいるんだよ
あれ倉成の声
Sounds like he's looking for you.
やっほー倉成ここだよ
After a bit, Takashi appeared.
おい、いたいた探したぞいなんだ少年も一緒かね最近のお前らよく一緒にいるな
Yeah, don't ask questions. I don't know about that.
気に
いや全然。
ああ、気になりなさいよ。
Damn.
じゃあ気になる。
Unwanted by the kid. Oh, never mind.
聞いて驚けよ。実は私と少年できちゃってるのでした。
Yo, what, really?
うえ
What?
ー、本当か。
No, 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 no. I shook my head vigorously.
たまげたーとお愛想で驚いてやってた。
ちょっと勝手に落ち着けないでよ。それは私の役目でしょ。
どうせというのは冗談でってオチだろ。
うん、
つまんねえから話進めるぞ。
はい。
And what was you came for?
ああ、これから発電機の修理に行くんだけどさ、手伝ってくれないか。
Repair the generator.
まさかまた停電しそうなの？
I didn't believe
い
it.
や、そこまで深刻な状態じゃないんだが、調子が悪いのは確からしいんだ。
Yeah, the lights did just go out a little bit ago.
だろ。まあ大したことはないんだけど、一応メンテナンスしとかなくちゃいけないから。で、空に命令されたから。
I see.
ユウ、手伝ってくれよ。
うん、いいけど。
Seemed that you still wasn't back to normal. I could tell that she was just pretending she was fine. Thought that she might get hurt if I let her go to make repairs in that state of mind. Hey, Takashi, I'll go with you to do the repairs.
あ、少年が
It looks like you is a bit worn
だけど
out.
よ、お前機械のことをよく知らんだろ。
It'll be fine. I'll try hard. So let me help. I guess your attempt at persuasion succeeded and I had to help. Started to work after lunch, but... Ouch, Takashi, that hurts.
これぐらい我慢しろよ、男の子だろ。
Oh, I assume it didn't go well. Takashi grinned sadistically as he patted my right arm, which was supported by a cat. Oh, you broke your arm! That's no good. The cast was made of specially formulated plastic. It was lighter than I expected and not too cumbersome. Takashi had put the cast on me with instructions from Sora. Sora said she had something else to do and left the work to Takashi.
いやー、しかしすごかったな、あのダイビングは。迫力十分って感じで。
Be quiet, I told you my leg slipped. You're the one that forced the tools on me.
人聞きの悪いこと言うなよ。俺は工具を持ってこいなんて一言も言ってないぜ。
You don't want to spray out without anything.
どうせまた修理することになれば必要なんだ。置いてくつもりだったんだけどな。
Takashi was making excuses. Okay, fine. It was all my stupid fault. Look at the cast rupture on my right arm. While repairing the generator, I had lost my balance holding the Vtuber box and fallen off the machine.
まあそう落ち込むなよ。空によれば綺麗に折れてるから治りも早いそうじゃないか。
Listen, we broke our arm. It's fine though, but we have you business to deal with right now. I don't have business to make a whole big drama over breaking the kid's arm. Okay. We have you things to sort out. Like, what the hell is going on with her? I don't care about him breaking his arm right now. It's not important. Easy for you to say.
さてと。
I actually picked up an object that could easily be mistaken for a gun at a glance. It was a syringe used to inject a cartridge filled with cartridge of antibodies, fever medicine, painkillers, and medicine.
ほれ、腕出せ。
I just put the needle against my left arm. It turned to night. Dinner time rolled around. Just like always, we filled our empty bellies with tuna sandwiches and made by Takashi. We wanted to change of pace, to do something fun, so we spread out a blanket in the park's rest area. I thought it'd be kind of put us in a picnic mood. The blanket was from a shop that stocked them on the same floor. So had Lemieux's Lemurian logo label printed on it. Sora couldn't eat, but she sat with us smiling just the same. Even though it was fun for her. Tara had just gone to get more drinks from the kiosk. He wasn't around. She didn't feel well and was resting in the infirmary. So Sora is going to take her a sandwich later. Run by the scent, Tsugumi appeared. As she didn't notice or care, Tsugumi parked herself on Mikun's face and started munching on the sandwich. Of course, Takashi started complaining, but Tsugumi just ignored him. Simply sat there, eating and drinking by herself. I stared at her absentmindedly. Wonder if I was still stuck on those
7
words.
日にあなたは死ぬの。
Ever since then, Tsugumi had mostly left me alone. I wonder what she was thinking about just then. I was mulling that over when... What? Didn't sound good. All of a sudden, Sarah screamed from the direction of the kiosk. Oh, okay. You're fucking throwing a horror movie scream at me, and I'm like, oh shit, what's going on? It's just a fucking rat. Get out of here. Hearing that, Tsugumi forgot about Tsugumi. Takashi forgot about Tsugumi for him and ran to the kiosk. Sora and I followed him. Some of the boxed food in the kiosk had been damaged. Whoa, what a
こ
mess.
っちの方は全滅みたいだよ。
I wonder if the hot dogs were the work of the rat, too.
でもあれは冷蔵庫の中だったんだよ。
I don't know if it's Chevy. Maybe it is. She was right. The stuff in the fridge was fine. I feel like we're in no immediate danger of starving.
それにしてもレミューにネズミがいたとは驚きです。
I don't think we'll see Chimmy in this one. It's a secret from everybody. Takashi, our de facto cook, was livid. He was so mad that he couldn't speak. His face went bright red and his whole body shook with anger. Oh, I think it is Chimmy, actually. Tsumi was enjoying it, though. What's so
それ
funny?
はもちろんあいつの顔。
She pointed at Takashi as she said that. Takashi snapped.
こんにゃろもうあったまきだ。そのネズコートやらとっ捕まえて深海魚の餌にしてやる。
It's like that, Radiant Takashi said about trying to rig up a trap to catch the rat. He ended up making me help him try and design and set it up. Going along with him was the only way to calm him down. I was somehow able to help him, using my one good arm to cover for my lame one. The trap he tried to make was a useless contraption pieced together from stuff in the warehouse. I won't go to the pain of trying to describe it. We didn't finish until the middle of the night. My mind and body were both worn out. I headed to where Yu was. I was worried about her and wanted to touch base on the theories about her parents.
少年みーけ。
Hello, Sarah. How you doing? What? Do you need something?
少年にね、ナッキョ先輩からの伝言を伝えに来たの。
Oh yeah? From you? Or just going to see her?
先輩ならもう出かけちゃってるから救護室にはいないと思うよ。
Is she feeling better?
うん、だいぶ楽になったって言ってた。
Oh, well, that's good. And what's the message?
そうそう。これから例のところに行くから少年も来てだって。
The place?
そういえばわかるって言ってたけど。
How would I do? The place? Does that mean
ねえね
what?
え、なんか知らないうちにうまいことやってるみたいじゃん。早くも真夜中の合いびきですか。うりうり、憎いね憎いね。
Secret dates. Let's go. I didn't think I knew what she was talking about. The theory was half-baked.
時に少年よ。一体どんな慰め方をしたのかね。あの先輩を瞬殺したぐらいだから、きっとものすごいテク使ったんじゃろ。
She didn't fall. I fell. And that's how I hurt my arm.
またまたすっとぼけちゃって。しびっとだけ教えてみ。あんなテクやこんなテクかね。いやー、ダメだってば。これ以上言わせたら18禁だよ。
Bro, that's illegal. Bro, please. That's not okay. The kid is a kid. That's why he's called a kid. That's not okay. The kid doesn't know. It's fine. Don't worry about it. What does she mean, 18? I don't know what you're talking about. I just give her a helping hand.
なんといきなしそげなことまで要求しちゃったとですか
Alright, alright, Sarah, calm the fuck down, okay? Jeez. Huh?
それでそれでもう大
Sarah's
丈
a
夫だっ
gossip.
て誰にも言ったりしないから
I don't believe that. You're a gossip.
ダメ
I thought it was risky to continue the conversation. Decided to take a hint from history and see no more, speak no more, hear no more. Finally, Sarah got the idea. Ultimately, Sarah gave up. Since I figured that you was waiting for me, I started walking. Thought about what you meant by the place. I figured it was probably the Marian ruins. Just like I had the day before I visited the ruins. Figured I'd find you there. Luckily I had traveled through time and opened up the door to an ancient land. Speaking of time travel, you had scoffed at it, but I haven't given up on the theory. There's only one that made sense to me. There was no other way to explain things. I entered the ruins. I continued through the maze-like passages. Trying not to get lost, I racked my memory. Fortunately, I remembered the path I'd taken the day before. It was still fresh in my mind. It was like I had been through the area dozens of times. Finally, I found you. She was in the same spot as the day before, the Sun Temple. She was sitting on the same obelisk, hugging her knees. I sat down next to her. You feel better now?
おかげさまでね
That's good to hear.
それにしてもよくここまでたどり着けたね
It was the only place I could think of.
そうじゃなくてよくここまでの経路を覚えてたなーって
What are you talking about? You called me here, right?
そうだよ
Don't tell me you thought that I wouldn't find my way back.
そうそう冗談だよ本当はねちょっと試してみたの
Test? Me?
そう大迷宮をくぐり抜け悪のドラゴンを打ち倒し囚われのお姫様を救出してくれるのかどうか
We navigated the labyrinth, we fended off the evil gossip, and found the princess.
そうそう
Yep.
ヒーローが現れてくれるのかどうか白馬の王子様を試してみたかったの
You heard that from Sarah, right?
そうだよ
And you're supposed to be the princess?
僭越ながら
I'm going back. I stood up.
ひっどい私じゃ不服だって言うの
It's not that at all. I just can't handle this kind of game right now. I'm completely worn out, and I've got this broken arm.
右手
You belatedly noticed my arm. Standing, I went to return on the road that I had used in coming. You came after me.
ちょっと待ちなさいってば
Leave me alone. If all you want to do is talk about your stupid fantasies, I'd rather get some sleep.
怪我しちゃったんだ私をかばったせいで名誉の負傷ってやつだね
Just don't give up. I was about to complain. You gently laid her hand on my hard
ま
cast.
だ痛む
Only a little. I lied. Thanks to the medicine, it didn't really hurt at all.
痛くなくなるおまじないかけてあげよ
A
うか
spell? A spell?
お母さん直伝の絶対に効くっていうお墨付きのやつせめてものお詫びにそれかけてあげるね
You put both her hands together on my cast, as if enveloping it, and gently started rubbing it. I just stood there. I could feel the heat from her palms through the cast. As she lightly stroked my arm, you started whispering.
チンプイプイ痛いの痛いのアンドロメダ星雲の彼方まで飛んでいけ
Poopy.
痛くなくなったっしょ
Far beyond the Andromeda Nebula.
何よなんか文句あるわけ
Nope, nope. All of a sudden, I had a wild urge to laugh. It's something I never thought I'd hear come out of Yu's mouth. And it tickled me incredibly. Yeah, it looks like you completely fixed it. Irritation vanished.
そっかそっか。それはよかったよかった。
Decided to go back to the hall.
嬉しかったよ。来てくれて。
Huh?
大迷宮をくぐり抜けて来てくれたでしょ。あとは姫君を救出するだけだね、王子様。
You just don't quit. Alright then, I guess I'm off to dispose of some evil dragon. Finally, I understood. The evil dragon that was holding you was used fast. And she needed to be
そうだ
saved.
ね。いくら強がってたって女の子はいつも待ってるんだよ。
Thought maybe she was waiting for me.
それじゃ推理再開。気合い入れていくぞ。
Suddenly, I noticed a tart, refreshing aroma tickling my nose. It mixed with the mildewy smell of the ruins. The scent of not yet ripened fruit. It was familiar. It smelled like the sun in spring. We decided to reorganize the information we had. I thought about the data we had on her parents. Sora's files reported Yu's mother, Tanaka Yukie, as dying 15 years ago. The company LAN had a chat log that indicated Yu's father, Tanaka Yuichi, dying 34 years ago. However, Yu's mom had told her that her father had gone missing 17 years ago. There are pictures and movies, but they cannot be completely trusted as reliable. She even said so herself. And what was most suspicious was the lady you had always thought of as her mom. From what we could gather, the death of her parents, Yuichi and Yukie, were facts. I mean that her mother, or the lady who called herself that, could have been lying all along. Based on all the information, we narrowed it down to the two most likely possibilities. 4. Yuichi had died 34 years ago and Yukie 15 years ago. I bet this is what happened. If it is true that your mom and dad died, then the person working at Lemieux, the person that you thought was your mom up until now isn't your mom, but
育ての親？
yeah. Then your real dad could have died 34 years ago and your mom 15 years ago. So somebody that took pity on the orphan daughter took you in and raised you.
でもそれはありえないよ。
Why?
田中陽一という人は私の本当のお父さんじゃないから。だってそうでしょ。田中陽一という人は今から34年前に亡くなってるのよ。私が生まれたのは今から18年前。正確に言うと今から19年前の9月22日。どう考えても20年前の12月前後ぐらいまでは生きててもらわなくちゃ困るの。
Father's an area I didn't really know much about, so I held my tongue. But she was right, it did sound fishy. The question was how to fill in the missing years. No way. Nothing.
何よ、言いなさいよ。気になるじゃない。
I don't think this could ever happen, but what if you were actually 33 years old?
33歳？私がこのみずみずしい肌が30代に見える？
You don't look it.
だよね。まあ、冗談はさておき。私が仮に33歳だとしたら、実年齢との間に15年間のギャップがあることになる。その空白の15年間は一体どこに消えたっていうの？私は少年みたいに記憶喪失になったこともないし、エイリアンに誘拐されたこともないし、亀を助けて竜宮城に行ったこともない。
What?
12歳の時、実は27歳だったって？そんなことあるわけないでしょ。5歳の時に20歳だった？ますますありえない。私はこれまでの18年間と7ヶ月とちょっとの人生の中で一度たりとも15年間のギャップなんてものを体感したことはないの。
15-year gap. Listen, sorry to stop you, but let's get back on topic. You're just talking about Rip Van Winkle, right?
それが
He falls asleep
Huh?
and... Van Winkle, he falls asleep and when he returns home... When he returns home... I got it. I got it. This is probably what happened.
タイムスリップしたとはなんてバカバカしいこと言い出さないよね
But it would explain everything. Somewhere along the line, maybe when you were small, before you can even remember, I bet you jumped 15 years into the future. You were probably really born 33 years ago. That would mean that if Yuchi died 34 years ago, it would all make sense.
まったくもう何回言わせれば気が済むのかなタイムスリップなんて現象は絶対確実に起こりえないの水が高いところから
Like water flows downhill. If you use a siphon, you can move water uphill.
違うのそういうことじゃないのあくまでもそれは例えであって
But you're not the only one that experienced time travel. I did too. But my time travel was different. I think it's probably the reason that I get premonitions about things. I was trapped here in the Mew
ど
before.
うしてそうやって探偵苦笑で言えるのかな
Hmm.
そのみなぎるような自信はどっから出てくるわけ仮によもしも君がタイムスリップしたとしてもう一人の少年は一体どこにいるっていうの
The other me. Life reading 7. I wrote on the night of May 1st when numbers for the life scan kept changing.
そうもう一人このレミューに閉じ込められた数日間を君は繰り返してるんでしょだったらここには過去の少年くんもいるはずじゃない
That's, I know, all my memory is going back through time.
記憶喪失なのに
That's exactly why I've lost my memory. Normally, anything like a memory going back through time would defy common sense. But this time, common sense is being defied. My brain couldn't deal with the situation and started to panic, so it tried to logically explain or deal with the situation. So it erased all my memories.
あのね熱弁振るってくれた後で悪いんだけどさそういうのは論理的な説明とは言わないのそれはただの量的な妄想
The day ended without us finding any answers. Next morning, everybody slept in. Looked like everyone was pretty beat. When you and I saw each other, we both said good morning as if everything were normal. Seemed like she wanted to act as if things were the same as always in front of everybody else. So I did my best to follow her suit. The late start pushed our breakfast time back later than usual. Sora put in a request, so we have another picnic. They seemed to really enjoyed them. They spread out the same Mimikyu blanket near the rest area. I wanted to check on the trap that we had set the night before while everyone was preparing just in case we'd caught something. But just as I got to where we'd set it, I saw Takashi breaking down the trap. Huh? You're cleaning it up? She nodded silently. Meaning that... Takashi's shoulders slumped and he let out a big sigh. It looked so pathetic, I couldn't say anything else. When finally gotten everything ready, Tsugumi appeared out of nowhere. Mitsukin popped herself down on the sheet and started munching away. I know if Takashi had matured overnight, but he held his tongue, though it was clear he was in a sulky mood. Sora and Tsugumi didn't look at each other. It seemed like they were ignoring each other. Apparently, they still weren't getting along. But everybody tried to make the best of it, eating, chatting, and having fun.
せーのチッケピあっち向いてはい
I lost again.
少年ってば弱っちいんだこれでもう16連敗だよ
16 in a row. Weird.
順調すぎるんだよあっち向けって言われてホイホイ向いちゃってるでしょ騙されやすい性格でござるな
I'm not. I'm trying to
あっ
win.
ち向いてはい
Dang it. I just kept losing.
君は記憶喪失中だからただでさえ物事の判断材料が人並み以下なんだよあまり目の前の事実にとらわれすぎないこともっと自分をしっかり持たないと知らず知らずのうちに間違った方向に進んじゃうからね
I know.
それはそれとして敗者へのペナルティだねはいサンド出して
Apparently, I held up my sandwich.
うにうに
I squeezed a ton of mustard onto my sandwich. The penalty was mustard, and my sandwich was already drenched in the stuff. My mouth felt like it was on fire before I even took a bite. Maybe thanks to that silly exchange, I was able to get through the whole thing without thinking about it too much. Suddenly, someone cut across my field of vision. It was Tsugumi. Tsugumi was walking towards Takashi. She extended her hand.
あなんだその手はまさかお手かバカにすんな
本当にバカね
おかわりということではないでしょうか
Tsugumi nodded at Sora's extra explanation. She already wolfed down her first one.
ほほういい度胸だなこんな時しか顔を見せねえくせしておかわりまでねだるとはまあよかろうて
ないのあるの
あるさこんなこともあろうかとつぐみ用にチューニングしたスペシャルタツタがな
Special? I had a bad feeling about the whole thing.
ほれ食え残さず食えよ
Tsugumi took the sandwich without saying anything. She stared at Tsugumi as she took the wrap of the sandwich.
いやあんまり美人だとついつい包装紙を取り去る姿にさえ見とれてしまうな
手のつけようのないバカねまああと50回くらい死ねば治るかもしれないけど
I thought Takashi would get angry. He was just grinning as he watched me start on her sandwich. Something was definitely not right there. I sucked in my breath and watched. I bit into the sandwich. Munch.
引っかかった引っかかったものすげえ味だろそのサンド
Takashi laughed so hard he
ナス
cried.
マスタードにタバスコに七味に胡椒にセージにナツメグにシナモンにミントにカレー粉を混ぜ合わせそれからさらにマヨネーズにケチャップに砂糖に塩に醤油にとんかつソースにビネガーにバニラエッセンスに
Oh, you added everything to it, huh?
あと何だったっけ、とにかく俺が見つけたありとあらゆる調味料とスパイス計34種をミックスした特製ソースで味付けしてあるんだからな
ちょっとそれはいくらなんでもひどすぎるでしょそうだよ
That's going too far, Takashi.
食い物の恨みはマリアナ海溝よりも深いのだ
小松さんすぐに吐き出してください今すぐお水をいえまずはお薬を
大丈夫だってちょっと腹壊すだけで死ぬわけじゃねえよ
He cooks things. He has free reign to do whatever he wants. That's not something you should do to a girl. I want to grab Takashi with my left hand.
待って平気だから
Yeah. Tsugumi would be fine. Probably.
なんちゅうタフさだ
全然平気
とか言いつつも本当は死ぬほどまずいんだべいいんだぞ正直に言っても
本当に平気よだってピザの味するだけだから
Pizza? What?
今なんておっしゃいました？何の味と？
Tastes like pizza. Pizza!
本当に本当に？
Tsugumi nodded.
ちょっとそれ貸せ！なわけねえだろ！
Takashi went to grab the sandwich, but Tsugumi was too quick for him. Not only that, Takashi cut his foot and fell to the floor. I don't know. The fun pizzas. In that instant, Tsugumi polished off
ご
the
ちそう
sandwich.
さま。確かにスペシャルタツタだったわね。
The event ended with Tsugumi turning the tables on Takashi. Alright, fun. That's fun. Pizza sandwich, let's go. I ended up cleaning the theory afterward. I separated the canned and sandwich wrappers and put them in the garbage bags. You and Sora helped. Takashi said he was going to start getting ready for lunch and head off to the kiosk. Sora said he had to do some maintenance on the myth and left for the control room. Tsugumi disappeared to somewhere unknown. But something happened when I was picking up garbage. Excuse me? Excuse me. That Yahoo! What? Huh?
どうかしたの？
Nothing. Did somebody just call out?
はい？誰も呼んでないよ。
Really? Must be my imagination.
とかなんとか言っちゃって、本当はサボりたいだけなんでしょう。
I'm not. It's not that at all.
また例の幻聴？
Well,
お
I
願いだからしっかりしてよね。疲れてるのはわかるんだけどさ。
started picking up garbage again. We finally finished with the trash, folded the blanket, and we're done cleaning up.
さて、あとは軽く掃き掃除しておこうか。マヨ、お願いがあるんだけど、ほうきとちりとり持ってきてくれる？売店のとこにあるはずだから。ラジャーでござる。
So I set up for the kiosk. I was just thinking, this must be a night for the people that clean this place.
人にやらせたら大変だろうね。でも、普段はレミが制御する清掃ロボが全自動で館内を掃除してたから。
Wow.
まあ、この事故のおかげで、そのロボットも今頃は海水の中で錆び鉄になってるでしょうけど。
Pretty much. Oh, you're having auditory hallucinations. Have you tried not having those? Have you tried stop? Will you just stop? How about you stop? How about you stop hearing things, you crazy person? Get out of here. But you just stop hearing that. Stop being crazy. It's that simple. That was pretty much what you said. I'll bet. It didn't work. What? It was a string voice
考
again.
えてみれば、もうこのレミューそのものが巨大なスクラップみたいなもんよね。この後ここをどう始末するのやら。
If we start seeing people, I mean, that's maybe more of a concern.
何？どうしたの？
Um,
もしかして、また？はあ、もう君はいいから。救護室にでも行って寝てなさい。こりゃ重症だわ。
I'm sure I heard something. That time I was sure it wasn't my
持って
imagination.
るの。刻んでるの。
See, I really can hear something.
この石像に傷を刻み込んでるの。
Stone statue. I looked around the four stone statues at the edge of the open area. And there, atop the pedestal of a stone statue, was a girl. She was standing next to the figure as if clinging to it. Oh, it's that girl. It was the girl I had seen who had been vanished on the first day. Look, you, right there. Look, over on that
石
statue.
像がどうかしたの？
Look, that stone statue. There's a girl there. See?
誰もいないよ。
Not there. Over there. Oh, forget it. I'll just go call to her.
少年
I sprinted towards the stone statue. What could that girl be doing up there?
それは寂しかったから。それ
Lonesome.
にあのね、悔しいの。
Zad, what is she talking about?
よーし、次は
Just then, the girl lost her balance, falling from her awkward place on the pedestal. Look out! I ran toward her. Butter cut on my feet and sprayed everywhere as I ran all out to where she was. Will I make it? I closed my eyes, mustered all of my power, and sprinted. Threw out my free left hand to where the girl would be falling to catch her. I didn't feel anything. Thought maybe I hadn't reached her in time. Scared I opened my eyes. What? There's no one in my arms, or even nearby. One of the water is slushing out gently
ちょっ
around
と
me.
大丈夫？かなり派手に転んだみたいだけど。
Looked above me. Of course, there's no one on the pedestal supporting the statue. Without saying anything, I got up and went behind the statue. There were scratches in the stone. Looked like they had been deeply carved there by something hard and sharp. They're in the shape of people. Really simple looking, like stick people. At the end of each stick was a little round face. There were 6 in all. Looking closer, I saw that next to the people were figures, two carving of animals that I'd never seen. Looked up at the statue. The statue was pointing diagonally upward to the east.
あれ？何やってるんですか？二人とも。それがね。
I ignored them and gently touched the carvings on the statue. Without thinking, I blurted out, "Watch your step, okay?" Nature could have been my imagination that time. Okay. The kid is a time traveler, but also he's a little crazy. Maybe it's both. Maybe he's a crazy time traveling amnesiac. I don't know. Anyway. After that, I decided to go to the infirmary and sleep. It wasn't that I was feeling ill. It was simply that I wasn't getting enough sleep. I wanted some quality rest. I slept so deeply that I didn't even dream. When I woke, it was already around evening. There was a memo by the bed. I'll be in the conference room until dinner. If you wake up by then, please come along. Sorry for making you hang out with me the last couple of days. Please make sure that you get enough rest. You. Judging from the signature, it seemed that you had left it. I got out of bed, stretched, and left the room. Started walking in the direction opposite of the conference room. Decided to take a walk around the complex for fun. I got in daily. I think it might make for a good change of pace to walk around a floor I didn't spend much time on. That was my thinking. I rode down to the 3rd floor that was flooded with water. Wonder where I should go. I looked around, thinking. It was then that it happened. I saw her again. Hey! I saw her small figure cutting across the corridor. For sure of it. It was that girl. I chased after her. Her skirt shook back and forth as she walked further and further away. It was almost as if she was trying to get away from me. Hey, wait a minute. She might not have heard me because she didn't show any sign of stopping. Wonder what it was all about. The girl that kept appearing out of nowhere and then disappearing. The girl didn't register on the Miss Bioscan. No, she had registered once. Life readings 7. Then the more I thought about it, the stranger everything seemed. She only appeared in front of me, so we hardly communicated. Well, I couldn't worry about it, I knew it wouldn't help. Something that I only saw by asking her directly. She headed into the cosmic whale room. I followed in soon after. The room was dimly lit. A massive whale floated like a majestic phantasm in the cosmic room. The girl was in the middle of the room, facing away from me, sitting and hugging her knees. I finally got up. I approached her as I caught my breath. I heard singing. It sounded like phrases from a children's song. I felt like I had heard the lyrics somewhere before. Somewhere, I was sure. In the distant past. I wonder if it was my missing memory that was making me feel that way. Hey, you. Her shoulders jumped with shock and she stopped singing. Slowly, she turned back to look at me. It was the girl, after all. Why do you run away from me? Oh well, I guess it doesn't matter. It really did matter to me, but since I had finally been able to confront the girl, I felt a surge of relief. Well, why don't we go where everyone else is? I held out my hand as I said that. Finally, she stood up and spoke. What? The girl just stared at my face. Let's go. I took her hand and tugged it as I began to walk. Inside of my mind was churning. It was because of what she just said. Inside of me, it felt like another me was screaming. That was how I felt. I found another girl. I burst into the conference room as I shouted that. Of course, I was still leading the girl by the hand. Everyone turned to look at me at once.
もう一人って？
誰のこと言ってんだ？
もしかしてその女の子のことですか？
Yeah, I found her in the cosmic whale room and brought her here. What's the matter with everyone? Why aren't you surprised?
もうしばらく休んでいた方がいいんじゃない？
What?
ねえねえ。
The girl was tugging at my sleeve. I turned to look at her, but the girl I had brought back
い
was...
きなりこんなとこ連れてきてどうしたの？
So this is very obvious, but something's wrong with the kid. Something's pretty wrong with the kid. Sarah,
ん？
looked back at everyone. This isn't right. I swear I saw her. We were walking here hand in hand. It wasn't Sarah.
そうなんですか、松永さん。
ううん。私は誰も見なかったよ。いきなり少年が私の手を掴んで。
What? Sarah, why are you lying?
はい？嘘ついてるのはそっちじゃん。何言っちゃってるわけ？
What? Girl's in the cosmic whale room. She was sitting down, hugging her knees. She was singing some kind of phrases to a kid's
だか
song.
ら、それは私です。
Sarah's red-faced and
そ
shouting.
んな恥ずかしいことここで暴露しなくてもいいでしょ？
Jeez, what's with her? What's going on here? You groaned as she slapped her forehead with her
少
hand.
年、他のことは何も心配しなくていいから、もう少し休んできたら、晩ご飯だったら後で持ってってあげるから。本当にどうしちゃったのかね、この子は。
I thought about a lot of things. I applied to the infirmary. Things leading to that point. Things to come. The odd things going on. Things I couldn't figure out. Things I need to find out. Things I need to decide. Everything I'd been trying to avoid thinking about all rushed into my mind at once, making it a confused mess. I couldn't help thinking and worrying about things. About you. What if the man who died 34 years ago wasn't Yu's father? Then who was her real father? Was the woman that died 15 years ago really Yu's mother? If not, then who was? About me. Why did I keep having premonitions of the future? What did it mean? Who was the girl? Why had I mistaken Sora for her? Why had I even lost my memory in the first place? What had happened to me in my past? What did Tsugumi know about all of it? And why were we all trapped in Lemieux? Was it just an accident? Or something else? Yeah, do what you do best, kid. Go to bed. Go sleep. Don't worry about anything else. A few hours later, the installation started to flood again. Twitter stock from the partition to the cosmic whale was submerged. Casualties, none. But into the other rooms, none. Hints of damage spreading, none. Sora's voice conveyed the situation over the intercom in a matter-of-fact tone. Cosmic whale room. I'd been there until just shortly before the flooding. But somehow it felt like some event that had taken place far, far away. I covered my head with the blanket, closed my eyes, and tried to sleep. I tried to search the world I should be in. For the place I should return to. And for myself. Next thing I knew, I was standing there. The corridor I was in wasn't very popular. It was completely silent. It was narrow, dark, cold. Where is this? I wonder if I was really in the Mew. Nothing looked familiar. It was like an unknown world. I just stood there in the middle of the foreign corridor. Wait. I knew that space. For some reason, it seemed familiar to me. Like an image that appeared and hid in the mist, not quite visible. Or like the moon peeking between gaps in a thick night fog. It was a corridor that stretched on straight forward. It seemed to go on forever in both directions. I started walking without really thinking about it. I've been here before. But when could that have been? I felt like something long ago, but at the same time, something recent. I couldn't remember when. I just kept walking to nowhere in particular. I have to go. But where was it that I felt I had to go? I didn't know why, but I felt that I had to go. That's why I'm walking. In a soundless world. A colorless world. A scentless world. A world that didn't exist anywhere. And then the scenery suddenly changed. I found myself in a big room. It was big, and white, and quiet. It looks like a hospital. That's what I thought. In a corner of the room were 3 capsule-like machines. As if they were calling out to me, I approached the capsules. Someone was in the capsules. Someone was sleeping in there. I reached out my right hand towards the capsule. My hand made contact. In that instant, without a sound, the lights went off. Thought I tried to jump backward, but my right hand was stuck to the capsule and I couldn't pull it back. I looked back at the capsule. From the point where my hand was touching the capsule's lid, a blackish, sticky liquid began seeping out. No, it was more dark blue than black. The capsule continued to ooze. Blackish blue and deep blue. I didn't know and couldn't imagine what was going on. That's right, someone's inside. I have to open this and save them. My body wouldn't move. It felt paralyzed. I stopped breathing and could only watch what was unfolding. Finally, that sticky blue liquid covered the entire capsule. But it didn't stop there. It kept going. To the floor, to the walls, the ceiling, as if it would swallow the whole room. It was like a living animal with a will of its own, reproducing itself. The sticky blue liquid began to crawl up my body, up my legs, and my hands, inside my clothes and between my legs. I couldn't shake it off or scream, I could only watch. After covering my body, it forced my mouth open and started flowing inside. It invaded me through my ears, my nose, and the pores of my skin. In my body, the blue traveled around, reaching my brain, my lungs, and my heart. It began eating away at my brain, my organs, and my blood vessels. The blue liquid sucked my blood and started changing its color to black. I was changing into something that wasn't me. Ah! Assaulted by boundless fear and horrible despair, I howled the soundless scream. My eyes snapped open. Next thing I knew, I was on a bed. Full of disinfectant. I wondered where I was. I was drenched in sweat. My heart was pounding. I had a dull headache. I lifted up my torso and glanced around me. The room was dim, but nothing seemed out of the ordinary. It was scenery that I knew. Oh yeah, I'm back in the infirmary. I finally realized that I had just been having a dream. I got my breath back and thought back to the dream. Let's see. What seemed so vivid only moments ago seemed to vanish from my mind like clouds covering the night sky. All that was left was an unknown fear and a slight headache and a fragment of a dream. I gave up and looked around me. The area was enveloped in a faint darkness. It wasn't a blackout. Lights had been dimmed to make it easier to sleep. Proof seemed to be the light breathing that I could hear coming from the bed next to me. I thought it might be Sarah. Wide awake, I got out of bed. Until I noticed something. It was someone lying face down next to my bed asleep. I went to see who it might be. It was you. I thought she was going to be Sora for sure after sleeping in that position. At least keep her from catching a cold, I went to cover her with a blanket. Just then... Oh, did I wake you up?
寝るつもりなかったんだけど、ついうとうとしちゃったみたい。シャッと。
You said as she stood up.
どう？具合の方は。
I feel perfectly fine.
そんなわけないでしょ。頻繁に幻聴聞いたり、幻覚見たり、絶対に精神が参ってる証拠だよ。
I mean, true. True.
このところ毎晩私に付き合わせてるからね。これでも責任感じてるんだぞ。
It's not your fault.
だとしたらちょっとは気が楽になるんだけどね。
Saying that, you shrugged your shoulders. I'm done with the bed, so you can sleep here, you. I slept enough this afternoon. I'm not tired.
そう。
You thought for a
だった
minute.
ら今夜も付き合わない？
Sure. Tried to hang out again that night, in what seemed to be becoming a nightly ritual. The Lemurian ruins. We climbed on top of the roof of one of the buildings and gazed out over the scenery. Actually, I didn't know why we decided to climb on that particular night. But I'll take a stab at the reason. Probably because Mary was so beautiful then. For a while, the two of us were silent, just enjoying the view. Finally, I started the conversation. Let's get to the bottom of
決
things.
着って
get to the bottom of the truth about your past. About your father and mother. That and the truth about my past. About my lost memories and my ability to see the future. That and one more thing. The truth about all of our pasts. And why this accident happened. Why were we the only ones trapped here? Why couldn't we get out? I'm tired of dwelling on this. I mean it, let's really figure things out tonight.
さ、少年。
You stared into the distance.
悪いんだけど、そういった話は今日はやめよう。
Huh?
なんだ
Why?
か疲れちゃった。だから今日はそういうつもりでここへ誘ったんじゃないの。
I wonder why we had come
ど
there.
うして人は過去にこだわったりするんだろう。
Because the players want to know everything, that's why. We want to know the secrets. We want to know your secrets, you. We want to know. Tell us your secrets, figure it out. What the hell is going on with you?
過ぎてしまったことなんて取り返すことはできないのに、私たちはただ目の前を通り過ぎていく瞬間瞬間の中でしか生きることはできない。過去にも未来にも飛んでいくことはできない。未来は確かにやってくるけれど、その瞬間が訪れるまで未来はただの暗闇。何も見えない。
I demand answers.
1分後何が起こるのかさえわからない。未来が怖くて、だから人は振り返る。振り返って過去を見ると、そこには光が照らされている。でもね、過去だって同じこと。遠のけば遠のくほど闇の中に紛れて見えなくなってしまう。
To me, it seemed to lose your memory like I had. Made everything pitch black. No, rather things became nothing.
私たちが知ることのできる領域なんてほんの些細なものなのよ。特に時の流れに対しては盲目に等しい。だから私は今この瞬間だけを大切にしようと思う。過去や未来のことなんてもうどうでもよくなっちゃったんだ。
I was left speechless. There's nothing I could be expected to say. She was no longer focused on reflecting on her past. She was different from me. I alone was intent on knowing everything. I believed that I had to know it, or else. But you wasn't like that. The dragon had left the damsel free. There's no longer a need to vanquish it. I didn't know how much time had passed. There was nothing for us to do, so we just gave ourselves this slow passing time. Even if there's no meaning in it. I didn't feel that there was any reason for being there. I had enough of this. I stood up quickly. So, should we get some sleep? What? What's
も
wrong?
うちょっとだけ一緒にいたいかも。
But there's nothing for us to do, is there? That was what I was about to say, but you
君
said...
と一緒にいるとなんだか落ち着くの。だから
Sat down again where I was. I figured that even if it meant nothing to me, it might mean something to her.
私が今何考えてるかわかる？
I shook my head.
当ててみて。
How am I
タイ
supposed
ム
to
スリ
know?
ップしたんでしょ？同じ出来事を経験したことがあるんでしょ？だったらこれから私が何をするのか知ってるはずじゃない。
I'm not from the future, and I got an idea. You don't believe in time travel, right?
それとこれとは話が別。当ててみて。
You repeated yourself. Are you going to do something?
多分。
I just worry about what something this is. What are you going to
だ
do?
から当ててみてって言ってるでしょ。わからないの？
I don't
そう
know.
いう時はどうすればいいんだっけ？
What?
もう一つの目を使うのよ。
My other eye? The third eye?
第三の目が開眼すると真の知恵が湧き、万物を見通すことができる。
But
教え
how?
てほしい。
Yeah. It's something I'd hoped for. If I could harness that power, then my past memory.
一つ目の目はどこにあるのか知ってる？
I cocked my head, thinking. He spoke, his index finger approached my right eye. I closed it. Ryu's finger touched my
じゃ
eyelid.
あ二つ目の目はここ。
By giving me a second to think, you did the same thing to my left eye.
最後に第三の目、それはここに。
I felt something soft touch my lips. Suddenly I opened my eyes. My mind completely blank. I couldn't think of anything. The third eye. Had I found true wisdom? Had all things become visible to me? It was a lie! I felt more and more confused. I only... The scene in front of me, the soft touch of skin, and the sweet smell that made my brain numb, it was all I could do to absorb those. That so-called third eye only gave the truth. Warmth, confusion, and affection. The night passed as I etched pure, slow, and new memories into my mind. Okay. Alright, we got a smooch or two is what I'll take from that, and we'll think nothing else about it. That's fine. Yeah, so, I will give a slight bit of insider knowledge here. So we should be all set for the ending. At this point, it's just, you gotta wait for it to happen. So I'm waiting for it to happen. And, if I had known, you know, if I'd thought about it, I probably would have ended this a while ago. Because I kept expecting to be like, alright, we're at the ending now, so I can end it, and then that's it. And we're done with Yu's route, and then we'll move on to the next one. But, it kept going on, and kept going on, and the kid got crazy, and it kept going on, and we just got some smooches, and now, there's more. So, I'm not gonna stay up until like fucking 4. I've been streaming this for 6 hours, almost. That's too long. I kept streaming because I thought it would be done eventually, and it wasn't. And I fear that when I come back to this, it's gonna be like 2 seconds, but whatever, it's fine. Fucking Siphon Filter is probably gonna be pretty short too, so maybe I'll just switch over to that when I finish it. I don't know, we'll see. I don't know. Anyway. Yes. Yeah, this is the end of the stream. This is yeah, exactly. This is not a collab. I'm not gonna go to 4 AM. I'm not. I mean, I could, but like, I've already been streaming for like 6 hours, and I think that's enough. I was gonna stop like a couple hours ago, like 2 hours ago, and I'd been like, "That's great, good, progress," but it's too long. Let me see. Like, who is there? People stream right now? Is there anybody? There's some people streaming. Ekru is streaming. I could raid Ekru. Let's raid Ekru. That sounds like fun. But yes, thanks for showing up, Maji, and anyone else who hung out. We're gonna go raid Ekru. He's a cool bird VTuber. I played How to Have a Boyfriend with him before, so that's cool. Need to get back to that sometime, but we'll see. Yeah, as far as my schedule goes, the collab is still unknown, so I might end up doing solo things tomorrow, or I don't know. I'll figure it out. So we'll see what happens tomorrow. I do want to stream though, but I don't know. Anyway, with Storm Raid, the usual, whatever, is fine. We'll raid. Oh, real quick, before I raid, I need to save the game. That would be a good idea, if you ask me. Otherwise, I'm going to have to skip a lot of dialogue. Okay, we're good. It's fine. Yes, we'll go raid Ekru, Storm Raid, whatever. It would be great. And we'll come back next time for more of this. Maybe solo, maybe not. I don't know. We'll see. But yeah. Good night.